All righty. It's go time. Day 10. How to destroy fear. I just want to do a quick check for everything. So we first check the microphone, check our camera, check our audio. That's music. Tried and true. I'm not going to change anything for that. You guys know the drill already. I think that should be good enough. Okay, let's do it. Going straight into full screen this time. Good job, Leanne. Thanks for starting the hero path. Once a shepherd, always a shepherd. So, as you guys can tell, the shepherd code is here. Shepherd symbol, right? I recommend for everyone, every single day, that we begin, that we do something, that we change something. What is that something? That's up to you. It could be as simple as, hey, you always have the pen in front of you. This time you put it to your right. Why? Just because if it becomes always the same, remember what we talked about yesterday. Some of you guys might start already knowing what that is. There's some changes. Every time you guys look, you're going to see some changes in my background or whatever. And if not in my background, I'm telling you, there's a lot of changes around me. So you guys might know what that is, right? You guys might know what that is. It says interrupt. If you guys don't know. Or does it? It does, right? You can't really see because of the light, right? You guys see, like, even just changing how close it is or where it is. It depends if we can see it or not. But now you guys know what that is. So what does that mean? It means that without even paying, like if I'm just moving around, okay? Like this, left to right, left to right, left to right. You guys get it that you will know that that piece of paper, what it says, without even reading it, because I've conditioned you, I've created the approximation, I've talked about it, but I could tomorrow have the exact same piece of paper and I could change what's written on it. Do you guys understand? I could. Yet, it doesn't matter what it says. If you guys can't see it from your angle, and you just see it look like that, you will believe that it says it's still the interrupt paper. Do we understand why approximation is not only extremely powerful, and it can be used for good, but it's been weaponized. It's been weaponized by, you guys know, I don't have to talk about it anymore, the dark spirits, right? They use these things to control us. That's their ultimate way to create fear in us. That's how they create fear in us. Through approximations, through reminders that bring us back to an like the approximation brings us back to something else. Now, they can create something that's almost exactly the same. So at that point, it's not, is it really an approximation, right? But that's very rare. The majority of time, it's like that. So what if I just hurt you with this piece of paper, right? Like I gave you a paper cut. You guys understand? So now you don't like that, right? So if you see this in this shape, anytime I show you this, I can create fear in you. Do we understand? Just by showing you a piece of paper, and everyone else is like, why is this person afraid of a piece of paper? Why? Why would this person be afraid of a piece of paper? And everyone's laughing at them. Everyone's mocking them. Everyone says that there's something wrong with them. And then they begin to believe it. Why? Because, well, clearly we've been conditioned since the day that we were born, because of our parents, they were also enslaved, to believe that we should listen to other people. They clearly know something. Whether it's to just change our behavior, maybe if we're doing something wrong, other people are guiding us, or it's just they got conditioned to care what other people think and they're insecure. Do you guys understand? But this is how it happens. Yet for you, it actually hurt you. This piece of paper did severe. It could have actually cut you in a really bad spot and done severe damage. You guys understand? Like, we have no idea what the other person went through. Yet the majority of people will get darkened because they're not healed, right? We talked about this so much. They're not on the light path. They're not healed. So they're going to get nudged to tell the other person that they're overreacting, that it's not that bad. Oh, you're weird. Oh, there's something wrong with you. Like, you're afraid of a piece of paper. Do we understand? So what does that do? It reinforces it. That is how fear, insecurity, problems are created. Do we get it? Because the other person can't even conceptualize. The other person can't even understand the context. right? It's not perspective, it's context. It's not perspective, it's outlook. Context is what explains it. Outlook is how you feel when you're on a path, okay? So multiple times while we're talking on this stream, I want everyone to understand that there's gonna be times where you feel a little afraid, but there's gonna be a lot of times where you feel really positive. And it's because I'm taking on these paths. And you're like, there might be times where you get a little, feel a little darkness in you, and that's intentional, right? I'm just trying to show you guys. You're like, how's that possible that I could have that perspective? And because it's not perspective, it's outlook. I can change your outlook on demand, just if I say a few key things. So what does that mean? That means that we can actually use that for good. That means that we can actually use that for good. Because that, you guys understand that so many people are like, oh, I just need to change my perspective on life. Like, I have I'm a pessimist. And I'm like, on the contrary, you're not a pessimist. You just don't understand how to start paths. And they've changed your lens and they've reinforced it so much that now everything you see starts a negative path. But it's because, imagine, like I said, if a piece of paper can start a negative path for you, what if we're at school and everyone has a notebook in front of them? Which, by the way, every single one of you should get a notebook right now or a piece of paper. Okay? So I'll wait. I'm gonna drink some water while I wait. If you haven't got a piece of paper yet, grab one right now. It's gonna be really important. So, as what I'm talking about is, you guys get to see how I do these little paths. Like, I'm like, this is my shepherd coat, right? Just a reminder to heal, right? I'm creating disciples. Leon, thank you for starting the hero path. You're a true hero. You saved me. Once a shepherd, always a shepherd. All right, remember, progress, right? This is how we got our goddess. Right? This is why we got to enjoy her in her white bikini. We did effort and work like this. Okay, so do you guys have your paper? You have your notebook? Remember what I said. What if that piece of paper gave you a paper cut and now you're afraid of it? Okay, everyone else isn't. They've never had any bad experiences with a piece of paper and it got reinforced. What if the next day it happened again? Or what if after you got cut, everyone laughed at you? They're like, oh my gosh, you got cut by a piece of paper. See, that's a good one. I'm like, what are you guys talking about? Like, why is that a problem? Like, but they make you feel like it's a problem. Do we understand? I'm telling you this. I want everyone to understand something. When something bad happens to you, and we're going to talk about this in depth, when something bad happens to you, there's a choice. Every single person has a choice. Yet the problem is, because the majority of us are not healed and not on a light path, we don't have one. And because we haven't broken our conditioning chains, we haven't broken our locks, we have programs that we've never changed, right? Like, if I always grab this with my right hand, can I actually grab it with my left? If you can't pause and think about that, that means you're just running programs. It's just how we are, right? But if you can't pause and do that, so the majority of kids, especially kids, right? That's how they create most of them. But other people are just programmed to react to something. They just know how they're going to react, right? Okay, so if I program into you, every time I grab a piece of paper, you're like, ah, you just do that. So every time I grab this, I want everyone to do it with me. 1, 2, 3, ah, and we just keep repeating that over and over and over again. We know that the kids or other people are going to do that. So what happens next? What happens next is, guess what? If you get cut by a piece of paper, you might think that everyone did that sound because you got cut. But it actually was because you grabbed the piece of paper. Do we understand? Yet they're programmed, they've never broken the programs. It's been a conditioning chain now has been installed in them, a lock to prevent them from breaking it. So now, all of a sudden, when you got cut, you got hurt, right? And everyone went, ah. So if you heard that sound at any given point in your future, do you guys know what it created in you? Because remember, you're also going to be in the same room as other people now, and they're grabbing a piece of paper. Ah. You just have to hear that sound at any point in your future, 20 years from now, if you didn't break it, if you didn't rewrite it. And you guys know how complicated it is to write, because it still is always present. I want people to understand this. Even if you rewrite it completely, it still is 1% there. You can't erase it permanently. You just can't. You just can't. Now, is it significantly reduced? It's completely suppressed? Yeah, 100%. It is. So it's going to barely pop up. But you guys understand that through repetition, we can create people. I could now make you feel fear or insecure to teleport you back to the point where you got that paper cut, where you got hurt, and where everyone made that sound, and it's like the kids laughed right after that because they're like, "Oh, look at that! He freaked out over a paper cut." So now everyone laughed about it, right? The negative reinforcement. So we have a choice: negative path, and everyone chooses the negative. So, I mean, what? Kids are gonna laugh about like they're like, really, a paper cut, right? Because everyone thinks paper cuts are nothing. Do you guys understand? If you're conditioned to be that way, you're gonna react that way. For example, just so people understand, when I was learning all this stuff, there's a term that people used that a lot of people think is rude. I thought it was funny because I play video games, right? We're going to talk a lot about video games today, but it's called NPCs, non-playable characters. That basically some people are like either illusions or NPCs because they're just like controlled. And now I realize we are, like the majority of us are, especially if we're dark consumed or on a dark path. Something else is controlling the majority of our behavior, right? They just program us, they repeat it. They create associations and they just nudge us. They just have to make that sound and then we know our reaction. So I just literally have to go, and now most of you might even think about a piece of paper. Do you guys understand? That is what the dark spirits do. Do we get it? So I used to laugh. And still sometimes I do, but I could talk. I'm like, oh my God, most people in the world right now are essentially NPCs because they can't resist, right? They're not fully they don't fully control their decisions. Like, because they're just completely programmed by these dark spirits or manipulators that they take over, their pawns. And I would laugh about it. Do you guys understand? I would laugh about, like, if someone right now is telling me, like, oh my gosh, I feel like some people are, like, I even joke about it myself. I'm like, sometimes I feel like when I created my bread program that I talked about yesterday a little bit, I'm like, I'm an NPC. I'm just, every time, like, they do something that I don't want to do, and when I say, fuck it, F it, right? I just gotta keep going. I'm going to eat some bread. Like, they want me to go outside right now. Like, my dog's barking. I'm like, I just let him out. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. F it. Okay, bread program. And I do it. And I'm like, wow, I'm kind of becoming an NPC, right? Like, that's all I can do. All I can do is repeat my same routine and patterns and things. I can't do anything different. I have to go to the same places for vacation. I have to do all these stuff, right? I can only take my dog out to the same spot. I can't change. Now, I will say that even though it's good to change paths, if you found a safe spot, you just minimize time outside, right? But do you guys get it? Like, I would joke about it that I'm an NPC. I would laugh at other people. Like, if someone's like, oh my gosh, look at this event that happened like at a concert or at Yellowstone Park. Like, look at these NPCs running around like afraid of this stuff. I would laugh. Do you guys understand? I would laugh about it. Other people might be like, what is wrong with you? Why are you laughing at people? Like, they maybe got hurt. Like, some stuff happened. And just from someone writing the word NPCs because of my associations with video games and just the fact that I'm like, wow, people are really controlled. Because it really is true, right? People are fully controlled by approximations and associations that get programmed in them. And I would laugh. So what happens though if something bad happened at this, like, let's say Yellowstone, the geyser explosion, like those things, right? That this is, I mean, as far as I know, it happened, but it could be just a fake news article, right? It's real. So I laugh. Let's say I was there and I laugh at people, or like someone that got really hurt while they were there, and then they tell me the story, and I was like, oh my gosh, it reminds me when I read the article. I don't read info anymore back than I did, of when I read a comment, someone said, oh my God, look at these NPCs running, and I laugh. So when they're telling me the story, it's just a reminder to heal. When they're telling me the story, all of a sudden I laugh. What is that going to do to the other person? It's going to negatively reinforce them. Do we understand? Like, everyone thinks that it's always that we choose to hurt the other person, that we choose the negative path out of like maliciousness, evil. And I'm telling you that just because of how the other person's been conditioned or their experiences, they might actually just laugh because it reminds them of something else, but it's similar enough. But you guys see, like, if you can put enough people in the room that have been conditioned or have the reaction to laugh when that situation presents itself, what is that going to do? Now they just have to fabricate an event where that happens to one person. Everyone laughs. So think about how many negative reinforcements they got. So now either that's how they create fear in that person, or that's how they create an insecurity. Do you guys understand? That's how it's done. That's how they fabricate every single insecurity or fear you guys have. I'm just letting you guys know. They just have to repeat the event a few times, and then it's going to be installed in you. And now they just have to create an approximation. So like, for example, I created negative conditioning to, this is a little risk, but I'm going to say to knocks, right? Because I believe that's how all events start. If you open the door, you're getting presented info. Even if you guys can't think about it, like the spirits are creating a fake illusion or like an event or send something to try to cause problems to you, I view it as it's still you're presenting info that you wouldn't have otherwise, okay? So if you can't understand it from the like a metaphysical, spiritual level, just think of it logically. If I open the door, will I see info that I wouldn't have had otherwise? Yes or no? Yes. Either the person, clothes, smells, sounds, whatever. And that's not even talking about like the words that they talk about. Do you guys get it? Or like if they give you a paper, you guys understand? A knock is extremely dangerous because it presents info. It can continue storylines. It can start an event. It can cause problems. It can cause good things. But you guys get it? So I negatively conditioned myself that. And there's also some things in my past where some knocks happen and it was bad. And also I had negative conditioning because I was a sales rep back in the day. So I'm like, oh, it's fucking sales reps that just knock on doors like that. That's bad, right? There's so many like negatives. You got just a reminder here. And remember, every time I say that, guys, it means that they negatively nudged me. Okay. And I just want people to understand whenever, like, I'll say it now just because we're already on a roll. But if you see people gossiping or like kind of giggling and they look in your direction, okay? People are like, oh, they could be complimenting you, right? But if you didn't get a positive, if you got a negative mental thought that appeared in your head when you look at people that are doing that, I want people to understand this. When that happens, if a negative thought pops up, like an insecurity, a fear, a trauma, something, that's them. I'm trying to get you guys to start recognizing that it's not you. It happens to everyone. I want you to understand what the attacks are. That's called a mental attack. Do you guys understand? That is them. Anytime, if you go outside right now, you see people like talking or something and laughing, and people are like, why would you think it's about you? Doesn't matter, right? I'm just letting you know, like, if the things you see, they want you to see. Like, it's not an accident you saw it. I just want to understand. And then you felt that way. They push that thought into your head to make you feel that way. I want people to understand that. It's not you. You didn't populate it, because I think the reason why so many people destroy themselves and go on a path of self-destruction is because they think that there's something wrong with them. They think that they're broken because they're like, why does that pop up? And I'm like, it's because that's them. They're trying to condition you and program you, because if it keeps repeating, if every time you see someone laugh in the distance and that negative thought pops up, now you guess what? Anytime someone laughs, you guys understand? So that's how they do it, through the repetition of approximations. So there was a point where now, like, doesn't mean that I still like knocks, but you guys understand, like, I had to start rewriting it. I had to start changing it so that I'm like, wait, there are some positives, like maybe in a video game story or maybe in a story that I wrote, that there was a knock that actually had more positive things. Because otherwise, I'm telling you, all they have to do is right now have someone knock on my door or on the wall. And even if I understand that it's harmless right now, do you guys understand that I will feel a little bit of fear if I had some bad problems with knocks? Do you guys understand that? All they have to do is make someone knock. Boop, boop. My brother, I'm sorry, but straight up, if I right now knock right here on the table, he's gonna wake up and feel fear because of what has happened. I know in my life in the past, because I was wondering, like, why does he? I mean, regardless, I might, if they knock don't open, I wanted him to learn that, but I was like, why is he so afraid of the knock sound? Now it makes sense, because there was a bad event that happened. Nothing happened, right? But it was just, there was a fear event that was created, and they attached it to a knock. So now all they have to do for him at any point, it's just like my grandma with phone calls. She hated them, and it's probably just so people understand how if you hate phone calls, it could be as simple. I'm creating a little fear here, guys, but I've told you guys. Remember, it could be as simple. I'm trying to make people understand how to destroy it. That's why we're doing this. So if you picked up the phone and it was like at a certain hour or something, and you got bad news, you guys understand that no matter what, from now on, you're gonna have a negative with phone calls. Doesn't matter if there's a lot of positive. It'll always have at least one negative, especially if it's unexpected. So like if it happened if it woke you up, if you ever get a phone call while you're sleeping, first of all, just turn off or mute your phone. Don't pick up phone calls right now, guys. I'm telling you straight up, 40 days, no phone calls, no texts, no emails, nothing. You're gonna feel so much better. Take it seriously. So if you woke up through a phone call and it was bad news, you guys understand all they have to do is have a random number, could be anything, and they might hang up the moment you pick up. Do you guys understand? But all they have to do is make someone randomly call you And I'm telling you, they can make people call you. They can control phone calls. I'm serious. Just to make you feel that fear. And then you wake up feeling fear. And guess what? What if you had it where they can control dreams, right? And you're getting a bad thing, and then right then, now you're on a fear path already. Do you guys understand? It's that simple. They can fabricate these events, and that's how they do it. Do you guys get it? So how can we fight back against that? Okay? Well, there's a lot of things that we can do, but I just wanted the people to understand. Fear events, insecurities, all those things, they create them in you through repetition, through approximations, and then they just have to keep repeating it, and before you know it, you're programmed. And people always get mad at other people, right? I just want people to understand there are some fucking assholes out there. There really are. But the majority of people are trying to be good. It's just they get dark consumed, right? Like all it takes is, right, just so people understand, to get dark consumed means that you started going on a negative path. So if all it takes, if you were having a bad dream and then you wake up through a phone call and you had a bad association with that, the approximation is up. Now you're dark consumed. If you're not fully healed, that's all it takes. If they had put a negative in your dream and you woke up to a phone call, now you're dark consumed. What does that mean? That means that if your girl is sleeping next to you and she makes a sound that kind of annoys you, you might be like, hey, can you stop doing that? And she's like, what is wrong? Like, do you guys get it? It's that simple. And then you start poisoning everyone around you because now they're going to put those mental thoughts into your head easily. Now, when you're shielded, when you're light, they can still try. They're trying desperately right now to attack me. Do you guys understand? But I'm very shielded. So it only happens once in a while. But now all of you are going to put those thoughts directly into your head over and over again, over and over again, over and over again. Do we get it? And now you're just poisoning everyone. You're attacking everyone. You're basically their slave. And all it took was one phone call that they created an approximation for. Well, what if you get a knock at 11 p.m. and you're afraid of quiet hours? Do you guys understand? What if, like, oh my gosh, they created a fear for you for noise complaints and they knock at 10:05, they're going to be like, they're knocking because they're trying to stop noise complaints. And was nothing, right? Could it be, sometimes, like, I know once, I don't do it anymore, but sometimes I'm like, I'm walking by, like, before I used to do stuff like this. I'm walking outside and I'm just like listening to music, like, and I'm just like knocking on walls sometimes. So I'm like, you know? So it was a positive for me in that moment. But think about that. What if they nudged me to do that and that person has a fear to a knock? I'm going to sneeze now because they're making me sneeze. Do you understand? They can control our senses. I could have resisted it. I just want people to understand. But what if now, I know there's a lot of people that tied the meaning that when someone sneezes, after someone says something, that's true. So if I say, hey, you're fat, and you're not, but right then someone sneezes, you're like, oh, I'm fat. Do you guys get it? It's based on what it means to you. But if they can condition and program, especially if you get dark consumed or through other people who are, I've been telling you, like, my brother has been trying to program me, not intentionally, but just through repetition of things. He just does the same sounds 100 times a day. And it's because it's getting better, right? I'm slowly managing to get to him and break his paths and stuff like that. But still, every soft thing is dark consumed, right? I'm telling you guys, it's so easy. All they have to do, if they made someone knock right now, he's dark consumed. Do you guys understand? All they have to do is have someone knock on any wall around us and he will be dark consumed, which means that now he's under control. Do you guys get it? Do you guys see how easy? Like, everyone's like, oh, it won't happen to me. I'm strong. I can resist. Do you guys get it? This is why I'm trying to teach all of you how to destroy fear, because this is exactly how they do it. Do you guys get it? It's this easy. All it takes for him is one knock. I think it's getting better, but when I first got here, all it took is one cockroach walking by and he was dark consumed. Do you guys understand how easy it is to enslave humanity? If you just start a negative path for them, you can now control them. And now they use that person to poison anyone else or program or condition anyone else in that castle. Do you guys understand? Because they can't do it if I'm fully under control. They rely on other people or other sounds or other things that we see or experience. That's why if you limit your info and you limit access to, you're protected. Do we understand? Are we finally getting it, guys? Like, everyone thinks that they're immune, that they're so strong, that they're all this stuff, but I'm telling you, they can fabricate sounds. I just want people to understand, like, there was a corner in this home where I walked over there and they were just making knocks nonstop. It was like 20 times in a row. I'm like, okay, guys, I get what you're trying to do. Also, it could be, by the way, that they were trying to help me explain this, just so people understand, like, this is how complex it gets with the level that I'm playing at, right? Because I'm have this connection with my you, right? I'm doing the shepherd path, right? We're two gods aligned, trying to heal the world, right? Heal everyone. Get everyone on the light path. Do you guys understand? So I have to, it's also so much more complex for myself because, well, do you see? Like, what if they were actually just trying to help me explain this? But yet at the same time, I'm like, oh gosh. Or maybe they were trying to be like, hey, this is how you can prevent your brother from getting dark. But do you guys see, like, at the same time, I knew that it had bad things for myself. Do you guys see, like, this is not easy. Like, everything I'm trying to explain to you guys is not easy for me either, because I'm getting attacked nonstop, but there's also some things that I can flip. Did I flip it? Or was it actually meant for good? Do you guys understand? Like, it's not easy. That's why I'm just saying, I'm trying to teach you guys. I always was focusing on the wrong thing. I was trying to analyze, is it good or bad? I'm just saying, if you know that it's causing you any problems, you have to either rewrite it or you have to find a way to minimize it, avoid it, prevent it. Worst case scenario, you have to counter it, okay? If it keeps happening, if you know that you can't avoid that, like that, every time you walk in that area, there's always a knock, well, then you have to figure out a way to counter it. You have to rewrite it, okay? That's just the only way. This is really good. I hope people will re-listen to this part, because I'm just telling you, every insecurity, every fear you have, fabricate it. It's done. Like, I got a bee sting here, and they can make a bee land on you and sting you. I just want people to understand that. They can. Now, it doesn't mean it's always for bad, right? Could be for good. Could be that I needed an intro, right? Which is what we're going to do here in a second. But I just want people to understand, if all the kids laugh at me now, like, I'm just going to be like, is there something wrong with me? Like, am I a little sissy because I handle a bee sting? Do you guys understand? Like, if it got if it got reinforced sufficiently, I might actually have an insecurity or fear about that now. It's really simple, right? And we're going to talk about it more in a little later, but I just want people to understand, there's always a choice. But if you're dark consumed, you don't have a choice, because they programmed you, and now they know exactly how you're going to react. So they make one person fail. So if you guys have fear of public speaking, all they have to do is make you fail one thing in school, and then everyone laugh. Like, you made a few mistakes while talking in public. And they might have laughed because actually of the word you said, not because of your mistake. Do we understand? Like, everyone always thinks it's always the malicious thing. It could not. It doesn't have to be. They just have to put enough people there that will negatively reinforce it. Maybe then afterwards people are like confused. They're like, hey, why did you say that? Like, maybe didn't even know it was a mistake, because kids have curiosity still before it gets beaten out of us. That's intentional, by the way. So all of a sudden they're like, why did you say that? And you view it from the lens of like, oh my God, I failed. So now you guys see, like, not every negative reinforcement was meant to be a negative reinforcement. That's the complex thing about this. But we still have a choice. That's why I said if we each heal and we go on a light path, I'm telling you, when a bad event happens to anyone, and a bad event is just, they take it that way. Do you guys understand? It's not how we view it, it's how they feel about it. So right now, I spill a little water in my pants. I'm going to do it. I just want people to understand. For some of you, that might be a really bad event. And that is true for you. For me, it means nothing. When you get to the state, that you'll get to that level too. Because then you can choose, right? But you guys understand? Like, if that's for you a bad event, now what happens, okay? So if I saw that happen to you and you reacted negatively, I have a choice, because I'm light consumed and I'm fully healed. I can be like, look at you. You can't even handle water spilling on your pants. Oh my gosh, what a baby. Or that's how our insecurity or fear is created. Do you guys understand? It's not, if an event happens and there's no reinforcement, nothing happens. It just gets a few conditioning points. Doesn't mean that it's a positive, right? You still are like afraid of it, or you still have some negatives toward it, but nothing happened. Do you guys get it? So like, if that happened and no one laughed at you for that, you're like, well, that was a little annoying. So it was a little cool, like nice, but nothing happened. But if I negatively reinforced it, now I created the path for it. Do you guys understand? So anytime you feel water on you, you could start thinking like, am I a baby for handling this incorrectly? Because I plant a suggestion to you. Do you guys understand how they do it? All of you like think that it's you. It's not. I'm just saying, someone or something intentionally, by the way, it was not an accident. They planted a suggestion or something right as something happened to make you think that they're connected. They never have been and they never will be. I'm saying that you guys have the easiest out of all time. Every insecurity, every fear, every flaw that you believe you have has been fabricated in you. Does that make it better? No. It should never have happened. Does it make the feeling go completely away? No. That's what we're going to try to figure out today, how to slowly start defeating it. We're not going to get there right away. Do you guys understand? Like, when you first can just accept, like, okay, wow, every single insecurity, every single fear I have is fabricated. It's fake. Okay? They made it happen. Just like that. They just they pushed someone, they nudged someone to reinforce it. And I said, even if they didn't do it intentionally, right? Like, they didn't nudge them, be like, okay, do something bad to them. They just programmed them preemptively to respond to that stimuli in that way, so that they knew that it would. You see, like, there's so many complexities that they do. That's why I'm so mad at the world. Or even though I'm happy now and I want to heal it, I'm so mad because it does. This is why I don't write my storylines. You guys understand? Like, this is why this is the only thing I can do. Everything's just a reminder to heal, because it doesn't have to be this way. If they can fabricate things to that level, do you guys understand what I'm saying? Which they do. I want people to understand this is how they did it to all of you and all of us. That means that they could do the opposite. That means they can make it so that the moment it happens, like if the moment we fail, any one of us, because we're going to, right? Because failure is just an attempt, right? It's just progression. It just means we have to keep practicing, we have to keep learning. We have to be like, okay, next time that happens, what do we do? But you see, like, imagine if every time that we did an attempt at something, everyone was like their program started, and they're like, you got this. Remember, pay attention to that. It was that angle, right? That was the attack right there. So just next time, dodge like this. You got this. You're like, oh, okay, I got this. You guys get it? They could program and condition everyone. We're trying to move away from that in general, right? Because we're trying to break everyone free and heal and go to life. But I want people to understand, they moved to chess pieces in such a way that they could do the opposite. Do we understand why I'm fighting so hard against these guys? Because they destroy us intentionally when they could actually prevent every single insecurity or fear or trauma from ever developing. So this is why I'm saying your responsibility, if you're listening to this right now, you have a super important responsibility. You need to heal. You need to be on the light path. Why? Because then they can no longer weaponize you, and you need to break your programs, because then they can no longer weaponize you, so that when something happens, that you respond in a predictable way, because they now know they're going to try to make you respond in a predictable way to reinforce or start a path of insecurity or fear for other people. If you do your expected intended reaction, you start them on a fear path or you start them on an insecurity event. Do we understand? It's super important. And I'm telling you guys, just a few weeks ago, I was doing it to my brother accidentally. Once I'm on a full light path, I break it, because now I can control myself. Do you guys understand? Like, if right now I start singing really loudly, he gets dark consumed just because. Do you guys get it? Now, and it causes conflict, right? Should he react that way? No, because he's being controlled. He can't control his reaction to it. Do you guys understand? He can't control the narrative response to it. Yet, now that I know this information, now that I know that is how they dark consume him, what can I do? Do you guys understand? Like, if I see that in the kitchen there's a lot of cockroaches around, because they can make cockroaches appear, I could be like, hey brother, could you do me a favor? Could you just grab something in the bathroom really quick, just so that he doesn't walk in there and get dark consumed? Do you guys get it? Like, if you start learning that, we can actually help other people. But it's not so much about that. I just wanted people to understand that you guys are beating yourself up for feeling fear, for being insecure, for having these things, thinking that it's you. And I'm telling you, it's them. Okay. That was really good. So let's begin. So how do we destroy fear? How do we destroy fear, guys? What do you think? It's not easy, right? I think we all have tried our own methods. I think we've all practiced things. I think we've all explored it, right? Because we try to get rid of things that make us feel weird, right? Or feel off. It's normal. I want people to understand that what ends up happening is when we succeed on doing something like that, A lot of us just stumble into it, not knowing how it happened. And that's okay, right? That's a good thing. If it happened and it's a good, then take it, okay? Like, there's no reason not to enjoy it. But what's the problem? The problem is that this happened with myself, right? Back in the day, like, I talked to you guys a lot about my World of Warcraft, and I'm going to talk about it more. And we're going to talk about video games a lot today. They're actually one of the keys. Why? Because we can be teleported to an environment where we can reach these feelings, but we're in a safe environment. You guys understand? The reason why it's so dangerous to practice in quote unquote real life, everything we do, right, is real life. I just want people to understand, if you're playing a video game or if I'm streaming, it's all real life. But what's the problem? The problem is that we can actually get punished, right, for practicing some of these stuff. So like, if right now, and punished, I want people to understand, you might not actually feel pain. You might not get hit, you might not get attacked, you might not lose anything, but you feel it, right? So like, if right now you go outside and you sing a song and people laugh at you, do you guys get it? But what if you could like get that same feeling while your character in a video game is singing? Do you guys get it? Now, if they laugh at the video game character, it feels different for you than if they laugh at you. Do you guys get it? Like, it's just, think of it like that, okay? I'm creating distance from the thing. So it's like, they're laughing at the video game character and they're not laughing at you. Your video game character failed at something, not you. But you can still feel it with them, but it's almost like the other person is experiencing it, not you. It's just, you're tricking your brain, but you get to condition yourself, and you get to start practicing adaptability, and you get to start practicing your reaction and response of how to control the narrative when such an event happens. Is it easy? Absolutely not. But we get there, right? I want people to understand, like, no, we're not going to go talk about that. So conditioning and designing things, right? We're going to condition ourselves. I'm teaching you guys how to condition yourself for challenge, for adaptability. That also means that we can self-design things ourselves to create more challenge and more adaptability, put ourselves in situations where we have to learn how to handle these things. Do we understand? We can do so ourselves. Now, developers out there, or people who already have the knowledge, the know-how, I challenge all of you, if you guys are designing video games, you need to start designing and creating and conditioning people for challenge and for adaptability. Why? Because the majority of people just, they need to be protected from it. If you're dark consumed, you take the easy path. You fall to temptation. It's not even that you don't want to, just remember, it gets pushed to you. Remember what I told you? You just see someone laughing at you in the distance. You think that, and then they nudge you that mental thought. You know how hard it is to resist it, especially if they keep repeating it and pushing it in there? Until you develop that skill set or learn how to counter it. You guys understand? So what if we kept doing that, right? Over and over again. Eventually it gets to points like, well, what is even regular? Have you guys ever thought about that? Like, if we keep repeating something, like, for example, if all you guys did is watch my streams every single day, that's all, the only thing you did every single day. I stream for different hours or select times and length every day. But let's just say I stream for 8 hours a day, okay? 8-9 hours a day. And you only watched my stream. You might think that everyone in the world streams for 8 to 9 hours a day. Do we understand, right? Because it's all you know. It becomes regular. So it's normalized. Yet then you find out, wait a minute, the majority of people talk about topics for maybe an hour or two. And it's not a competition, but I want people to understand, do you guys get it? And or maybe like once a week or whatever, like they release an episode once, like these are like 10 episodes in one go. Do you guys get it? But it doesn't matter. Like, I'm saying that this is just a topic that I need to talk about. It's not about episodes that, like, why put labels? Why put limits? Like, who cares, right? I just need to get the information out there. I just care about getting the message across. Do you guys understand how this works? But I could change your not perspective. It's good to practice though. Your context, and I can change your outlook just by the repetition. I'm conditioning you and I'm designing things a different way, right? Do you guys get it? But now this could be seen as regular when this could be for everyone else the farthest thing from regular. But if you've only seen something different, you're like, what is this guy doing? Or like, whoa. But if the first time you ever watched a stream, it's only been mine, this is now regular for you. Do you guys get it? So if we normalize it in a safe environment, that means that we can now easily learn from our mistakes. Do you guys get it? We're normalizing something, a certain feeling, and we now are learning how to respond to it. Doesn't mean that it's going to be easy. Doesn't mean that it's going to be fun. Yet now you're like, okay, I now know what to do. I now know why it happened. I recognize, oh, I didn't put that thought in my head. They did. Doesn't make it better. You guys understand? You should never have a negative thought in your head. No fears, no traumas, no insecurities. That's the world we're moving toward, right? That's what I'm telling you. If we all heal, if we all are on a light path, no one will feel that way again. And if it accidentally happens, everyone is going to be like, hey, we got this. Like, remember, these are your shields, right? You guys see, like, that's where we're heading toward. But we're not there yet because the majority of you aren't willing to take the first step to start healing. We talked about that enough, though. I just want people to understand. So now we could easily learn from our mistakes. It's all normalized, right? Like, now you're not afraid. Now you understand what's going on. Like, you willingly will walk into challenge because you're creating your own challenges, but you know when to do so. Do you guys see, like, if we remove these requirements, like, think about it just at work, guys. Like, there's so many people that put, like, quotas, they put time limits, they put due dates. All those things create fear. There's requirements. If we remove them and be like, now people are like, but then, like, kids won't ever, like, finish their essay because if we just say, hey, you have to submit it at some point throughout the year. Well, yeah, because guess what? We never conditioned them. We never designed a world to prepare them to understand how to do so. So we randomly just say, like, imagine if a teacher, it's never happened before in a kid, and they say, hey, you guys have the whole to write this essay, okay? You have this whole school year to write an essay. If they've never had to do it before, why would they write it early? Or why would they even work on it beforehand? Like, they just knew that they can always get away with writing it at the end. You guys understand? It's just repetition. It's conditioning, right? It's the shepherd code, right? We're starting the shepherd path. Yeah, thanks for being a hero. You're awesome. Do you guys get it? Thank you. It's just, if we have to begin conditioning positively, right? So I know I've talked so bad about conditioning. It's terrible. It's one of the worst things that I've ever seen in my entire life, like these conditioning chains and locks. But you guys see, like, what if we flip it, right? What if we can use it for positive? Now, when you get to this point that I am at, and all of you will get here, I know you can do this. You can now choose your conditioning. Do we understand? So that means conditioning actually doesn't really even have a lot of impact anymore on you, because you can be like, well, whatever. You can ignore it. Do we see? But still, conditioning still exists. So you can actually use it for good. And what am I talking about? I'm saying we can condition ourselves to build a statue within ourselves. And the statue lifts us up, right? And what is the statue? It's a statue of challenge, of willingly walking into adaptability, of progression, viewing attempts as progress, not failure. You guys get it? Hey, I should use strategy. I should think about, I should always shake it up. I should always mix it up. I should always try different things. Do you guys understand? Like, but we are creating a positive conditioning statue to do so. Right? I'm gonna write that down. Positive conditioning statue. I know I wrote it down before, but I'm just, again. You guys should be writing notes. So, do we understand? Like, we could do that. So if we had already installed that into this kid growing up, when their teacher then says, okay, you guys have the whole year, like, they now know how to do it. Do you guys understand? Like, they're like, actually, I'm going to embrace this challenge. Let's see if, today I'm just going to try to write it today. Like, it's just different. Or they might even make it a game. Like, okay, how can I do this? Okay. You guys see, but like, we expect these kids to just be able to handle it, but we didn't build a positive conditioning statue in them, and we put locks on them to have the opposite effect. You guys get it? Like, if we never teach them, if we never properly built them up, and we only built up the opposite, then we get mad at them when they fail. And what does that do? It just reinforces insecurity, creates fear, it creates all this stuff. I'm telling you, if we create positive conditioning statues in people related to challenge and adaptability and progression, people will willingly create challenges for themselves. We will never need due dates. I need to write this down. We would never need due dates. quotas, timetables, anything. Because they're going to willingly want to do it. You guys understand, like, I used to be a sales rep, and I would never understand, like, I would talk to some of the bosses because I think they would catch on that I knew a lot more than the majority of people, right? And it got to a point where I would pull them aside and I'd be like, I usually would be actually schooling them. I'd giving them info because I just wanted them to be more positive. And I'd be like, why is it that you guys have to like put all these requirements on people? Because they're like, other sales reps don't want to work. They don't want to get deals. And I'm like, but isn't that how they make money? And they're like, isn't that enough? And I'm like, no. I'm like, they need these quotas to do it. I'm like, well, I don't think quotas are good, but it's okay. I couldn't understand why they had it. And now it makes sense. It's because these people have been never, like, do you guys understand? Like, if you just get free reign, right? To just do whatever at home and you just, okay, hey, you have 4 months to get these numbers, make it happen, right? But I'm like, why? I never understood, just so people understand, I never understood why it had to be per quarter. And I don't even understand why it has to be per year, right? It shouldn't matter. Like, as long as we are selling, isn't that good? Now, we're moving away from that in general, right? We're moving away from money. We're moving away from products. We're moving away from a society that relies on that and work, all those things, right? We've talked about that, but I just want people to understand so they can conceptualize it with where they're currently at, because you guys are going to get to my level on these topics. You're not there yet, and that's okay. It's a climb. It's progress, right? You're attempting it. It's not failure if you're not there yet. It's progress. Do you guys understand? So don't compare yourself to where I am. It's progress. So I would just be like, why can't we just, like, so you're telling me if I don't get it by April 2nd, let's say $100,000, I'm a failure. Yet each quarter you have to get 100. But if I get it by, like, I don't know, let's say August 2nd, let's say I get 250, but I get it in those 4 months, those 3 month period, that quarter, I got 250. But now I'm a champion, I'm a star. But still, I was a failure the first one. But I'm like, wait, I got 250. I only need 200 for up to this point. I'm at 250. Do you guys see, like, why is it that you guys get it? It's that simple. Like, people, they don't just didn't. I would say it to them, they would like look at me like, "What are you talking about? That doesn't make any sense." And I'm like, "How does that not make any sense?" I just couldn't understand. Now I do. It's because they have these conditioning changes to think the opposite. They think that people need that stuff. They think that it has to be. I'm like, no. It's just like, do you guys see? Like, and that's how it is for anything. Anything. I'm telling you guys, like, when you get to this point, if I play a video game, I intentionally make it harder. Do you guys understand? People are like, why would you do that? They can't even comprehend. Like, it doesn't even make sense to them, because they would play video games to feel powerful, to feel strong, to feel like they win, like they're good. They can't even comprehend it because they don't have that positive conditioning statute. They have a negative chain and within the lock. Do you guys get it? Right? Because imagine they're all this, whenever they're outside, like they're all these insecurity events, these fears, these traumas are just reinforced. They're laughed at. So now if they do play something or do something else, they want to feel strong. They want to feel powerful, right? That's why people rely on money and tools. Okay. So we're going to be talking about strategy. We're going to be talking about how to develop strategy, because the majority of you don't know how to develop strategy. And I want people to understand, like, before I was executing strategy, like when I would look back at my World of Warcraft videos and my raiding and how I was a raid leader and how I was guiding people, I was already executing strategy. And I was teaching people some of these things that I'm talking to you guys about, but I was just teaching them by doing, right? Like, I was doing it. So I essentially figured out how to do it, but I didn't know. I couldn't explain it yet. Do we understand? And people are like, of course, that makes sense. It's different to explain it. But I'm like, no, like, really, truly, I got them there. I got them to the answers. Like, if you guys played the video game with me, I could get you there. But if you asked me to explain it like this to everyone without playing the video game, I couldn't do it. So I would have been like, okay, everyone come play video games with me. You guys get it? Like, I could do that, right? And all of you do it, but now I can actually explain it without even playing the video game. Do we understand the difference? Like, so that means that I knew how to create strategy. I could showcase the strategy, but also when I was raid leading, when I was playing these video games, this is why I'm telling you guys, it's the answer, because you can practice. Part of my responsibility before every single attempt, because I would teach people, we have to create storylines per attempt. What are we focusing on? What are we going to try to learn? What are we trying to grow? What are we trying to reach? So the majority of them didn't know how to do that, right? So I would have to explain things to them before. I'm like, okay, guys, so this is how we're going to do it, right? So you put your hand here, and then you go around here, and then you do this. So when you're watching, this is how you move, this is how you react to this. When you're watching today and you're listening, I want you to understand that everything that I'm doing, the entire stream, however long it is, if it's 30 minutes or if it's 5 hours, is just explaining how to develop strategy. I want you to think about it. Everything I'm doing, even the way I started the stream till now, is all strategy. I'm developing a strategy. I'm showing you guys how to develop a strategy. Do you guys understand? It's just you start viewing things differently. Like, how can we approach it? What could we change? What should we try? Like, instead of focusing on like numbers, tools, strength, you focus on like, what can we change that can have an impact? So right now, I took off this coat, right? This has a really positive for me. This is my shepherd coat, right? This is a shepherd path. Everything is just a reminder to heal. We're going on a positive path, right? A light path. If I took this off, it changes things. Do you guys understand, right? Like, even just look how different it would look. Do you guys get it? It changes things. It changes things for you. It changes things for me. That would be called strategy, right? Like, so I intentionally chose to wear this today. Do you guys understand? People are like, wait, you really did? And I'm like, yes. A lot of you might just put things on without even thinking about it. This was an intentional choice for strategy. It means something for me. It's the path starter. Do you guys get it? But also, there's one more thing. It's a progression check-in. What's a progression check-in? Something super important. It's something that back in the day, I don't know, maybe 5-6 months ago, I streamed. And there was a stream where I had an outfit very similar to this, or this exact same outfit. Do you guys understand? So now I can compare. I don't even have to watch it again, but I just mentally can feel it, right? I'm like, how far have I come since that point? 5-6 months ago. You guys understand? Just by wearing these clothes and this setup that I'm wearing right now, it's a strategy. I can create a progression check and be like, remember how far you came? Remember how far you came? Look at this. Look how good we've gotten. Do you guys get it? That's strategy. It's not about numbers. I don't care how many people watch. You guys get it? It's strategy. It's all an intentional choice. Because I'm like, I just have to look at myself, and it starts a path, my shepherd path. This makes me remember, like, look at you, how far you've come. And what does that do? What is the theme of today, right? Any mistake, like what I just did, right? Is not really a problem, right? You just stop caring about it. It's just progress. And at the end of the day, it just doesn't even matter. But you guys see, like, we're going to get there. It's progression. But it's like, how can we conquer fear, right? How do we destroy fear? So if I want to be fully in that theme, I'm like, what are the things that destroyed? Well, challenge. I'm going to show you guys some challenges. Adaptability. Can we just like adapt on the mat? I didn't plan any of this, what I'm talking about right now. I adapted on the spot, right? So it's practicing that. Progression, right? Everything that I have in front of me and what I'm wearing, like, I set it up to embrace that theme. Do we understand? Like, that's all intentional choices, design choices that encourage the thing that I'm fighting against, which is how to destroy fear, progression, and all these other things. You guys understand? Like, that's called a strategy. So some of you might be like, I don't know why, but I'm going to wear this today, and that's just what I'm going to do. You can see, like, it might work for you, and you don't even understand why it works. When you know how to develop strategy and why you're doing it and what the purpose of every single decision and action is, you get why it works and why it doesn't. And if it doesn't, you now, especially we talked about it yesterday, but you're going to learn how to deconstruct things. You're going to learn how to analyze things to be like, wait, why didn't it work this time? Sometimes that's actually even better, because then you can be like, wait, yesterday the stream, we did so well here and here, but when we did this, it stopped working. Like, why did that happen? All right. And then this is how I learned everything that the dark spirits do and how they mentally enslave us, because I can just deconstruct that's why, like, they now have a choice. Every time they attack me, they're giving me knowledge. Do you guys understand? So they want to stop me, right? They don't want you guys to learn this stuff. But if they attack me, they give me knowledge. So now they have to choose. Do we give him knowledge to try to, and do we try to stop him and hope that this time it actually works? But we risk giving him knowledge, or do we do nothing and he just thrives? You see, like, where no matter what the enemy does against you, it still helps you. There's nothing they can do. Do you guys understand? Doesn't mean it's good. You should never be getting attacked. But if you can get to a point that if they do attack you, and this goes for every manipulator, exploiter, and they're all controlled by the dark spirits. I want people to understand that, right? They're their pawns. They just get dark consumed, right? Think of it like my brother. Just sees a cockroach, just hears a knock. That's what happens to them. And then they can't resist what pops up in their head. They don't understand that it's actually not them. It's them, the people, the dark spirits up there. So they just do it. They're like, oh, well, they've been operating their entire life. Because what I want you guys to understand is, if you've been operating your entire life thinking that, well, whatever pops into your head, you should do, well, then you're going to do it. And that's how they control all of you, right? You don't realize, well, wait, I can choose? Yeah, you can choose. You don't have to do anything that pops up in your head. You can choose. But you first have to break the program in you and the conditioning and the lock. Because until then, you just can't. You can't even comprehend that you're capable to do so. Do we get it? So just remember that, guys. They get to choose. So I'm getting a lot of attacks, but at the same time, every time they do, they teach me more. Some of them are also my connection, my light, right? It's two gods working aligned, right? And they're helping me learn more things. That's why it's also hard, because sometimes I'm like, I know that was you, even though that was not negative. I know that was you showing me something. You guys see, like, it's not easy for me. I'm in a very precarious situation. Why did I use the word? Just because. There's no reason, but just kind of like interrupt your guys' flow, make you think a little more. You guys see, like, life's interesting, but life will change. As you start this path, as you start this climb, a lot is going to change for you. So we're going to get to a point where we review attempts. And what's an attempt? So what if I told you guys, I'm like, I need you to drink water right now, right? First of all, it's a positive nudge, yet I can still be controlling your path. So be aware. Anytime people talk through suggestions, that's what's happening. So I say, hey, I need you to drink water right now. And just so people know, back in the day, and still sometimes, when I drank water, I would spill water on my shirt. Like, it's just, I don't know. I felt like I didn't know I was never taught how to, like, smile. I was never taught how to, like, drink water. I spilled some water on my shirt. Was it intentional? It was probably you that made it happen, right? But you guys understand, like, what if it was them, the spirits, that made a little water droplet fall? And now that's happened. And I'm just like, well, I'm a failure. Guys, right here. I don't know if you can see it, but I spilled water on my shirt. And I just told you guys that that's how I used to be, and I thought I got better. I haven't done it in a while. Am I a failure because I did that? Am I? What do you guys think? I mean, come on. Like, you're 33 and you can't even drink water? What is wrong with you? And your goddess, your sexy leg girl, wants to date you or is dating you? You guys want to have... Her sisters are like... or her brother or whatever, or her parents are like, you're going to date this guy, the star diplomat, the shepherd, and he can't even drink water? Do you guys understand how it's done? If I never got that reinforcement, I'm just like, what t-shirt contest? You guys understand? Like, yeah, my goddess. I'm like, can I spill water on my goddess? Do you guys get it? While she's wearing her white bikini? Do you guys get it? Like, do you see how just the reinforcement after such an event completely can change everything? If I'm just like, hey, that's really good. If anything, I'm like, could you find a way to repeat, to choose when you spill the water and when you don't? Do you guys see, like, if you can just change it like that, I think you should write that down. Can we find a way how to... Can we find a way to repeat that outcome? Right? Because then we can study it. Do you guys get it? This is how I destroyed the dark spirits. Doesn't mean that they're not fighting back. But do you guys understand? Like, I'm like, how can I repeat what they just did to me? How can I figure out how that happened? So this is how I deconstructed all their attacks. Because I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, so that's how it's repeating. That's how it's repeating. So then I could study it. So if a manipulator keeps doing something to you, like, I would just bait them into doing it again. But now I knew, right, that they were doing it. Okay? So then I'm observing, I'm studying them, like, okay. So when that happens, they do this, and they do this, and I'm like, okay. Do you guys understand? Like, they thought that they were tricking me, yet I was studying them. People are like, that's fucked up. And I'm like, really? I'm learning how to defend it against it and help teach other people. You guys see, like, if you say that that's fucked up, that's your conditioning talking. Why would it be bad for you to protect yourself and learn how you're getting attacked? Do you understand? They intentionally make people think that if you study people how to defend yourself, that there's something wrong with you. That's just how you learn things. That's how you learn. They make us think analysis is bad. Do you guys get it? Do we understand? Okay. So that's what we're going to talk about today. You're like, haven't we already been talking about it? I'm like, yeah. But I just want people to understand that this is how your climb begins. Do you guys understand? But where I want all of you, after you're done today, to get a video game system if you haven't already. The Sony and Nintendo are going to be giving PlayStations and Nintendo Switches for free, and developers are going to start discounting them completely free, or 99% if they have to. So $1, but let's go for free, guys. Okay, so it's going to be the key to experience the feeling of all these things that I'm talking about, right? So like, imagine if you could experience the feeling of the water spilling on your shirt and someone laughing at you, but you could experience that in a video game over and over again, right? So I'm basically saying that you can experience a feeling of like, think about like you're about to win something or accomplish something that you've been trying for years or months. And then, because like we talk about in video games, we'll talk about it more here a little later, but there's like a health bar, right? And you can see the enemy's health bar going down. Let's say it's like 1%, 2%, 3%. The majority of people you're going to catch is when you're at 1 to 2 to 3%, like you're about to win and you've been trying for a long time, you feel like that a little bit of fear, you feel nervous, you don't want to mess up, right? Because it took you a long time to get there. So you don't want to mess up. I'm telling you, that's when you're going to get nudged by the dark, or they're going to try to bait you. I'm telling you, it's straight up. That's what I'm saying. Like, it could be also the light pushing you, right? That's why it's a challenge to figure it out. Yet, what if you still get there and you lose, right? How do you respond to that? Right? Like, how do you handle it? Like, you can see, like, you guys can start practicing. You can start creating a statue that positively lifts you to handle those situations. You can teach you how to adapt. Like, whoa, I now know that every time when I get to 1%, I rush in and make a mistake. Sometimes it might work. Sometimes you might get the victory, right? Or maybe you learn like, hey, if they're attacking me, I just have to attack right then. Okay. But what if you just are calm? What if there was no health bar, right? And you were just repeating it. Oh, I won. Oh, okay. Do you guys get it? Like, it's that we think that we're about to get something. We think we're about to get something. We're about to win. That's the problem. About to win. That's the problem. So if we can practice in a safe environment and we can replicate it, reaching that feeling over and over again, we can get to a point where when it happens in real life, we now draw the connection association. Because remember, approximations are enough, right? Takes us to the video game situation, and we now know how to handle it. Do you guys get it? Where we succeeded when we felt that way. Do we understand? So now we succeed when it happens in real life. Maybe not always. This is the part that I want people to understand. You might still fail. Okay? But why is it a failure, right? It's an attempt. You guys understand? It's an attempt of progress. Doesn't mean that it's not. Attempt of progress, I want people to understand this part, doesn't mean that it's actually like, of course you would want to win. Do we understand? Of course we did. Yet it's progress. Like, what people always think is that saying that is like you're trying to say that it wasn't a bad thing. And I'm like, I'm not saying that it was a good thing. It's just I'm saying that we're progressing. Like, hey, okay, just so people understand, like, again, we're moving away from jobs and work, but you apply somewhere and you don't get the job. Is it a failure, right? It's still a bad thing, but it's progress. Do we understand? It's a different thing. It's different. It's different. Okay. Still not ideal, but it's progress. Thanks for starting the hero path, Leanne. Okay, so with that said, we're going to just take a quick break here. But I want people to understand this is my philosophy. This is my philosophy. This is the philosophy of the shepherd. Philosophy of the star diplomat. So what I want you guys to do while I take a quick break here, it's going to be about 10 minutes. Get something to eat, but don't eat it yet. But I want you to grab one or two things that you normally wouldn't put on it or in it, whatever that is. So it could be a bread and you normally just eat it with ham and cheese. This time, maybe grab, I don't know, a pickle, a carrot, and something else, right? A jalapeno. Doesn't matter, right? Maybe some sugar, or right? You just different combinations. Just prepare. Just think about it. Just think about how can I do something weird, something strange. Like that's your mission, okay? That's your goal. It's your storyline right now. Like, how can I do something weird? So that's what you're focusing on, okay? It's not. Don't even care about it. This tastes good. How does it? What does it make sense? We're just right now focusing on how can we grab the weirdest combinations for like this bread or the cereal or something like that. Okay, whatever it is. All right, I'll be right back. And then when I get back, I want you guys to tell me about it. All right. Make sure everything's good. Let's lower the volume by 1. Microphone looks good. Camera looks good. Full screen. No reason to wait. Okay. What do you guys get? What are you eating? What are you going to make? Thanks for starting the hero path again. Everything's a reminder to heal. What's the shepherd? Always a shepherd. Next break, I'll give you some food, okay? All right. Shepherd coat. All right, so. Was that weird for you guys? Was it fun? Did it feel strange? Was it exciting? Did you feel like I gave you permission to do something you normally wouldn't do? Do any of those sound correct for you? Probably not. There was something, it was probably a combination of all that. Was it challenging? Did it make you have to like pause and think? Did you second guess yourself? Did you like, actually, no, like, all those are valid. Wherever you're at, it's perfect. Because it's progression. So, let's start. So, I don't know what you guys got, but I already made this for a while, so it's going to look, the presentation isn't going to look that nice. But guess what? Presentation doesn't matter. I want people to understand this. This is really key. the visual, the presentation, for if it has a different function purpose, it doesn't matter. If it is related to the visual, then sure. But here, I know how it tastes. Like the visual has no effect on me, right? Because I'm not eating it for the visual, right? And also, I just want you guys to know, if you guys grab a random combination of things, the visual might look really strange to you. If anything, you might have conditioning to actually have an aversion to it. Yet, does that mean that it's going to taste bad? On the contrary, do we understand? Like, we always think that it's going to equal that. And I'm like, it might not. It might taste bad, but it might not. Just because the visual looks that way doesn't mean anything. But it also, why is the visual bad? Do we understand? Just a reminder to hear. So, of course, they're not going to want this. I call this my chocolate cereal oatmeal apple mix. Not really. I know what it is. Okay. So when you guys are making this thing, call it your progression food. Okay. Or your conditioning to challenge food, or whatever. You guys just, whatever it is, just make sure you know what it is. Because here's the cool thing about what's about to happen. You might actually enjoy whatever you just are about to create. Do you guys get it? You might actually enjoy it. The first time I did this, it was an experiment, right? Because if it's an experiment, it can't be a mistake. Why is it an experiment? Because we're trying to see if we can do this, right? There's a purpose for it. So let's write this down. If it's an experiment, it can't be a mistake. Why are we writing that down? Because this is how we learn, right? Per attempt. This is how we learn per attempt. We're learning per attempt. We're learning how to learn per attempt. So what are we looking to learn on this attempt? What do you guys think? What are we looking to learn this attempt? Do you guys understand? If you break it down like this, then it changes things, right? Because I'm like, okay, this attempt, let's just say like this attempt, I want to see if I can kiss the girl, okay? Next attempt, I want to see if I can marry the girl. You guys understand? Like, if you break it down like that, then you can't fail. The problem is we think each attempt has to be the success, right? If you go into this attempt as, all I want to do is get to phase 2, or all I want to do is see if I can hold her hand. If you get a kiss, right? Well, do you guys see it? You've surpassed it, right? The storyline per, right? So then you see how anything else equals now not a fail now? It's a win. And it's context, right? But I'm telling you guys, this is what I just explained is the concept of it's an experiment, can't be a mistake. That's what this is, okay? So when I say, before, I would say that to myself and I would understand all of this. Do you guys get it? So I would say to people, I'm like, it's an experiment, can't be a mistake. And I was wondering why they didn't understand. And I'm like, oh, they don't understand this part. So you guys understand? Like, so that's why no rhyme or reason. What's no rhyme or reason? What do you guys think? It just means it doesn't matter. Because we're doing it for a set outcome, right? No rhyme or reason means we're doing it for something. You're like, isn't that the opposite? I'm like, no, like, so right now, like, if I drink with my right hand or my left hand, right, there's no rhyme or reason behind which one I do, but I'm just trying to break program. So it doesn't matter. Do you guys get it? Like, no rhyme or reason means it doesn't matter, right? We're just trying to learn something. So I want you guys to understand those two ones. No rhyme or reason, or if it's an experiment, it can't be a mistake. Okay? Those are super important ones. Super important. And of course, the last one that we're going to use before we start this exercise is shake it up. So if you always do something one way, try doing it a little differently. This one's the most obvious, right? But just always be, how can I shake it up? How can I shake it up? This is adaptability in action, but it's easier, I think, for most people. I want people to understand this. A lot of people, we get these terrified by these terms, right? I'm like, oh, well, I need to understand how to be adaptable, or all these things. And I'm just telling you, those are just terms that scare people. That's all it is. So instead, I just say, shake it up. That's adaptability in action. If you can shake things up, it's adaptability. Don't let terms terrify you, right? But people do that intentionally, just so people understand. Terms are placed intentionally to stop you. That's intentional, so people understand why. You might have never conceptualized this before. Experts create terms. I created a lot of terms. I just want people to understand. Yet I'm trying to explain it in so many different ways so that you guys don't be afraid of it. And I'm also trying to use other things. And you guys get it? Like, I'm just trying to use the simple words, but I understand there are some terms, so we have to understand it. But these guys create big terms. Think about all the science stuff. Why do you guys think scientists create the terms that they do? Do you understand? It's because it keeps people out of the club. If you have to learn these 50 terms before you know what's going on, well, if you only get access to those 50 terms to be part of the club, then you can never get part of the club. Do you guys understand? You've given away so much right now. I just want people to understand. Like, this is how it works. This is how experts make sure that you never can surpass them. Because I always want people to understand. Everyone always is afraid then to be like, well, I don't understand what that term means. Do you guys get it? We're afraid of that. We've been conditioned to ask questions, or to be afraid to ask questions. So all you have to do is create a term that's not too common, and you can manipulate everyone. We know their whole playbook. All you have to do, I'm just trying to show you guys the manipulator playbook, okay? All you have to do is create a term that most people don't know, that is uncommon, and that's it. You can manipulate everyone. And act like everyone should know what it means. That's all it takes. Okay. We're going to stop there. I just want people to understand how they do it. All right? That's manipulation 101 right there. Get it? I'm giving away so you guys understand how they do it to you. Okay? We give it away so people understand how to protect themselves. I can manipulate you. I'm giving it away so you can protect yourself. Remember what I said? I studied them. Yet when you tell people that you study them, they're like, this guy's a fucking psychopath. Why do you think they do that? When you do something, if someone attacks you, it gives away that they're the problem. Now, I actually take that back. There's a few exceptions, so don't take that as there are some that are exceptions, okay? But I want people to understand that if they're trying to say that you're like crazy or something like that to silence you, that's suppression. You guys understand? All right, enough about that. I just wanted people to hear it because it was at the right time, okay? So, what did you guys get? I got my chocolate cereal oatmeal thing. So how did I make it? And I'm gonna mix it up, right? Shake it up, right? I'm stirring a little bit because it's been sitting there for a while. I didn't know when I was gonna use this, but so I added some cereal, complete random flavor, like whatever cereal I had, right? I added some oatmeal, so some oats, and then I just added milk, and I had some chocolate powder, like if I was gonna make a hot chocolate or like something like that, or chocolate milk, and I added that, and I stir it, I put it in the microwave for a little bit, and then I cut some I warmed it up for like, I don't know, a minute, 30 seconds, a minute, and then I cut some apples, threw it in there, then I warmed it up again, another minute, 30 seconds. So I could stop there, right? That's already a mix. Right? It's like a chocolate oatmeal cereal apple mix. But then, look at this, guys. So I have a piece of ham. All right. I gave the rest to my dog. So, but I just want to show you guys this is how it's done. Maybe I haven't actually done this before, but I can now throw ham in there. And maybe when I take the bite with the chocolate and the apple and the cereal, it might actually taste pretty good. So I'm going to break it up into a few pieces. The ham, the bowl is right here. I just want people to understand. I'll show you guys once. I'm just doing this because I can't do it otherwise. Just breaking down, putting it in there. Then I have some maple syrup here. All right, just add a little sweetness. As that with the chocolate powder, it's not that sweet. So I just wanted a little sweeter. I could add sugar. I could have added sugar, right? Or I could have added like jam or something just, you guys see like different little flavors just to mix it up. So I'm going to put a little bit of maple syrup as the sugar, as the sweet, right? Flavor. Oh, so people can see, right? There's the ham. And we put a little bit, just a little bit, right? And now I'm going to stir. I could maybe accidentally make them. Ooh, I got a little chocolate dot right there on my paper. So be careful, guys, right? So I'm gonna stir right here. You don't want to make a mess, but if you do, it's okay, right? You learn from your mistakes. So I probably should next time. What would I do if differently, guys? I would move my notebook. I was doing it on my notebook. So next time I'm gonna move my notebook if I do this again. Do you guys understand? We're learning from our mistakes. So we're stirring. And I don't even know where the ham is, right? Because it all blends together. But I see one. I'm going to grab a bite with the ham. Okay, here we go. So now I'm going to take a bite. Apple, chocolate, ham, maple syrup. That's pretty good. The ham is, you can barely taste the ham, but you can get the texture. But it's pretty good. Which tells me if I did it again, I probably wouldn't add ham. You see, like, pay attention to what I'm doing here. I'm like, okay, if I did it again, I don't need to add the ham. It doesn't add much here. You can see this is how you can learn how to cook and do baking on feeling rather than on recipes. Because now it's like, wait a minute. This time I shouldn't add the ham anymore because it didn't do much. Or maybe, here's one for you guys. You start learning flavors, right? I identify this thing as with progression. Okay, this is just a random flavor thing. It's peppermint, but you can get different flavors, right? I realized peppermint is really powerful. There is actually some on here. You know what? We're gonna put some in there, but I learned from my mistake. I'm gonna put very little because I realized that this peppermint extract thing is so powerful. It completely overwhelms the entire flavor of anything else. Even with the other balances, like I started to add like cayenne to add some spice. I tried to add like orange. I just threw like pickle sauce in there, and I'm just like, shit, nothing works. So I'm just, I can really even smell it. You guys understand? Like, ooh, this is like, I just want you guys to know, I just smell this, and I think of progression because I'm like, some flavors, some things are overwhelming. You guys get it? I'm gonna put a little bit of peppermint. I'm gonna put it over here. You see, I didn't put it where my notebook is. Just a little bit. Okay. Whew, I maybe put too much. It's so powerful. I'm not even gonna mix it up. I'm not, because I'm scared. Not scared, but I'm cautious, right? Because, oh, you know what? Also, I don't know if you guys watched yesterday. I used a napkin, or one day I washed my hands here. One day I went to the bathroom because I got a little chocolate on them, and yesterday I used a paper towel. Today, I'm just using a little rag, like a little towel. Put saliva on there, and then why not, right? And it's not. I don't have to do it again. You guys see, like I've now cleaned my hands 5-6 different ways over 5-6 different days, and then you can choose which one do you prefer. The whole point is we're getting to the point where we can choose. So I'm gonna take a bite of this now with the peppermint extract. I put it in this corner right here. I'm scared to mix it up, right? Because it's so overpowering. Not doing that again. See, I did it again. Still not a good idea. It's way too overpowering. I don't really like it because now I just feel like I'm eating peppermint. You guys understand? But look, now that thing, what does I identify with it? Progression and learn from mistakes. So I can now place that bottle. I don't even have to use it ever again. But I also it's now attached to this little experiment. So now, whatever you guys use for this experiment, place somewhere in your room or in your castle. It'll serve as a reminder for this. If it's an experiment, it can't be a mistake. Progression. It's an attempt. We were trying to learn something specific. You guys understand? So I attempted something. I'm like, not a good idea. Do you guys get it? So we're not going to do that again. If you put peppermint again in there, despite knowing that you didn't like it, I'm like, what are you doing? Now, what do you feel like? Hold on. Last time I put a lot. What if I put only a little bit this time? That is called progression. Do you see? So this time I'm like, well, let's try something different. Right? I could add a little coffee maybe in there. I'm not going to, right? I'm satisfied with what I've attempted here. But you see, I could put coffee in there now and be like, would that change it? Yeah, but I'm happy with it, right? Like, I'll use this as an example to show you guys how we can break things down. This is an intentional challenge. We're showing adaptability just on the demand, right? We're shaking it up. And it's an experiment, can't be a mistake. There's no rhyme or you know what? Fuck it. The F it play. Try it, guys. If you have a drink next to you, just try it. F it. You're like, no, I'm going to ruin my thing. Who cares? It's an F it play. Oh, gosh. And I still didn't learn from my mistake. I got coffee in my notebook. Do you guys see? This couldn't have been better if I wanted it. So now I'm using this to clean it up. But guess what, guys? This is the best part of this all. Check this out. This is the power of associations and approximations. You guys ready for this one? What is he going to do now? This is what we call an N1. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Do you guys see this? Also, first of all, these are the notes that I had in front of me so far, what I talked about, just so you guys know, this is my style, this is my way. But you guys see that? These are what I spilled. That's the chocolate thing I did earlier, right? So all of those things now, if I open my notebook again to this page, whenever, a year from now, I might forget, but I wrote progress association N1. I'm going to remember that I did this chocolate experiment and I put some coffee in there. I'll even write progress association N1 chocolate experiment. Chocolate oat experiment. Do we understand? Do you guys get it? So now, I remember I created a path for myself. So I'm going to move my notebook away. Now, I learned my lesson, right? So this is my philosophy, guys. You guys understand? This is an example of my philosophy. So I want you guys, I'm going to try this cereal. Yeah, is it even cereal at this point anymore? Who knows? I know what it is. Let's see how it tastes with the coffee. I don't really taste it. So that means I don't really need to add it. But I can. Do we understand? So tell me about your guys' experiment. What did you do? Are you guys comparing yourself right now to me? I hope not, but you probably are. And if you are, that's okay. It's progression. That's called your conditioning. That's called your insecurity lock. That's called fear. You guys understand? If you are comparing yourself like, well, I didn't make an experiment like that. Why didn't it come out that way? And then that's conditioning and insecurity talking. It's okay. We're gonna break it. You guys understand? If you're not there yet, it's okay. Because it's not a competition, right? The whole point of this exercise, this experiment, was to learn how to learn adaptability, to learn progression, to realize that, hey, we were trying something. You guys see, like every time I tried one thing, There was something that I was trying to learn. So if I asked you guys, just tell me yes or no, okay? Should I add peppermint extract again? And this is based on I just want to make sure the lid was closed. See, you got to be careful, right? You got to learn from mistakes. This is based on my preferences. You guys hear what I'm saying? This is based on my preferences, not yours. You might actually like peppermint extract in this thing. Do you understand? This is based on my preferences. So I want you guys to answer based on my preferences. Should I add peppermint extract into my chocolate oatmeal mix thing? Should I add ham into my chocolate oatmeal mix thing? Should I add maple syrup into my chocolate oatmeal mix thing? Should I add coffee into my chocolate oatmeal mix thing? Or should I try something else? Do we understand, guys? Do you guys get it? Does it make sense? If not, that's okay. It's progression. Do you understand? So I might have inspired you to actually step up your game and add more things to your thing. You guys understand? I might have just inspired you. Inspiration is a nudge to add more things to your mix. You don't have to do it right now. But next time, when we do it again, or you rewatch this again, which you should, taking notes, I want you to shake it up. If this time, if you just got like a waffle and you added you used chocolate syrup and cheese, next time, add a waffle, add an apple, add, I don't know, hot sauce, salsa, and pasta. You guys understand? Just try different things and see. Well, I didn't like that this time. Okay, well, what does that mean? If you didn't like it this time, what does that mean? Or if it didn't work, what does it mean? Don't do it again. Do you understand? If it didn't work, you don't do it again. I write that down. I don't need to, but I'm going to. Just to encourage you guys to write more notes. I know this stuff. Do you guys understand? It's ingrained in me. I know it. I do it without even having to really contemplate it. I'm just explaining to you guys. So when you're first learning how to do this stuff, you need to write notes. So I'm going to write if try and doesn't work, don't do it again. And if we do accidentally do it again, it's okay. We're just it's a reminder to not do it again. See, the reason why I don't like the peppermint extract is because now I can feel it on my lips and stuff like that. You guys get it? It's too overpowering. But that's a personal preference, right? Understand, it's based on preference, based on you. It's based on you. You guys get it? You might like peppermint extract. I didn't. Do we understand? Do we understand? Okay. If any of you tried something, here's one for you guys. If you tried something right now for the first time, I'm proud of you. But it was a failure. No. If you tried something for the first time, it was a win. Tried. You see how we're not even talking about the outcome. Do you guys hear that? We're not even talking about the outcome. Do we understand? The outcome doesn't even matter. It's irrelevant. We're learning. Progressing. I'm writing these stuff down. You guys should be writing them down too. It's for processing. Here's one for you guys. We talked about this yesterday, but when you put a pen into a lid, do you push the lid into the pen or the pen into the lid? Last time I did it one way, this time I'm going to do it differently. Okay. What do you guys think? Is it intriguing? Does it make sense? Is it confusing? Is it weird? Is it strange? Like, you need to analyze how you feel about it. Not because it's a problem or a good thing, because you need to start seeing what your conditioning is. Do you understand? If that was weird for you, or if that felt strange for you, I'll write this down. How did this experiment make you feel? That's your conditioning. What do you guys notice is the majority of things that I try to do, what I'm just trying to teach all of you is I'm trying to get you to recognize the tells. Because the majority of us majority of us think that the world works for one way and we don't realize that, wait, you mean that negative thought wasn't me, it was them? Yeah. Oh, that's my conditioning talking? I thought that was who I am. No, that's your conditioning talking. Those are separate things. Do we understand? So now you can start recognizing it, and then if you recognize it, like, ooh, then I can start breaking it. Do you understand? I want people to understand that there's nothing wrong with it. If you have conditioning, nothing wrong. It's just they installed it in you. It's that simple, okay? I want people to understand they installed it in you. That's why we gotta break it. Now you know what it is. Now you break it. However it made you feel. Do you understand? That's how we identify conditioning. If you thought that was fun or cool, then that's also your conditioning, but that's a good thing, right? But it also could be bad. You have to just think about it. How could that be manipulated in any way? You guys understand? But still, you want to break it just so you can choose. That's why we break conditioning. Okay? The whole goal is to be free. All right, good enough. Do you guys see how much? Pay attention to this. How much did we learn? How much did we learn from this experiment? Do you guys see? Do you guys see why? I'm going to write a little less, but I want people to start getting conditioned to starting writing notes more. Do you guys understand? And by the way, there's no wrong or right way to write notes. There's none. If a teacher or anyone tells you there is, they're enslaving you. Straight up. As long as it makes sense to you. Guys, these are my notes. There's coffee stains. There's chocolate, there's arrows, there's circles. Do you understand? And yet I'm using it to talk like this. Do we get it? If people are like, wait, you're doing it wrong. I'm like, watch yesterday. There's no right way or wrong way. There's your way. This is my way. You guys understand? This works for me. It might not work for you. But you guys see, if you start learning how to analyze the underlying lesson, this is how we start realizing how to analyze the underlying lesson. We don't have to write that down. We know. You guys get it? How to make some interesting combination of chocolate, cereal, oatmeal with random toppings taught us an underlying lesson of progression, shaking it up, adaptability, how to identify our conditioning, no rhyme or reason. If it's an experiment, it can't be a mistake. How we get manipulated. I will write that down. Do you guys understand how much can be learned from everything? Most of us are not viewing it in that way. It's just a movie. It's just a video game. It's just chocolate cereal oatmeal with ham and maple syrup and coffee and peppermint extract. Is it? For you it is. Not for me. Do you guys understand? Like, we're playing the same game of life. But are we? Do we understand, like, the version of game that I'm playing versus the majority of you? It's not a competition. I just want to make this very clear for all of you. Do you guys see why some people go like this when something happens and other people go like this? It's because they're playing a different game. You have to get there, right? It's progression. So don't compare yourself. But you guys, I'm just trying to show you. Do you guys understand? You guys read books, you watch movies, and you're just getting brainwashed, but you're also focusing on just what they're telling you. Do you understand? You might be like, okay, so this is just a recipe, and I'm like, no, think about how many lessons we just got from this. Do you guys get it? This is how you learn how to analyze the underlying lesson. You're gonna get there. And if you already got it, I'm proud of you. And if not, it means you tried something for the first time. I'm extremely proud of you then. Because it's not about the outcome. It's irrelevant. Okay. So, take a step back. Whatever happened, progress. That's progress. Whatever happened, progress. If we did the same thing tomorrow, I have a feeling that you're going to try it a little differently. I have a feeling that you now know what to expect. I have a feeling that you're going to be like, well, hold on, what underlying lesson could I check out? And if you don't, then I'll remind you. Do you guys get it? You guys see, if we started teaching everyone to operate like this in the world versus what we're currently doing, do you guys see how different everyone would feel? Why can't it be like this? Imagine if this is how everyone was taught from day one. That's the organization that I want to build. My goddess, my sexy light girl. Yet I can't because all of you refuse to heal. You see like why I'm asking, please heal? Because I want to create this organization and teach everyone this stuff. But I can't because all of you refuse to heal. Can you please start? I want to do it. Thank you. I got some ham, guys. Okay. So, I'm going to put away the things that I have around me that I was using, my props. Why am I doing that? Not because they're bad. On the contrary, now they have really positives, right? But it could potentially start a path. It could potentially start an interrupt for me. And that's what we're going to do here. But so sometimes it's good to declutter, but really the only reason we declutter is because we want to make sure that the paths that we have are the ones we want. That's the whole reason why we declutter or we organize. People think it's for other reasons. It helps, but it's really just you want to make sure that the things that you're seeing and the things that you're experiencing and processing start you on the correct paths. Because if you have a million things grouped up, there's no paths that are properly starting. It's just chaos, which could be good if you get infested. Because then you prevent any path from starting. You guys get it? But they could then condition you. Anyway, the point is, move away your clutter right now. You brought some things, clear it up, and we're gonna do another challenge here shortly. We'll keep that. Is that me? So, on my adventure to putting away like the maple syrup and stuff, I had left out some ham earlier, and it nudged me. Now, I probably would have done it anyway, because on my walk over to the kitchen, I saw my dog, right? Leon. Leon, thanks for being the hero. Thanks for starting the shepherd path. Yet, so I saw Leon, and then I saw the ham. So I'm like, I'm not giving as much attention right now because I'm streaming and I'm focusing on all of you and myself and healing. So it felt not bad, but I felt like I want to give him something to make him feel good. You guys understand? He was an N1. He was the nudge. And then I saw the ham that I left out. And I'm like, I was the reinforcement. I should give him some ham. He likes ham. He didn't bite before, by the way, guys. He grew to like it. But I also use it as, I've been training him for some reasons, but I've been trying to increase his senses, his smell. He relied on hearing and seeing, so I wanted to improve his sense of smell. Yeah, I don't know if Australian mini Aussies rely on more of those senses, but I wanted him to improve his sense or his smell. So I just broke the ham down in pieces, and I dropped it on the floor, so that he would have to use it to find all the ones. Right? Do you guys get it? His eyesight is not as good as it used to be anymore because of some things that they did to him, but that's another story. I just want people to understand. So if you are relying on always like this one thing, maybe you change it up, because do you guys see, like, otherwise, we talked about this yesterday and the day before, but if you lose that one thing, it's over, right? So if I rely on coffee, you guys understand, like, not only that's now a control lever. So I'm not going to do it right now just because, right, I don't want to get my stuff dirty. But let's say I rely on a spoon to eat such a thing. Could I eat it with a fork? Could I? So you can do little mini challenges like this to make sure. Also, do you guys see, like, you have to catch from your mistakes. Like, I don't want to get things dirty, right? Do we understand, like, learning from our mistakes, okay? But also we can then use these mistakes as a learning lesson. It doesn't mean that it is a failure. It doesn't mean it's a problem. It's a learning lesson. And it's not that we're rewriting it to view it more positive. It's just like, hey, if we actually succeed on our first attempt, I'll be really crazy. Like, that would be really good. If I stream to this level on my very first stream, you're like, whoa. Do you guys understand? Like, if I performed like this on my very first stream, I'd be like, I was built to stream. You guys understand? I got here. Doesn't mean that I didn't have inclinations, and that actually I am built for this, right? But you guys understand? If I got here on my first attempt, I would be like, holy moly. That's what I'm on. It's okay, but still a reminder here. Do we understand how this works, guys? Okay, so let's do an interrupt here. I want everyone to, one of the pieces of papers that they're writing a note, or on a new page, to grab a pen or a pencil and write. We're creating an interrupt here, but we're also creating a positive little shield here tied to progression. So I'm going to write, I'm tying it to Zelda, Wind Temple, Climb, Progress, Eventide. Oh, I wrote hot, but I don't know why, but I'm like going to put chocolate, whatever. Chocolate, we're going to put here chocolate oat. Chocolate oat XP. Okay? Why? Because I'm creating a little reminder for myself. All right? So now I'm going to rip it up. There's a small little corner, right? And how can I wrote notes on this page, so how can I rip it without losing those notes? So we see like I'm focusing on that. Oh, this is really good. Oh, yes, we did it. So how does that end up looking for my page? I had wrote it here, right? So now that corner of the page is ripped. You see, like I had to try really hard not to lose any notes. And this is how it looks like for me, okay? I don't know if you guys can see that, right? That's why I wrote Wind Temple, Zelda, Progression. So you're writing some things that have positives related to what we just did, or something else. So we'll talk more about that. But I want you guys to do. You're gonna do a second round now that you understand how it works. But why am I doing this? Because now I can place this paper somewhere. I'm gonna place it right here in front of me because I have the Legend of Zelda game box that I'm tying it to, right, for progress, right here. So I'm attaching it to this case, and I want people to understand, look, this is what I have in front of me, okay? It's a video game. Legend of Zelda. Climb, progression. I'd played this game before, but there's a part that I associate with progression, and there's a song that I associate with it. That's what it's called, the Wind Temple, okay? So I would actually recommend for you guys to check this out, right? Breath of the Kingdom, Legend of Zelda, on the Switch, but let's do a little challenge here, okay? So this is a path. This is an intro. It's something that can remind you of other things, even if it's not direct. So I have on here the chocolate oat XP, right? I now know I have that association with this, right? Like this is how I taught progression. You guys see, like if I put it there and I just read that, I'm like, oh yeah. Because when I did that, when I taught people that, you guys understand what we're doing. So now if I just see this piece of paper anywhere, it starts a little path for me. It's a shield. It can interrupt what's been developing. So I also have it there. So you see, like I put it right by something else that I'm trying to attach it to. So if I always see this and this, I'm going to start tying them together. Do we see, like we're creating our own little association, our own little path? So later, I can move this somewhere else. If I keep repeating and I keep looking at it, I can move this somewhere else. So let's say I want to put it in the bathroom so that I have a positive in there. I can place that there. So when I go to the bathroom, I'm washing my hands and I look to the right and I see it. I'm like, oh yeah, progression, the chocolate oatmeal experiment thing. Do you guys understand? Without even having the paper there. So then I can have the paper somewhere else. And it all ties together. I'm like, oh yeah. You guys understand how this works. You can start tying things like that. Or maybe I put another paper with the other half of the information somewhere else. Do you guys see, like it can connect to things? Or I run another paper, I'm like, streaming, start Diplomat, Shepherd. And I first see this paper and this, and then afterwards I see that. Do you guys see, like, you create a path for yourself through the things, the objects that you have around you, or even papers or words or music. So let's do it. If you don't have to do this exact one, but I just want people to understand how it works, okay? So I challenge all of you, right now, to find a progression song. Okay, this is the song that you're tying to progression. I'll make my recommendations, do the same one that I'm doing if you're learning, okay? Afterwards, you can change it up. You can do this as many times as you want, right? And you can keep developing new ones. But I recommend, and what is a recommendation? It's a positive nudge. Doesn't mean that it's good. You have to be careful, right? Because that means that I'm still changing your path. So be careful for recommendations and suggestions. They're not always good, okay? But if you want to just do it so you can learn, then do so. But otherwise, I want you to get to the point where you can choose, okay? So I recommend a video game song. Also, to encourage you to start checking video games out, right? But why? Because it's instrumental. Why? And they're designed and developed in such a way to get people into flow. So you can just loop them and repeat them and get into flow, right? So they also then, if you play them and you see, and they're tied to a certain thing, you can be like, oh yeah, it's like puzzle solving, figuring things out, things of that nature, right? We could also tie to figuring out shield, progression, right? She's incredible. And all of these stuff, right? But I call it the progression song. So I recommend, you can type in Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, Approaching the Wind Temple or Wind Temple. And you're going to find, so be careful when you do this. This is also a practice to avoid info. So what do I mean? You're going to have things present to you. What populates when you type this in. So Zelda, Approaching Wind Temple. Okay? Type that in. Something like that. What's going to populate, there's going to be an ad that populates if it's on YouTube, okay? That ad, I want people to understand, is curated to you. That ad is curated to you. So it could be, and sometimes it's not, it's the visual, sometimes it's the words in the visual, sometimes it's the name of the company. All those things are meant to be a nudge to guide you down a path, to remind you to either a negative, a sad, or to affect one of your counters. Or if you're lucky, your light spirit is going to be nudging you towards something positive. But it's difficult to know until you learn all your code, vulnerabilities, and strengths. So that's how it works. You guys understand? That ad is curated to you. They choose it, okay? They probably didn't choose it based on if you're consuming this right. I didn't expect you to do this. So if you're listening to this, that means that ad is not pre-planned correctly. They were trying to get you on another path. So it means you're interrupting your path right now by doing this, especially if you've never searched video game music before. You've completely changed your path. Do we understand? Your storyline is completely altering here. This is why I highly recommend it. If you've never done it before, you're completely altering everything. Okay? Just by you choosing to search something manually, that's not a suggestion. Now, if you start scrolling, I just want you to know that they can choose the order and they can change what populates. So I recommend choosing one of the first two in this case, right? There's one that as a thumbnail, it looks like this. This one works, or another one that has like this like bird that's like has an arrow. That one works too. Something like that. That's what I would choose if I were you guys. Okay. So I'm going to be telling a story here about this, but what we're trying to do is we're trying to attach it to progression. So you're going to try to create a shield through progression. So then you understand, like you could literally play the song whenever you're like studying, whenever you're writing notes, whenever you're trying to figure things out. And now you're tying it to, hey, it's not a failure. It's an attempt at getting better. I'm climbing. I'm making progression. I'm learning. It's not a mistake. All right. It's an experiment. I'm a reason. So whenever you hear the song, you just know like, okay, we're climbing. Do we understand, guys? Like, so it gives you permission. Whenever you play a song, you give yourself permission to make mistakes because they're not a mistake. Do you understand? You're learning, you're progressing each attempt now. But remember, don't just play it and be like, okay, right now I'm just going to break my mug and I'm going to spill water on my computer. Like, that's not what that is about. The point is, it's just, if something happens while you're trying, so can I drink this coffee? Like, I don't know, can I use 2 fingers to drink the coffee, right? That was a risk. I probably shouldn't have done that, but I want people to understand. That's progression, right? If I'm playing the song, I'm like, okay, if let's say I spilled the coffee right now when I did that, I'm not going to get mad at myself. It wasn't a failure because I intentionally set out to see if I could drink that coffee from that mug with 2 fingers. Do we understand? Oh my gosh, it's just a reminder. That was fine, but it's just a reminder to him. Right? We have to break things down like that. That was funny. but still distraction. Be careful, guys. Distractions can make mistakes happen, and that's just how it's done. But do you guys get it? Like, we can break things down like this, where we go intentionally. As long as you intentionally try something, so tell people what you're intentionally trying per attempt. Makes you more excited to try on, yeah. Why does that work? Because if everyone's on the same page, right? If we're all on the same page, then we're like, oh, that's right, we're trying this. The problem happens is when people have different expectations. Okay, we need to stop there though. This is really powerful, though. Do you guys get it? So if you're doing it with a team, like when I was playing World of Warcraft and I was raid leading, right? Heroic Lich King, Heroic Ragnar, stuff like that. If there's some people that expected to kill or win the encounter, the challenge, in one attempt, and others were like, okay, we're going to try like 10, 15 times, there was conflict that would arise. Do we understand? Because one person thought it was going to take 10, 15 tries, and another person thought it was going to happen in one go. Do we get it? All right, we're going to interrupt here before we start our story. So, do you guys understand that a piece of paper can be seen as a color, as an object, as a material, as a shape? You guys ever thought about that? So what am I doing right now? It's called the confusion unconventional interrupt. Do we understand? Like, if you keep altering like how you view something, like white, Q-tip, line, diagonal, angle, like, do you guys see, like, you can prevent a path from beginning and alter it. And because the reason why I did that is because I was starting a path for myself just by talking around it, and it wasn't as reinforced, and it was a positive thing. I want people to understand it was a positive thing. It's something that as I progress on anything now, this is a really good reminders, right, for myself and anything, right? And it's something that I already knew and something I was figuring out, but it's good to write it out, right, for myself, because I was doing this stuff without actually realizing, putting it in words. Do you get it? So even I am still learning as I am doing this. Do we get how this works, guys? So all of you, if you're holding yourself to this ridiculous standard, like, well, there's no room for error. I can't practice. I can't fail. It has to be perfect right away, or it's going to be a waste of time. Well, do you guys understand that I'm telling you that the person who's teaching you all this just put something into words that he has been doing, but now he now knows how to repeat it because he wrote it out. So why are you guys holding yourself to this ridiculous standard? Why? Give yourself some leeway. Okay, guys? You got this. So did you find the song? Did you guys get it? I'll wait. I'm going to just take a quick little break here, just for 1 second, like 3, 4, 5 minutes, just to go to the bathroom, and then we're going to tell a story. Right? I'm also just resetting my path a little bit, and I want to listen to the song before I start. That's actually what I want to do. And since I can't do it, I can't play it on stream because of copyright purposes. they could potentially mute my stream if I do so. I'm just going to do so away from the stream. Do you guys understand? That's why I'm doing this. Okay, just so I can get why. So you see why what I'm doing, guys. I'm getting into the zone with music. I'm using it as a nudge one sort of path so that I can, because I'm going to tell a story for you guys about this, so you guys understand. Okay, we'll be right back. Okay. Let's finish this parasite. It's okay. So, do you guys have water? Coffee? Get comfortable. Did you guys listen to the song? The Legend of Zelda, Approaching the Wind Temple, the climb, progression, whatever food experiment you used, right? Remember, experiment can't be a mistake, no rhyme or reason, all this stuff, right? Did you have your little paper? Do you see it? Right? Did you listen to the song while looking at the paper? Not, do it so right now. Put it on. Okay? And if anything, if you guys, it should be okay. You guys can put on the song while you're listening to me in the background and loop it. So this is a way you can avoid ads if you don't have YouTube Premium, which YouTube should just get rid of ads in the first place. Remember, ads can present information. You can start paths for you. Right click on it, loop. Or if you're on your phone, go to the setting, and then there's a thing where you can go to add loop. Loop your songs so you get into flow. Okay? It's the way. Do so. And then as you keep processing it, that this is progression. This is progression. This is progression. I can't listen. I wish I could listen to it. I just want you guys to understand. My preference would be to do what I'm about to do, listening to it. But I can't. But I've already created so much associations with it that it's okay. But I want you guys to understand that if I had a choice right now, if the copyright wouldn't be freaking out if I streamed with this music, I would have the music on. You guys understand? Okay. So let's do this. All right. So this is the story of the climb. I just want people to understand that before I started, because I'm going to tell you guys a little story here. I'm going to lower the volume just a notch. Why? So that if you guys have the music in the background, you hear more the progression music. So just have it playing, okay? I want people to understand that I just did a little mini climb right now for myself, okay? I have this thing inside of me where when I'm streaming or when I'm doing something like this, I don't want to take too long of a break because I don't want to keep you guys waiting, right? I want to give you, I think if anyone has ever been a performer or has done something of this nature, if you care about your work, right? In which most people do, right? I think we're all ingrained to do that, right? It's not that we necessarily want it to be perfect, but a lot of us do have that conditioning chain in us. But we care about other people having a good experience, right? We want them to get the knowledge that we feel they should get from this. It's super important, right? And it matters. I just want people to know it matters. Right now, I just want people to understand that they don't want this information being pushed. There's a lot of distractions happening right now. Okay? I just want people to know, like, there's a lot. But it's just all a reminder to heal, right? We're using our shepherd coat, our shepherd talisman. Leon, thanks for being a hero, okay? She is incredible. Progression. So I needed to take a step back because I had the music playing. Right? Like I went to the bathroom, I did all these things, right? So I'm like, I already took a longer break than I intended. I told you guys it's just gonna be like a few minutes so I can listen to the song. And I was like, let's say I said 5 minutes and now it's been like 12. So I'm like, oops, I wanna make sure I correct that. So do you guys see, like, even though I've broken all my conditioning chains, and I just want you guys to know, like, all these little mistakes, they don't matter. Do you guys see? They just don't matter. But you have to build up to that. You have to get to that. It's a climb. So I still had this one. The reason why I wanted to do it is because I just haven't been in that situation for a while now, right? Like normally since I don't tell people an exact amount of time, I'm fine. Like there's no problem. But I had said, okay, I'm just gonna take a really short break, like 4 or 5 minutes. But it went longer than I thought, right? I added extra things. I did extra things. I listened to the song, like all these stuff. And I'm like, I was actually starting to skip through the song pretty quickly just to get like the full vibe. And I was gonna just pause. I wasn't going to finish the song. I was going to pause and I was going to come back to stream. Yet it clicked with me. I'm like, wait a minute, that was old version of me. Like I'm not like that anymore. So it was actually a really cool moment because I got to see that actually I've changed. Do you guys understand? Like I hadn't actually been in that situation yet with my new version of myself. But now I'm like, wait, no, I'm like, fuck it, F it. I'm like, they can wait. If they can't wait, that's their loss. Do you guys understand? Like, I'm going to give you guys extremely valuable information. I've been giving you guys such valuable information. If they can't wait, and I mean, they can even rewind the stream and watch it later and see what I showed back up. If they can't do that, that's on them. They're like, you're an asshole. I'm like, then I'm an asshole. Do you guys understand? Like, you see the progression of how I view it has changed. But I hadn't been in that situation in a long time. So I didn't know if I would handle it properly. It was actually really cool to know that if I am going to start experiencing situations that I haven't experienced in a long time, I'm going to handle them differently. It's actually really cool. It was a really cool progression check-in, right? And that's what this outfit is. That's what all these things is, a progression check-in where it's like, will I actually handle it differently this time? Or anything, right? Do you guys get it? You now know that it's like we've made progress. We're a different version of ourselves, a different person. Sometimes it's hard unless we get to that situation again. But you guys see, this was an example of where I'm building you guys up to, which is we could learn through video games how to experience these things. Do we understand? Because I experienced that feeling of making people wait when you tell them something else. What if it's a different than, like, it doesn't align with what you say, right? And then we can all know that feeling, right? And I just made people wait because I put the music on, right? And I listened to it despite whatever. Do you guys get it? So I'm saying that you can get that same experience with a video game where it's like you can get the feeling of progression, of fear, of letting people down or whatever, even though you're not, right? You can feel that through that and be like, it's their lot. You guys see that you can start practicing and see how you handle it through an approximation of the situation. Do we understand? This is really cool. And I know they're trying to start a path here, but they can't do anything anymore because this is just progress checking and we kicked ass. Okay, so I hope you're enjoying the song, guys. Let's get started. So this is the story of the climb. I want you guys to picture that you're a hero, okay? You're a hero. And you have like a sword, you have a shield, you have whatever outfit you're wearing right now. This is like your favorite outfit, okay? Like for me, like it's my shepherd coat. Like this is it. Like I have my talisman, everything. Okay. You're exploring. You're saving the day. Everyone calls you a hero. That you're amazing. You have everything, right? Everything. Products, tools, adoration, praise. Everything. You're just winning. You're on this upward trajectory. But then you keep exploring, right? You're pushing the limits, you're pushing the limits, you're pushing the limits, you keep exploring, and you're like, wait, I want to check out this area over here to the right. So you start walking over there, and it's like, well, I have to take a leap to get somewhere. But it looks like there's some an interesting area down there. So you take a leap, boom. Remember, you're a hero, you can handle this stuff. But when you take a leap, all of a sudden, a dragon flies by and crashes into you, and you start tumbling, like when it's like this gust of wind, and you end up crashing on an island, and it wasn't where you wanted to go. You end up somewhere else, okay? And you get knocked unconscious. So picture you have your eyes closed, and you're like, all of a sudden you're on this. You feel like, you guys know the sand feeling, right? That the coarse feeling. Right? Think of it like slipping through your fingers, and you just hear the sound of a wave, like crashing against that, and all of a sudden you feel the feeling of water, like you hit your face, or whoa, and you wake up. You're like, whoa, like you had your eyes closed, and all of a sudden you feel the water, right? Or like if you have some water, dunk your fingers in the water right now, close your eyes, and just splash some on your face. Whoa, right? You guys feel, you see like it changed it, right? You feel it, okay? You guys know what, like you guys get it? Like maybe you put something on your eyes right now, right? Just to wake up. Okay. You're like, whoa, where am I? I think you rub your eyes. Like, oh, there's sand, there's water. Like, the last thing I remember is I took a leap. And I'm the hero. Like, what happened? I'm like, oh, that's right. Some kind of like dragon or thing just like crashed into me. I'm like, how did I end up here? Where am I? But you look around and all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute. I've lost everything. Like, your outfit is gone. Your sword is gone. Your shield is gone. You have no armor. You have nothing. All your resources, all your tools, every single thing that you had is gone. This is really, really bad. Like, even though like you're the hero, right? You didn't want anyone to know this, but you kind of rely on your sword. You rely on your shield. Like, what gives you confidence, what makes you strong is, right? Like your outfit, like my shepherd coat, like my shepherd talisman, like it's all gone. What am I supposed to do? Like, if anyone saw me right now, they're going to realize that I'm a fraud. Like, I'm not strong. I'm not good. Like, I'm actually not the hero they think I am, right? It's all those tools and resources that make me powerful, right? Right? So now you're worried though, because now you just look around you. And everywhere you look, all you see is like sand. You see some trees, some palm trees, maybe like some crabs, maybe like a dolphin and just jumping around out in the water. But you just see water and sand everywhere, and you're on an island. You're like, what are we gonna do? I'm like, where am I? What is going on? How do I get out of here? Am I stuck? Am I lost? Yeah, all of the above. And you have nothing. So you sit down. You feel like giving up. What am I going to do? Right? How can I start? Where do I start? Like, what do I even do? Like, I'm stuck here. I've lost it all. Can I rebuild? Can I get out of here? Like, I can't really swim that well. Or if I do swim, am I not going to get tired? What if there's like a sea serpent or sharks or things of that nature out there and they'd hack me? Like, what if I can't go back, right? Like, if I swim out there, can I return? So you just don't do anything. You just kind of like looking around, like you're kind of defeated, right? You feel like giving up. You start replaying the events of what happened. You're like, why did I go to the right? Why did I walk that way? Because I saw something in the distance that I wanted to explore. I thought I could discover something, that I could find something. And, you know, I'm the hero, right? Everyone tells me I'm the hero. I have my sword, I have my shield, I have my outfit, I have all these things. But then I took a leap. Why did I take a leap? Now you just keep replaying that. Like, why did I take a leap? Why did I take a leap? Why did I do it? Why did I do it? I'm such an idiot. I'm a fool. Like, I can't believe this. Why? And then you're like, well, no, of course I would do this because I'm the hero. I can handle anything. Then you're like, wait a minute. It's the dragon's fault. It's the dragon. It's the dragon's fault. Why did it crash into me right then? Like, are you kidding me? How did that happen? And we can argue, right, that it got fabricated. Sure, maybe it did. Okay? Regardless if it did or not, it happened. Do you guys understand? Like, focusing on the fabrication is powerful, but because it makes us feel a little less. We know that's not our fault, but it doesn't change the outcome. Do we understand? So the hero starts thinking that, like, it must have been fabricated. There's no way. Like, they know they've dealt with some fabrication in the past. So like, that was fabricated. But like, so first now they feel a little better because, like, well, the only reason why I failed, the only reason why that happened was because it got fabricated. But they're still just sitting there. And now it's starting to get a little dark, actually, because they've been just thinking it through, right? They're just laying in the sand, just like thinking. But now the tide has like reached their feet and their toes, and like, oh no. I'm like feel your toes right now. Like, imagine just like water touching them right now. Okay, guys? So you're like, uh-oh. And you're like, it almost like when that moment happened, when they felt that, it like they got a realization of like, I can't just sit here anymore and just complain about it, because everything I'm saying is justified and correct. Okay? I was the hero. I was unstoppable. I wanted to explore something that I knew I always was able to handle. I took a leap, and then something happened that shouldn't have happened, right? It got fabricated. Like they can place together like that. There's the odds of it happening the moment it took a leap. Right then, impossible. And they know they've experienced other fabrications in the past, so that's why they know it. But then when the moment they feel their toes, the water hit their toes, they're like, just a reminder to heal. The moment that happened, they're like, it doesn't matter. I can't look back. I gotta keep walking. Because no matter what happens, I'm on this island now. And I don't see anything else. I don't see anyone. I see some animals, some creatures. So, well, it's starting to get a little chilly. Let's see if we can get some fire going. I've never actually built a fire before because I had a tool that could just like create fire on demand. So where do I begin? So, well, I'd look around, find some sticks. I see some birds like dropping sticks near them. And they're like, I gotta keep going. I gotta keep going. I gotta keep going. And they start doing that, and they gather some flint, they gather some rocks, and they just try it. Like they heard stories of how to do it, and they're trying, and it's not really working, but they just keep going. They just keep going, trying different things, and eventually they find a way to light a fire. I'm like, oh, okay. And they're sitting there, right? So if you guys have a coffee that you warmed up right now, I want you to grab your coffee and just feel the warmth of the coffee, right? That's think about you putting your hands in front of the fire, okay? Take a sip. The hero decides to drink some water. But they're worried also that it could be poisoned or what's not, but they don't have a choice, right? They're thirsty, so they just do it. They have nothing. So when you have nothing, you just got to try, right? They're like, I haven't ate anything, but it's okay. They fall asleep next to the fire. They gather some leaves. I think you see the background behind me, the green leaves. They put some on them just to cover themselves because it got a little cold, but that's like their blanket, just to have that like feeling, of comfort over them. But the entire time, they're just replaying the events of what happened. They're like, how could this have happened? How could this have happened? But deep down, there's a reason they became a hero, right? There's a reason that they had made it as far as they did in the past. They had just forgotten through many things, but because they started becoming reliant on their tools and their resources. So they lost it all. The next day, they wake up, like a strong breeze blows out the fire, and they wake up, whoo! And the thunder crashes. And they're just a little bit like alarmed, right? And it's like they had a dream. They were jolt up and like, again, related to the events that happened, because that's all that's playing in their head. And they're like, oh no, I'm still here. I thought that maybe if I like started a fire and went to sleep, like it would turn out it was just a bad dream. That I'd wake up and everything would go back to how it was. That this nightmare would end. Turns out, this is our reality now. Okay? What are we gonna do? We have a choice. Do we sit here and say it's over? Or we try to figure out what's going on? Well, there's a reason they became a hero. It's the reason why you became a hero, right? So they start looking around. It's like, let's explore the island. We have nothing else to do, right? Let's explore. Let's try and see what we find. Turns out, in this island, they find a camp, a fortress, while they're exploring. And there's lots of enemies. And why do they know they're enemies? Because they recognize them from before, where they were, the place where they were before they took a leap. They just recognize that these are enemies. They fought these before. They're like, they're on this island. This is not good. Because now they don't have their sword and they don't have their shield. So it means it's the same enemies they fought before. But before they always fought them with the sword and the shield. Now they would have to fight them without anything. They're like, we can't fight them. What are we supposed to do? Now they're afraid. Now they're afraid. because for the first time ever, they don't have the things that they could use to win. They've always had it, right? You guys understand? If we've always had something to defeat whatever has been presented in front of us, but then we don't have to worry. Like, there's no fear. But if now you have to deal with the same situation without that, how do you handle it? That's what we're doing, right? It's a climb, it's progression. So they just walk away. They're like, okay, they're observing, they're analyzing. They're like, okay, how can we approach this? Because if these enemies patrol, like they're clearly just walking around, they're patrolling, but like, what if they go further while I'm sleeping? They're like, I'm lucky that I didn't get caught, right? They didn't find me the first night. I'm like, if they find me now, like I'm defenseless. Now I could fight them in other ways, but you guys understand, like now they're worried because they have nothing. So they realize I have no choice, but I have to go on the offensive. I need to make a play. I need to do something, because otherwise, if I just wait here, I'm at their mercy and whim. So what can I do? I need to make an attempt at something. Okay. So their first play is they're like, well, could I maybe like punch them? But they have like a sword in their hand. I'm like, if I don't knock them out, that enemy, in one go. And think of these enemies like, for guys, or if you guys like watch like Lord of the Rings or like fantasy stuff, like think like a goblin or like an orc or something of that nature, right? We're creating disciples. So think of something like that, okay, guys? For people who are trying to picture it. If you don't know what those are, then just think of it like a green monster, okay? Whatever is conceptualized in your head when I say that, that's perfect, okay? And they have a sword in their hand, and you're like, well, what if I punch it and it doesn't get defeated? Then it swings its sword. It could be game over for me. Do you guys understand now? Now there's fear. Before, they always had their shield. When they had their shield, there's no fear of a game over. Do you guys understand? Because you just go, boop, it can't get hit. Or they had these little potions that they could drink, right? So let's say if we drink some water right now, whenever they drank it healed them. So like if they got cut in this world, this is a fantasy world, right? They could just heal like the damage they took. And now they don't have any of their healing potions. They don't have a shield, and they can't really fight back. So like, but they see a little. They like, I can't go to the main fortress, so they keep just exploring, right? They're kind of like analyzing, trying to develop a strategy. So they notice that when they go around the island, that there's a little camp. There's a fire there, and there's two of the enemies, right? The green monsters. But they see that they put their swords. They have two swords there. They have one has a sword, but one has a stick, and one put a stick down. And they started walking away. They're like, maybe I can distract them and grab the stick. So they decide to grab a rock. They toss it somewhere, and they don't even react to it. Like, what? They're like, maybe I need to toss it against something to make a little louder noise. So they find another rock and they toss it against a tree. But they toss a few. They could kind of like drop the breadcrumbs, right? Boom, boom, boom. So they keep dragging the enemy away, the monster away. So now the stick is unguarded. So they walk over there and they grab the stick. Like, now we have a stick. Okay? So they still don't have a shield, but they have a weapon. Like, now we need to find a way to get that sword. So the enemy returns. The hero's watching, he's observing. They're confused. They're like, where's my stick? Right? So one of the enemies just starts walking away. The other enemy that has a sword, he's just kind of like looking like at the other one. So they're like, you know what? Now or never. No hesitation. I just have to try. So they go with the stick and they charge. Boom! And they hit the green monster over the head, and it loses its weapon. It's not knocked out, but then quickly they grab the sword and they slice the green monster. The monster's dead. That's it. The other monster comes back and is confused, but they were hiding in a bush, and then they stab him. So now they got rid of 2 monsters. Now they have a sword. Now they're worried, right? Now that they're going to get caught. The monsters are done for, but now they have a sword. They're like, hey, could we use this camp? Like, or should we? Like, do you guys see, like, there's questions that they're asking, like, what should we do now? They're like, maybe, how can we get off this island though? Now they actually are contemplating, like, could we get off this island? Could we, like, build something to, like, sail off this island? Like, what could we do? You see, like, think about but they decide to walk away. They decide to camouflage themselves. They're like, now they know what their situation is. They know that the enemy's nearby, so they need to cover themselves. They need to hide. They need to, like, protect themselves. They also go away from where the enemy camp that they attacked, right? Because if they find that those guards got lost, right, then maybe they're going to search around there, so they can try to go a different direction. They're like, okay, we need to rest tonight, but tomorrow we need to keep going. Now, think about how they're talking. Last night, they were about to give up. Last night, they didn't have any hope. Today, they accepted the reality of their situation, and they actually made some plays to start changing their situation. Do they want to be in that situation? No. Should they have been in that situation? No. But they're trying. They observed. They created a little strategy. They tried something. The first time they threw the rocks, it didn't work. The second time, it worked, right? And then they took a risk, but they had to take a risk because they had nothing else to do but that, right? When you get to a point where there's nothing left to try, you have to try. So they had to try. And it worked. They got a sword now. So now they're like, well, could I maybe, like, see if the enemy got here, there has to be something, right, that gets us here, okay? That got them here. So maybe we can find a way to leave the island now. So they're like, should we check, like, the fortress? Like, imagine, these are the things that their thoughts are going in their head, and just a day ago they didn't think anything was possible. So anyway, they wake up the next day, and they're like, well, let's see if we can get closer to the fortress. Maybe I can get a shield or something. Like, and they kind of, like, are observing, right? It's all observing, trying to create a strategy. Do you understand? Like, see what they're dealing with, what they're going to face. And they see the front, and, like, it's way too well guarded, right? But they see some enemies that have shields, and, like, okay, I could get a shield. And they see some explosive barrels, like, just they recognize it from the past, right? So what I'm trying to say, like, you guys might not know that was the case, but the hero recognizes it. So, like, if right now I showed you guys water, you know that. If I show you coffee, you know that. So that's why when I'm saying that they recognize an explosive barrel, is because they recognize it from their past. So as we are progressing in our journey of life, there's going to be things that we start repeating or that we've known before, right? So now we know, that's how that works, right? So I'm like, I know that if I throw fire against those things, that those explode because they've done it in the past. They became a hero for a reason, right? They learned things. You guys see, like, we can now draw from our past experiences, but we just have to now take it and apply it to what our current situation is. Do we get it? But they wouldn't have known that. Like, if they had never experienced those things in the past, they would not know what it is. I've experienced it in the past. So they recognized that was the approximation. Like, ooh, even if it wasn't the exact same explosive barrel, they're like, that's an explosive barrel. Do you guys get it? This could be Colombian coffee, or it could be Ecuadorian coffee. Do you guys get it? Does it really matter? No, but you know that it's coffee. Do we understand what I'm trying to say? You start recognizing things. You start understanding how things work. It's progression. So they realized that, well, maybe we have to try a different angle. But I'm like, could we use those explosive barrels to clear out this fortress? Could use that as a weapon, especially if now we know how to make the fire, and they have had other fires going, so maybe we can use that. So they're like, but how could we sneak into the fortress, or should we? Right? I could get resources in there. And while they're exploring around, try to go to another side, maybe they check again where that camp was that they already cleared out once. No one's there. They're like, wow, maybe their security isn't as good as I thought. They start walking in, and they realize they could just walk into the back of the fortress. It's unprotected. So clearly those guards are the ones protecting the back. Do you guys see, like, so something that they did beforehand is now paying off later. So it pays off to make plays, to do things. It might not always pay off in that moment, but it can pay off later. Do we understand? Like, we might not see the benefit immediately. But even just think about it. Like, now he built fire day one, right? So now he knows if he wants to use fire to explode the barrels, he can do so. You guys see, like, we're building up, we're climbing, we're learning new things every single day. So now, as he walks in there, now there's a guard that's not even paying attention, completely distracted. As you can tell, like, these guys they'd never been attacked. They have no issues, no problems. They're completely in La La Land, right? Just a reminder to heal. It doesn't matter. That was a good one. But you guys see it? They're not even focusing. So boom, sword done. They just had another sword, so now he has two. Does he like? Should I grab two? I'm like, nah. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna move it away. He sees an enemy that has a shield, also distracted. Boom, easy. He's like, wow. Now he's getting a little overconfident. Right? He has a shield and a sword. So he's like, okay, I got this. Another enemy, he just blocks the attack with a shield, uses a sword, 3, and he's like, I'm unstoppable. So then he's like, okay, there's nothing that can stop me now. We got this. We're clearing this camp like nothing. They're not even grouped up. These guys are complete. I'm just going to use a video game terminology. They're noobs. They're newbies. They don't know what they're doing. We got this. I'm the hero. Now he's feeling it again, right? Because he started a path, right? Nudge 1, defeating the first enemy. Reinforcement 1, the second one. Reinforcement 2, the third. You guys get it? Right? So now he's feeling it, right? He started a path. It's like, we got this. He remembers. You guys understand? That's why we create these little shield paths for ourselves. Because now, remember, he also has his shield again. He has his sword again. So you see, like, he's teleported back to the moment when he has his hero. He still doesn't have his armor, but so like, maybe should I get armor? So he's like, wait, I'm missing my armor. So he puts on some of the stuff that the monsters had. And now he's really feeling it. Do you guys get it? Like, now he's in full hero status again. It's not the armor that he would choose, right? It's not a shepherd coat. It's not Star Diplomat. But still, it's an approximation of it. So now he feels good. It's like, all that's missing is my healing potions, and I'm great. She turns the corner and is like, okay, who's next? Nothing can stop me now. And all of a sudden, there's this huge, like, ogre, like a giant, has this big club. And it sees him. It's like, ah! It makes this terrifying noise. He's like, oh my gosh. But he's like, I got this. And it slams the thing down. He dodges to the right, no problem, right? He's feeling the momentum. And then he's about to attack the leg. The giant just kicks him. And he gets sent flying. He crashes against the castle. It's like, oh my gosh. And then, boom, the club slams down, shields it, and he's like, oh gosh. But then his shield breaks. The shield breaks. Like, oh goodness. So he's like, the giant's about to slam down again, and he just books it. He runs out of the fortress. When he ran away, he ran back to his safe spot, right? Where he had originally built the fire, where he slept, all this stuff like that. It still seems safe. Like, it seems like they haven't found it, but he's like, now he's afraid. He feels fear. He's afraid. He hasn't felt fear. I mean, he felt fear when he first arrived to the island, but since then he hasn't felt fear. And when he was a hero back in the other place, he was never afraid. He was never afraid, right? He knew what his skill was capable of doing. He knew what his talents were capable of doing. He had all his tools, right? He was unstoppable until the dragon caused the problem. Now he's thinking about it again. He's like, that dragon didn't do it. And then he starts the path, right? So now a fear path started because he got a reminder of the feeling of fear. But why did he feel fear? Because he knew that if that giant would have slammed his club down again, right then, is game over. He was seconds away. If he didn't roll out of the way of the second slam and run away, that was it. The hero's journey would have been over. It was that close to being over. And his shield actually broke. He lost his shield. He still has a sword now, but now he's actually has fewer resources than he had yesterday. He regressed. He was starting to finally go back up, and now he regressed again. Should he have not tried? Like, should he have just stopped after he got his shield? After he got his armor? Now, all these thoughts are racing through his head. He's like, why did I keep going? I'm like, but I was the hero. I've never failed before. I've never lost. Like, I've always just won and won and won. Now, he forgot that when he first started, when he was a little kid, right, he lost a lot. He forgot that. He forgot that he had climbed once before to get to the status of hero. That before he had his sword, before he had his shield, right? He forgot that he did that. He forgot that he did it once before. But he had reached the top, right? He was the hero, right? So all of a sudden now, he's nothing. No one even knows him on this island. He's nothing. Right? Or is he? Is it our tools and resources that make us who we are? Or is our skill set and knowledge, right? I mean, just think about what he's already achieved, right? He's figured out how to develop a fire. He's figured out how to get a sword. He's already defeated like 6 of these green monsters. Who knows how many are left, but he knows that there's that one giant one. Do we see, like, he's already accomplished a lot, but in this moment, because he felt fear, because his shield broke, because now he actually did regress. So technically he failed, but he tried something, right? But in this moment, he's completely overwhelmed with fear. And remember, now that he got nudged, he doesn't know that the dark spirits exist, but he got nudged to remember the dragon incident when he was his great fall. So because this giant technically defeated him, but he didn't lose, right? Because it felt like a loss to him. When he ran away, he never had to run away in his life. Do we understand? If he never had to run away, and this is the first time he had to do so, even though that the running away wasn't such a problem, it's still like he knows other people always told him, like, anyone who runs away is a coward. So that thought pops up in his head. He's like, oh, am I a coward? I can't believe I fell. Like, this dragon has defeated me. And he's like, now he's also like thinking, he's talking, he's like, oh, if I didn't take that leap, if I didn't do this, and like, it's really bad. He ends up crying. He ends up crying. The next day he wakes up. He falls asleep eventually. Next day he wakes up and he just doesn't know what to do. He has his sword right there next to him in the sand, but he's just like, what should I do? It's like, I'm a failure. I'm not a hero. I've never been a hero. I don't know why anyone ever thought so. I mean, look at where I am now. I have nothing. I am nothing. No one even knows I exist. Do I even matter? I got defeated by this giant monster. Am I a hero? I'm just giving my dog a little water because he's the hero. Here you go, then. So he's thinking. And then suddenly, he's just lost in thought, completely consumed, right? He's dark consumed now. He's like getting mad. He's getting frustrated. He sees 5 of the monsters patrolling and they're walking straight at him. He's like, oh gosh, they found me. Now he feels fear again. But this moment, he's just like, well, there's a second, because he got dark consumed, right? He's on this path. There's a second where he remembers, or he forget. He just is like, this is it. This is the end, right? Like that feeling of fear strikes him. Yet, as if like he reconnected with who he was, like a breeze hits him, right? And it's like, it reminds him of when he was a child, when he first did the climb, when he was training with like his master who taught him how to be a hero. And he got knocked down a few times, right? But he remembers that his master told him the winds of change are unexpected, right? There's going to be times where it takes us in directions we never would have thought, but it's what we do in that moment, right? So it's like he just gets teleported that moment. He's like, wait, well, what am I going to do in this moment? I need to take control of the narrative, right? I'm feeling this fear, right? I decide what happens next. He's like, no matter what happens, I want to make sure that it's my choice, not something else. I don't want to let these monsters decide my narrative. I decide. So he grabs the sword and he charges. And it's all of a sudden, it's like he remembers who he was, right? Because he broke his dark consumption. With that gust of wind, it was a reminder of who he used to be, right? So he created a little path for himself to remember his light. He's like, wait a minute, this is who I am. And here we go. And he defeats all 5 like nothing. He's like, whoa. I did that without a shield. And there are shields. They have shields now. He's like, okay. He's like, all I know is no matter what happens, I decide now. He thinks about it for a second. He's like, wait a minute. What happened earlier was not a failure. Because even though I lost my shield, I have another one now. I have another shield now. I got information. I learned something from there. I'm like, what did I learn? I was like, I learned that there's explosive barrels, and I learned that there's a giant enemy in there. And I learned that he can kick me if I attack his legs, so I shouldn't attack his legs anymore. And I learned that he slams. He likes to slam attack. So I'm like, I couldn't shield it if I need to, yet it's going to destroy the shield because these shields are clearly not. So I've gathered, you see all the information I gathered from that day. I'm like, yes, that day was a loss. I fell, but I've gathered a lot of information from this. She's like, So he's like, I wonder if I can bait the big enemy to the explosive barrels. What if I actually use my shield right then to make him slam, thinking that he's going to get me? I'll block the hit, my shield will break, then right after that, I throw a fire into the barrel and I can get him to explode so I don't have to attack his legs. So now he created a plan, right? He developed a strategy. And it happened because he failed. Do you guys understand? The strategy happened because he failed. If he hadn't failed, quote unquote, right? It's not a failure, right? It was an attempt. It was an attempt at progression so he could learn something. But in that moment, it felt like one. Because remember, then it got reinforced because he doesn't understand the dark spirits exist, right? He's going to learn that eventually, but it brought him back to the dragon incident. Do you guys understand? If that dragon incident didn't happen, because he felt the fear, and it was the same feeling that he felt when the dragon thing happened. Do you guys get it? That's why it felt like a failure. But if he would have gotten that wind gust, that would have reminded him of his master and how he overcame challenges back then, and how he has to take matters into his own hands. He decides when something happens. He would have actually just viewed it right away as a reason to get better. What could he learn from this? Do you guys get it? He didn't do that because he felt fear, and then he can go down a dark. But he got an interrupt, and it took him down a light path. All of a sudden, he remembered who he was, and he did it with less. He did it with nothing, just a sword. And then these swords are not his sword, right? If he was using his sword that he's familiar with, because, for example, like even just like if I'm used to drinking this mug, right? I can't put 3 fingers through this handle, but I could put 3 fingers through this handle. Do you guys understand? Like if I'm used to drinking with 3 fingers in the handle, and this one only has 2 or 1, you see, like that changes a little bit your performance. If you're used to a specific tool, it does help. It's just a reminder to heal. I'm telling you guys, it really does. It's because it's familiarity. That's why it's good to try different things so that you can just adjust on demand. You can be adaptable. But you see like how much adaptability he's doing? He's using different swords. He's using different shields, right? Now he learned how to use fire. Like he learned even new things. He thought he wasn't a hero because he thought what made him a hero is his resources, his tools, his all those stuff. But turns out, I mean, just think about all the things that he's learning. Think about all the things that he figured out. Think of things that he's already overcome, despite no one being there to help him and tell him anything. Do you guys understand? Yet for a moment, for twice now already, since he's been on this island, he gave up. Yet he overcame it. So the next day? No, actually, he was going to do that. He was going to think, I'm going to wait till next day. But I need to just go right now. I'm on a path. I believe. I need to keep going. Right? And it's not momentum. It's just a path. He's like, let's go. Let's charge. He goes with his shield. He creates something that he figures he practices a little bit. How can he create a fire on demand? Right? And like, can he like attach it to something like the armor so that he could just use it because he needs to just grab it and throw it. So he figures that out. Basically, he makes a little torch for himself. He has to be careful though, right? Because he doesn't want to burn himself, but he tries it out. He experiments a little bit. It's like, okay, if I move like this, I won't get burned. So he's like, okay, I now know what I can do. I have a plan. He looks around. He goes back to the same back entrance, and it doesn't seem like they added a lot more guards. He's like, maybe there aren't that many more. He sees one up above that has like a bow and arrow. He's like, okay, I clearly need to get rid of that one. So he sees the giant still patrolling the main area. He's like, well, what did I learn from the other one? Maybe I could cause a distraction. So what he decides to do is, he gathers some rocks and starts throwing them towards the front so that the giant gets distracted. And same with the bow and arrow one, right? He's using everything he learned. You guys understand? He's taking from all of his experiences on this island. Now he quickly rushes to where the bow and arrow enemy is, and he blocks one of the arrow attacks with a shield, and then finishes him. So now the giant, by the time the giant even realizes that anything's going on, he already comes back down. So now he starts heading towards the explosive barrels. And he even yells at the giant to get his attention, right? Like, so now he dodges the attacks. He dodges 2 attacks because he now already knows how the giant attacks because he got to learn the tells, like how he does it. And he feints like he's going to go for the legs, and the giant kicks. And that gives him an opening, right? So he discovered what the opening was. So he moved now to the explosive barrel. And he's waiting right there. And the giant slams again. But he moves a little behind it, blocks with his shield breaks, throws the fire, jumps out of the way, barrels explode, giant collapses. The fortress is cleared. Do you guys see? Now he's like, I have no idea what even happened, but he feels good. He's happy. He feels happy. He's proud of himself because, well, he cleared a fortress and he's on this random island that he landed on. He doesn't know what's going to happen next, but he clearly has made progression. He now feels like a hero. He remembers why he was a hero, why he was good. Do you guys understand? Like, the feeling returns to him. And I ask you, is he actually, he learned a few things. He learned how to make the fire, but everything else he already knew. So he learned one thing. Yes, he got new information. He hadn't seen those exact enemies before in that setup, right? But he drew from his existing knowledge. He just never had to apply it in such a way before. You guys understand? But he had to develop a strategy. He had to learn from his mistakes. He had to connect the dots. But I ask you guys, like, did he ever stop being a hero just because of what happened? Or did they just make him forget? That's what's happening to every single one of us. Do you guys understand? Like, they fabricate a fall. And then we get reminded of something, and then we go fully down that path, and then we just forget. And that doesn't mean that bad things didn't happen. It doesn't mean that we don't have to overcome challenges, but we have everything we need to overcome them. But it's just we get consumed on a path, and then we can never break free. We just forget. And then because they made us believe that the reason why we succeeded and the reason why we got good was because of our tools, our resources, and they started creating reliance and need on them. The moment we lose, then if we lose them, suddenly we don't know what to do. And the problem is that we're right. We don't know what to do anymore because we forgot, because we didn't have to anymore. I just want people to understand, like, let's say, like, if a victory was the only way to win every day is you had that cup of coffee, okay? but you had a coffee machine. So it was easy to win. But if you had to make coffee now without a coffee machine, could you do it? I'm not asking you guys to figure that out, but I just want people to understand, like, that's the concept, right? Do you guys see, like, if we choose what the victory condition is, and we choose it and we create a situation where we require the tool to get it, if they remove that tool, whatever it is, it could be like, for example, if it was your girlfriend and you lose your girlfriend, even just temporarily or whatever, and if that was your victory condition, do you guys understand that then you're destroyed? You stop being a hero just because of that. But it's not an accident that they do that. I just want people to understand, like, they set it up, they plan your fall, and then they take away everything that you used to get your victory conditions. You're going to get destroyed. And majority of us can never remember how to get back there. Do you guys get it? Like, we got there in the first place. Like, I mean, did you have a girlfriend before, right? Do you guys get it? Like, but you forgot how you got there. And it's not an accident that they fabricate those things. They make you fall. They take away everything that you used, that you've been relied on, that you've needed. But why? Like, you didn't even consider that you'd ever lose it, because why would you? Do you guys get it? Just think about any billionaire, millionaire now. If tomorrow their bank account is zero, or like I said, we're going to create a world where money doesn't matter anymore. Those people are going to be completely lost. I just want people to understand this. If you right now have just a very little money, but you have money, but they are rich, and then tomorrow everyone gets equalized to zero, and it's like, okay, now have fun, guys. You guys are going to perform better at the game of life, just temporarily. Maybe they'll surpass you afterwards because they've done it once before, right? Maybe not. It doesn't matter, but I just want people to understand. You will perform better than them temporarily just because they have been now conditioned and put a lock on requiring those tools and resources. Do we understand? You're like, wait, I could be better than like a billionaire? I'm like, yes. If they lost all their money, you would be better at it because now you guys are playing the same game. Do you understand? If you've been playing the game with nothing for all this time, and then now they have been playing with everything and they lost it all, they are not used to it anymore. Do you guys understand? Like, it changes it. This is why creating intentional challenges for yourself is absolutely critical. When you reach the peak, you have to keep doing that. You have to keep trying to do different things to create these challenges, because if you stop at any given point and they take away your resources or tools that you became reliant on, it's game over for you. I'm talking from personal experience as well. And I think everyone can relate. This is why, like I say, if you play a video game and you do a level 1 challenge, because then basically the whole point of this story, and I'll say as part 2 here in a second, is that we realize is that the hero forgot that what actually makes him a hero is his knowledge, his skill set, his ability to learn, his ability to develop a strategy, his ability to shake it up, his adaptability, right? He can overcome challenge when it happens. He can create a positive path on demand just from a gust of wind. Other people wouldn't have been able to do that. If other people would have been in that same situation, they would have fallen, right? It would have been game over, right? Do you guys understand? If they would have had fear face them, like those 5 enemies that swarmed him, it would have been over. Do you guys get it? Like he was able to create strategy. He was able to do all these things, but that was his skill. That was his talent. That was his ability. Yet until he was forced to execute on it again, he forgot about it. And I think we can all relate. You guys see, like, this is one of the biggest problems that happens to anyone who ever gets a little bit of success, is that we forget what actually got us there. And here's the thing, we also keep learning new things. We have to keep learning new things. We have to keep trying new things. We have to keep progressing. We have to keep evolving, right? So anyone who's become an expert has fallen into this trap. I would guarantee it. Every single one, not 9 out of 10. I promise you, 10 out of 10. 100% of them. Every single one of them. Why do you think then they're nudged and conditioned to stop people? Why do you think that's the case, guys? Because they don't want people to surpass them. They're not evolving anymore, right? They've now become reliant on their tools, on their one thing. For example, just to give you guys an example so you understand. What if 2 days ago I did a stream, right? And that was like think of it like a keynote, a presentation, a PowerPoint, my one way of selling, my one way, whatever, right? My way. It is my way. It's a great way. But I only could repeat that one way. So like if I went to present now to any place, any company, any organization, I would have to do how I did my stream 2 days ago. It's the only way I can operate. Yet I've done 2 different streams that I've never done before since, or 3. You guys understand, like, you have to keep evolving and keep changing it every single time. You keep learning. It's progression. And when you reach the top, it continues again, but it's different. It's now you're teaching it, now you're evolving it, now you're doing intentional little challenges to make it even more fun for yourself. But it has to, now you created a repeatable process. Now the evolution begins, right? Once you get to the top, we talked about this yesterday, you figured out your way. Once you figured out your way, a new journey begins. Now you're just teaching your way, you're giving it all away for free, but now you're evolving it. Every single day, something. And if you want to repeat it, you can. Like, for example, yesterday, I really pushed myself. So today, I'm going to go a little easier. This is me going a little easier. Do you guys understand? I'm not going to stream as long as I did yesterday, but I'm still going to do a lot. I'm still going to perform at a high level. I'm still going to do this stuff. You guys get it. I'm also talking about topics that are a little easier for me to talk about, maybe a little more grounded, so I don't have to get as complex, but at the same time, you guys see it's still not easy. Do you guys understand? But we have to remember who we are, because they make us forget. That's what insecurity, that's what fear, that's what it is. So then, you see, like, he got a negative reinforcement. So he got multiple negative reinforcements. But when he felt he was on a positive path, you guys see when he destroyed multiple enemies in a row, he felt unstoppable. It's all paths, guys. So when you fall, they just send multiple reinforcements at you. And that's how they fabricate fear. That's how they fabricate insecurity. And if you can't interrupt the path and break it on demand, that's why I said, you guys see that paper that you wrote with the little path, like maybe like I wrote Wind Temple, Zelda, the climb, progress, Eventide Island. Eventide Island is the story of this island that I'm talking about, and the chocolate oat experience, right? That's for me to remember this, so that anytime I see it, I'm like, oh yeah, remember how good you got in progression and the climb, right? Do you guys understand? That's like the gust of wind, and then the reminder of your master and how you became a hero in the first place. Because all of us got there. If you look back in our past, there's moments that we overcame certain challenges that we were really good. We did it without understanding how we did it. Do you guys understand? But we have to draw to those and we apply it to everything that we do. But now, most of you guys were never taught this knowledge. We were never taught this knowledge. I want people to understand should be required knowledge that every single person learns in school. Oh wait, school is just an indoctrination thing right now. So that's why, until then, this is why I want to create the organization that I want to create, because these are just things that we'd be teaching people. Because once you learn this, you can just learn how to learn. Now you know how to learn. Now you know how to attempt anything. Now you don't view it as a failure. You just view it as a progression attempt. You're like, okay, I got a little closer. How can I defeat that big giant? And by the way, someone else might have not used the explosive barrels to defeat that giant. They might have disarmed the archer, the bow and arrow, and just shot him from distance. Do you guys understand? Like, there could have been other approaches. But he drew from his knowledge where he's like, I know the explosive barrel works really well, so I'm going to use that to do it. But what if your experience, you're like, hey, maybe you grew up being conditioned like with a lot of people who you shot bows and arrows, and you haven't shot a bow and arrow in years, but you're like, oh, bow and arrow. If there's something that you stop doing, because they make you forget, right? They make you fear. And I will say this: risks, right? There's a correct time to take risks. Do you really need to take a risk if you're going to get hurt? You're going to get hurt, right? Like, just so people understand, like, if you used to jump from like very high things. Now that you're a little older, do you really need to jump from that height and you could hurt your legs? Do you really need to? Do you guys understand? Be like, well, I'm a hero, I should be able to. No, you don't have to do that, right? Do you guys understand? It's about taking risks at the right time. What do you get from that? You're like, oh, I just want to remember how I was when I was 11. I'm like, do you guys get it? So like, if there's something like you could hurt yourself, you don't need to do it. But like, most of it is mental. Do we understand? But most of you just don't even try anymore. Most of you think it's impossible. And it's because you're afraid of the feeling, right? You're afraid of the feeling of fear. But if we can view it as it's just a progression attempt, right? It's not actually failure. Like, what are we going to learn this time? So imagine if he, instead of on the island, he viewed it as like, hey, they won. He's like, oh, I'm not a failure. Today I need to figure out how to survive. Today I need to figure out how to start a fire and find a place to sleep. Imagine if he went into it thinking like he landed on the island and he's like, okay, he's like, I have no idea what's going on. This is not good. But okay, day one, I just need to figure out how to stay warm and how to find a place to sleep and be safe. Okay, day two, I need to find a weapon and a shield. Day three, I need to discover what my surroundings are and see what's up, right? And that's when he learned all that. He gathered information, right? Day 4, I need to figure out how to defeat the things that could potentially cause me problems. Day 5, I execute. You see, like, if he would have broken it down like that, he never would have been fear consumed whatsoever. It would have just been a clear progression path. Do you understand? Like, he never would have been like, oh my gosh, I'm a failure and all this stuff. He never would have been. He just, every day he's like, okay. So imagine if day 1 he started a fire, he found a place to sleep, and he got a sword. All of a sudden, you'd be like, day 1 was amazing. But he didn't stop the fort. He didn't save the fortress. He didn't do, like, you guys get it? You're like, so he failed, right? I'm like, no. Day 1, he accomplished more than he had even thought he would. What if day 2 is when he discovered the barrels? He got a bow and arrow. You guys see, like, all of a sudden now the entire outlook, the entire context has changed. Do you guys see, like, if we go into it trying to learn something specific, it changes our outlook. It doesn't matter if we feel fear. Does it make it, do we want to feel it? No. But remember, it got conditioned into us. It got reinforced into us. It's fucked up. It doesn't mean it's okay. I just want people to understand, we're not born feeling that way. It was created in us. Sometimes it can actually be for good. Do you guys understand? And I'm not saying that we should try to feel fear, but you guys see, like, in that moment when he felt fear, he's like, okay, I have to make a decision. What do I do? The problem is that we've been conditioned and reinforced that when we feel fear, we run, we avoid, right? So what if this time we're like, wait, no. I need to take things into my own hand. I need to attack back. Do you understand? I just want people to understand. Until recently, every single day, probably for the last 10 months, I felt fear. Do you guys understand? Every single day, impossible things happen to me. Every single day. I'm telling you, like, things just spawn out of thin air in front of me. Like yesterday, like when let's say I was typing on my computer, all of a sudden, like some kind of like bug just spawned from the keyboard and just flew right past me. Do you guys understand? Like, if you've never experienced something like that before, now it's completely normalized. Do we understand? It's completely normalized for me in my reality. And now what I know, like, you know, I'm aligned and all stuff like that. All this information is normalized. But like when I first started this journey, paintings would just be falling. Music would just be pausing. There would just be like sounds that would come from like my music that I was playing. Like, do you guys get it? Like the decorations that I would walk outside at 10 a.m. and the decorations on the same house would change from 10 a.m. to like 11 a.m. And I'm like, how's that possible? Did they do that? And then again at 12 p.m. I'm like, what is going on? You guys understand that, like, you see how terrifying that is if no one is there to guide you. And I'm going to stop there because I don't want to scare people, but I just wanted to understand, like, that's what happened to me. Okay? And it happens to every single one of us, but in our own version of events. Whatever happens to you, it's real for you, okay? I just want you guys to understand. Whatever you're experiencing, don't let anyone tell you that it's wrong. It's not an excuse to just be like, I'm not going to do anything. But I just want you guys to understand that it's real for you. You're experiencing it. But then you have a choice. You have to take control of the narrative. You have to decide, what am I going to do? Am I just going to do nothing and get dark consumed and go down a path of fear? Or am I going to start learning progression? Am I going to start conditioning myself to start doing little challenges so that I when the challenge pops up, I know what to do? Can I condition myself to become more adaptable, to shake it up on demand, so that in case when something happens that I haven't experienced before, now I can just react and adapt to it? I'm like, ooh, wow, let's say I got used to seeing that they always spawn an approximation illusions of these two people that I hate. This time they did the third one. I'm like, wow, they just spawned an approximation of my old ex-girlfriend. I'm like, holy crap. I was like, is that her? I'm like, oh wait, of course not. Do you guys understand? Like, if I have not developed adaptability, if I saw that third thing, it would destroy me. Do you guys understand? So if you already condition yourself to, you create that positive statue to lift yourself up, now you can just react to it positively. Doesn't mean I won't be like, oh my gosh, right? Like there'll be a moment where I feel that fear, but I'm just like, I can keep walking, or I'm just smart and I avoid and prevent it, right? So I don't have to counter and say it's just a reminder to heal. But you guys get it? Like, we get to this, it's progression. The first time it's going to happen, if the first time I see her, like they recreated her and she just pops up there and walks by me and I'm like, oh my gosh, like, is this really happening? Like, do you guys understand the first time it happens, you're going to get affected. You're not going to succeed. Yet if you do, you should be extremely proud. But if you don't, What did you learn? What did we learn? Now we learned that they're capable of spawning an approximation of the people that have traumatized us and created insecurities of us. Okay, so what can we do with that information? That means that if we see that now outside again, are we going to get destroyed by it? Most likely, yes. You're like, wait, what? I'm like, yeah. Because is it really that easy to handle? No. Because think about how much the other path has been reinforced. But now you know, it's like, okay, when that happens, how can I change my path? How can I create that wind gust blowing on demand for myself? What if I put on one of my favorite songs that make me believe? What if I put on the progression song that you guys are listening to? What if I go outside and have that playing on loop? What if I put a hat on so I don't see them until I get stronger so I can handle it? But it's still the best solution, right? Don't avoid it and prevent it. Do you guys see it? Like all of a sudden 3 days from now, it happens again. And this time you see her, this time you have the song on and you're like, it's just progression. Now I know that you guys, what it is, it's fabrication. You still are sad. It still makes you feel iffy, but you took control of the narrative. You decided when they created a fear event, you're like, and I'm not going to let them do that anymore to me. I am going to fight back. And then you're like, you know what? I am going to now take even more control of the narrative, and I'm going to go on LinkedIn and I'm going to make a post and I'm going to expose that this is the stuff that I'm experiencing. I want people to know that, hey guys, if you see stuff like this, it's not just you. If you see someone that's an approximation of someone else that you hated in your past or that traumatized you, abused you, or caused you problems, that can happen. That's real. I'm not bullshitting you. And all of a sudden you're like, someone else, you took that control and you break that post, and it's only one person who sees it is like, oh, wait, you mean it's not just me? That can happen to other people. I thought that I was going crazy. I told like my family members and they all laughed at me and said, ha ha ha, must be cool to be fucking crazy, you lazy bum. So, you know, right, they were negatively reinforcing you so that you just thought you had issues. But then all of a sudden you're like, wait, someone else is going through this. You guys see like your action to decide to take control of the narrative and fight back and do your something could actually even help someone and save someone else. You could now be a hero by doing that. But you're like, I'm not a hero. I'm a coward. I'm afraid. Do you guys get it? It's progression. It's a climb. You're starting to now recognize, even if you failed to react and you got negatively consumed and you got like, why is this possible? Why is this happening? Blah, 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 blah. But what if you're like, wait a minute. You broke it. You interrupted, right? Maybe you guys keep writing these pieces of paper. You create your little nudge pads. You watch all my videos again. You understand how to use all the tactics, right, that we've talked about. And all of a sudden, right, you still are like, what did I learn? How can I deconstruct what they do? I'm like, so that means that they're capable of doing that outside. I'm like, interesting. Should I maybe minimize the time I spend outside? Then all of a sudden you went on your computer, right, and you were about to listen to the song again. And the ad that played before the song played also had like a little word on it and an audio that was related to your ex-girlfriend. You're like, shit. That means that they can manipulate ads because now you're on that path, right, of your ex-girlfriend. So like that means they can manipulate ads. So what did you learn today? You learned that they can spawn approximations of the people that cause you problems to start you fear paths or trauma or insecurity paths or relate to sad events, right? Like say you broke up with your ex-girlfriend. And you also learned that they can manipulate ads. So what are you going to do with that information? Like, wait, maybe I should mute whenever I play a new video. Maybe I should mute the video and then just walk away so I don't see the screen. And I know most ads are not that long. Sometimes you might make a mistake, right? You're like, are they really going to have an ad that goes longer than a minute? By the way, in my reality, they pause the ads now. Do you guys understand how fucked up that is? They pause the ad because I walked away. So because I'm like, most ads are like 30 seconds, right? They paused an ad. I waited like a minute and 30 seconds or 2 minutes. And I'm like, wait, what? Really? Just so I could see a visual. Do you guys understand? Like they're adapting to me. But I'm not trying to terrify you guys, so I'll stop there. But I just want you guys to understand, like, for you guys, you might not be at that level yet, but they're definitely upping their attacks and their tactics against me. Like we're at a war, the spirits in me. You guys understand? Things are escalating. But that's my battle. That's not your story, right? Like that's the hero battle. Maybe your story is different. You guys understand what I'm trying to say? But like all of a sudden, you're like, wait a minute. I feel like going on Reddit right now because that's like my feel good place. Like where I like hearing what other people go through to make myself feel better. So you're browsing it and all of a sudden you're like, wait, one of the posts that you click on, okay, and you always read the comments, it's talking about someone's like, yeah, me and my ex-girlfriend, we broke up and stuff like that. And you're like, Why did I feel like clicking on this post? Guess what? They can make you feel like doing that. It's called a nudge. They can do that. So all of a sudden, the reason why I clicked on that, because they knew you were going to read the comments. They know what they can't force you to do it, but they can make an inclination, right? Like if right now I feel like peeing, that's an inclination. And so they learn your behaviors. If you always read the comments, right? They know what comments are on that post. They can't force you to read that comment, but if they know your behavior and they know that you're probably going to click on this post, they hope they're going to try to guide you there. Do you guys see? Like now, all of a sudden, now you fully darkens if you're on the path. So now you're like the hero who's giving up. So you need to cause an interrupt. You need to go on a positive path. Do we understand? But now you could either get completely destroyed by everything that happened that day, or be like, wait, so that means they can manipulate social media, they can curate what I see, they can guide me down the path, they can manipulate ads, and they can spawn illusions and approximations outside of the things that you guys see. Like now we're arming ourselves with knowledge. So now what I had to do, no one taught me this. It's not a competition. I'm giving you guys the information for free, so you can now arm yourself. But do you guys understand? Like it's like I'm basically like, think of it like someone is teaching the hero, like the hero's on the island is lost, and that's you. You're a hero on an island that's lost, and someone all of a sudden you have a voice that pops up in your head, like, "Hey, this is how you build a fire." And you're like, "Oh, okay. This is how you can distract the enemy. Oh, okay. This is how you can get a sword and a shield. Oh, okay. We recommend, but you don't have to do it, that you can destroy the giant with the explosive barrels." You're like, "Oh, okay. Just remember, there's going to be an archer with a bow and arrow up there. You choose how you want to handle it, but we recommend that." Actually, you decide. You know what to do now. You're a hero. Like, oh. Do you guys understand? Like, that's what I'm doing for you guys. You decide what you want to do, but you see how I had to learn when I started realizing this stuff. I got fear consumed because, like, you guys understand, it's so terrifying, right? The world, you think the world works a different way than it does. And then when you start realizing that it's curated to you to cause you problems and reinforce things, you're like, okay, well, what do you do then at that point? You have a choice. Do I go down the path of fear, or do I go down the path of taking control of the narrative? But if you start realizing, okay, every time I go outside, I know there's going to be problems. You just expect it. If it doesn't, that's a really good thing, right? Maybe you saw a good thing. Maybe like if you're a single guy or whatever, and you're like, oh, they keep showing me bad stuff, and all of a sudden there's a beautiful girl that walks by. Like, that was really nice, right? Do you guys see? Like, it's a positive, but the majority of the time, don't expect that. Okay, so you're ready. You're ready. You have a shield ready. You're ready. But every time you go outside, you're like, what can I learn from this? How can I start fighting back? If you use all the tactics I give you, and you can start developing your own, right? So don't take mine as like this is it. There's nothing else to develop. I challenge you and encourage you to start developing your own tactics to fight back. But first, you have to learn how. And you can use my tactics as an example, and then you can build on them to create your own way. You guys understand? Like, this is my way on how to fight back against what I figured out what the world is. Your way is going to be a little different. It should be, because you're going to draw from all of your experiences. Like I said, if I was the hero who just trained how to use an archery, it's just a reminder here, but you got this, right? Hero, right? Zelda. Then I can handle it. But if maybe instead I prefer the explosive barrel tactic. Do you guys get it? This is really good. So the hero is, drink some water, everyone. That was a lot. So the hero is just relaxing in the fortress now, like, because let's be real, like, we overcome, we get a victory. There's relief, there's happiness, there's joy, there's a little bit of confusion, like, what now? But we don't really think about it now. It's just like, okay. But then it's also like, where's my reward? He just sits down and is like, oh, well, at least some peace, okay? So he sits back and says, oh, what now? Then all of a sudden, a ladder drops. He's like, wait, what? What is going on in this world? He's like, the world is so different than I thought it was. How did this just appear out of nowhere? A spirit shows up, like a little orb, and it's like talking to him in his head, inserting thoughts in there. He's like, whoa, what is going on? And it's like, we're proud of you. You've impressed us. This was an intentional challenge. And I'm like, wait, what? And it's like, yes, we wanted to see how you would handle if you lost everything and if you could do the climb. Right? He's like, are you kidding me? He's like, yeah, we knew you were a hero, but it just seemed like you were forgetting. So we were wondering if we could recreate it. And maybe you could figure out a way to teach it to people. And he's like, wait, you want me to teach it to people? They're like, yes. And he's like, first of all, what are you? How does it work? He's like, that doesn't matter. It's like, we just want you to know that this was an intentional challenge. We call it the progression island, right? We bring people here every so often where we take everything away from them, see if they can start over again with nothing. And we see how far we can take it, right? Every so often, we can give them more, we can give them more, we can give them more, but we want to see who can actually climb the furthest or the farthest with the least. And you won. You didn't need anything. You just used everything the enemies have. And he's like, wait, what? You mean this was just a test? And like, yes, it was. And he's like, see, I knew that dragon was fabricated. I'm like, you're right. But you guys get it? Like, so imagine if you started viewing it, and remember, this is not perspective, it's outlook and context, but if you view these failures and these climbs, these attempts, as just progression, right? Like almost like a test. Doesn't make it better. I just want people to understand, when something bad happens, it doesn't make it better. It shouldn't have happened. Anything bad that's happened in your life, it shouldn't have happened. Do you guys understand? I would say, in my experience now, all of it was fabricated. From my experience, from now that I've studied my life, every single bad thing that's happened and the timing of it was fabricated. You could argue that it was meant to test you, to get you to reach a certain point, but I'm arguing that shouldn't even be necessary. We can climb to higher heights with positive reinforcement, encouragement, and support. That's why I want everyone to heal. That's why I want everyone to become light and go on a light path, because then that's all you do. Like, they try to scare my dog right now outside, I'll pause and encourage him, I'll cheer him on. If I was on a dark path, I'd be like, don't be a pussy. Come on. Do you guys get it? But instead, I'm like, Leon, you got this. You're a hero. You saved my life. Once the shepherd always. You guys understand the difference? Like, I'm saying that even if they fabricated it, right? Because that's what I'm saying from my experience, is what I've discovered. That all the bad that's happened in your life and the timing of it, I'm not saying that no bad will ever happen. I don't know about that, right? Guys, there's some things I don't know yet. But from what I experienced, when it happens, and if it does happen, it was fabricated. It was truly made to happen the way it did. So a majority of you guys are blaming yourself for something that it wasn't your fault, okay? If I force you to stream right now and you've never streamed before, I'm like, you have to do a performance like what I'm doing right now. You have to stream for 4 hours straight, talking about progression, about how to defeat fear, about conditioning yourself to challenge and adaptability. Go. Could you guys do it? You might manage something. You might impress yourself. You might actually be way better at it than you think. But you guys understand, you also are probably going to get into your head. It's normal because you've never done it before. It would be your first attempt. Well, what if then right after that, you try and you give up after like 5 minutes because it's just really bad. You just completely you don't even know what to do. And then I have myself and a few other people who are all laughing, and you're like, you're so bad. We knew you were so bad. You guys get it? That's what they do. That's how they make you fall. They make you do something that they know that you're most likely going to fail at. There's a chance, right? I want people to understand, there's a 1% chance, 2% chance, 3% chance that you're going to succeed. There is. All right? If you draw your skills and if you get in flow, if you go on a positive path and you just like, F it, I got to try. There's a chance that you could succeed. But I'll try to stop you. You weren't meant to. There's a chance. There's a chance that you don't react negatively to their negative reinforcement that they do afterwards, right? To try to install insecurity or fear in you. There's a chance. Maybe someone walks by and interrupts you at the right time. Maybe I'm whistle one of your favorite songs, right? At the right time and stops it. Do you guys get it? Just a reminder to heal. I don't even know what's going on, but it's just a reminder to heal. Do you guys get it? So all of you are destroying yourselves even further for a fall that I'm telling you is fabricated, but it's okay. But now that you know that, the question is, what do you do with that knowledge? You see, this is where you have to fight back. Okay, so now you know that fear is fabricated. What do you do now that you know that? That doesn't mean that you're not going to ever feel it again. Do you guys understand? But what do you choose to do when you feel it? So that's why we're trying to condition ourselves to embrace challenge. You guys remember like the chocolate oatmeal experiment, right? You might have been afraid. You might have felt weird. Like you might have been afraid to like put maple syrup in it. Like, what if I stream and someone saw that I threw ham in there, or like I made a mess on my notebook? Like, do you guys see like how can I adapt on the fly? Like, can I just finally understand that every attempt I have to learn something? Do you guys get it? So the spirit gives the hero a magic cloth. And it lets him, he was like, what is this for? It's like, you'll see, it's for your upcoming journey. It's like, wait, there's another journey? It's like, well, you want to get back to your island, right? Or to your land and continue your story. And it's like, what? I don't even know what my story is anymore. It's exactly, you're going to write a new story now. I'm like, okay. But to get there, you first have to get away from this spot. You're like, okay. The climb begins the moment you start climbing up the ladder. It's like, oh no, another climb? Didn't I just do it? It's like, that's how it is. It's like, okay, here we go. So climbs up the ladder, and all of a sudden it's like zoop, a bright flash of light consumes him, and then he like is teleported somewhere else. He's no longer on this island. And now he's like in the sky. He's like on a platform. He's like, whoa. He looks down, he's like, he can see the island where he was at down below. It's like, wait, I was down there. And the spirit's like, exactly. He's like, whoa, you're still with me? He's like, yeah, I'm now with you. I'm like, oh my goodness. So everything's changed. He's like, everything's changed. I'm going to be quiet now and I'm going to observe, but I'm going to encourage you when you need it. But you got this. Okay? You have to keep climbing to get out of here. You have to keep climbing. It's like, okay, here we go. So he has no idea what's going on, but he just keeps walking forward, right? Doesn't matter what happened in the past. You don't look back. You just keep walking forward. And while he has to go from basically platform to platform. He has to take leaps. He has to use his magic cloth. Like there's gusts of wind, right? So that means that, remember what gusts of winds are like positive for this guy, right? For this hero. So every time he starts nudge pass, right? Positive ones as a little shield to keep going, right? So he uses the cloth, the magic cloth, and every time to ride the wind. Because now every time he does it, he has more faith, right? He believes he's a hero, right? And there's enemies. There's lots of like new variations of the green monsters, but now they've changed. They even have new attacks. But now he has no doubt. He has no hesitation anymore. He just figures it out. He pays attention. He takes a step back. He's like, okay, so they attack like this. He attacks like this. I got to move over here. I got to move like this. Like he just keeps going. He's unstoppable now, right? And the wind just keeps going from one platform to the next, one platform to the next. You see, that climb gave him so much strength. Now he's fully on a light path. He's healed. Now he believes. Do you understand? And plus, the spirit is giving positive reinforcement, encouragement. He just keeps going. He just keeps going. You guys get it? Like, he's just jumping from one to the next. Like, there's no problem. There's no problem. There's no problem. And each platform, this is how life works, guys. But I want people to understand that, like, each platform is like a level or like a challenge, an experience to figure it out. So right now, like you went outside. Think of like if you go outside. Doesn't make it better, but some people, if you go outside and you get presented 2 sounds, a scent, and a person. Think of like that's a challenge to overcome. Like, how can I overcome this situation? Or right now I say, hey, I need you to stream for 2 minutes tomorrow. Or I need you to write a LinkedIn post or just on your notebook. I need you to write a little story about how you are going to climb. Write a story, 1 page, just write anything. A story about a hero who climbs. Okay, your version of this. Doesn't matter. No one's going to read it. It's just for you. Okay? And you just do it. Or I need you to write how you would recreate the chocolate oatmeal experience. And just write it out on 1 page, okay? That's each platform that the hero is overcoming. Do you guys understand? With his magic cloth, a positive path. So we're just trying to create positive paths for you guys to believe in progression. It's just progression. But each thing is a challenge to overcome. Do we understand? So next platform has like, all of a sudden, this one now has, well, we'll get there. But there's now 2 of those giants. There's an explosive, there's lots of explosive barrels. Like, I could do this one again. But next time there's giants and there's no explosive barrels. So you see, like, there's new situations that he recognizes, that he understands, but they keep throwing in little variations that shake it up. Do you guys understand? But that's how we keep evolving. But now he has positive encouragement. Now he has that magic cloth. He has the wind constantly blowing in his direction. Do you guys understand? All of a sudden now it's different because now he believes. Now he has faith. Do you guys see the difference? Like when he was on the island, he didn't. When he was on the island, he didn't. But now when he's up here on the sky, aligned with his spirit, now he has faith. Now he believes. Do you guys see the difference of a positive path versus down there he was in the fear path? And he's overcoming challenges that are significantly harder, yet he's not getting dark consumed. You guys see the power of healing and believing and understanding. And randomly, sometimes, like, they're like, okay, this time you're going to lose your sword and shield. He's like, okay, I got this. I don't need them anymore. Okay. This time use your bow and arrow. This time use this. This time, maybe this time you don't even have to fight at all. Maybe you can just avoid them, dodge them, and go to the next platform and realize, wait, I don't always have to fight every single battle. You guys understand? Like, it's progression. We start learning from our mistakes. We start every time there's something. Or maybe this time it's like, and they're like, what happens if I lose? It's like, you just get to try again. And like, okay. So this time, like, he loses against these 2 giants. Like, it's like, you're okay. You got this. All right. I don't know what to do. I always use the explosive barrels. It's like, well, have you ever considered, I don't know, talking to them? Like, wait, really? And then they're like, and then you see, like, now he talks to them and he uses diplomacy. Maybe, like, you guys understand, like, I'm just an example, but I want people to understand, like, you see, like, maybe there's other methods, there's other approaches that we never even considered before. That's what progression is. So, like, if we get stuck, like, have we tried something different? Why would we keep doing the same tactics? But most of us don't even consider that, because we're like, well, what if he tried to talk and he loses? He's like, that was a waste of time. Like, but you just get to try again. But why does he get to try again? Because, well, let's say in this case, you were playing the video game and you were experiencing this. If that was happening in real life and you talked and you got a game over, right? It's different. Do you guys see why I'm trying to encourage all of you to play video games? Because you can practice all those things that I'm saying in a video game and feel the same feeling that you would feel like if it was happening in real life. Remember, real life is still the video game, but you guys see the difference? Imagine you can experience these little challenges, these little platforms that have a curated challenge design on each platform that you have to overcome and learn. And now, don't take the easy path when these situations present yourself in a game or even in real life. But now, if you're going to get hurt, of course, do whatever it takes to survive, right? But do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? Like, so he keeps doing the climb. He's figuring out these things. He just evolved so much. Do you guys understand? Like, it's absurd how much positive has happened. You can't move on to the next platform until you figure out the current challenge, right? Like, it just keeps presenting until it's solved, okay? So you grow, so you climb. So the first time, right? He gets to a point where all of a sudden there's a platform, and as he's arriving at this platform, he sees the dragon. So what's the dragon for most of you? Insecurity, fear, right? It's the event that destroyed you or caused problems, and it was fabricated. Just remember, it was fabricated. He knows this. He's like, he sees it, and it's like, the first time he gets dark consumed, because immediately then the dragon even talks to him. It's like, do you remember why you landed at the island? And he's like, oh my gosh, do you remember when your shield broke and you had to run away from the giant? Right? These negative reinforcements. He's like, and then the dragon charges at him and he falls again. So he fails. Do you guys understand? So do you see what happened here is that this was a negative reinforcement. The dragon was the visual, the nudge one, and then its words was the second one. So this is why I'm telling you guys, you can't let paths start. Because if you let paths start, you get consumed. Dude, that's why I'm saying you got to limit info, you got to limit the visual, you got to limit the audio, you got to limit the sense. All these things should be reminders. Like, what if the dragon has scent? And maybe he didn't even see the dragon, but he smelled the dragon and he heard the same commentary. That was enough. Do you guys understand? All those things are enough to cause you down a path of remembering your insecurities or your fears. And they know them. I'm telling you, that's why like they can make them appear at each level, right? That's how you guys get destroyed without even realizing it, because you don't understand what are your reminders and what start the paths. You have to start studying that. You have to start analyzing that. But as you're progressing, you're going to figure it out. You're going to fall a few times. But you have to choose in that moment. So just remember, guys, right? When a thought populates related to one of your fears or negativities or insecurities, that's them. Anytime you guys intrusive thoughts, that's them. It's not an accident. It's intentional. They're trying to condition and program you, or they're trying to start a path. And now if you see another thing that's related to that, or you smell something, or you hear something, or someone says something, you can start a path and you can get consumed. And they're trying to poison everything around you. And we talked about it in the other episodes, but that's how they do it. So this is why you have to create a positive shield path for yourself. But we'll talk about it in a second. But imagine, let's say even he falls the first time, right? The first time he fails. Now remember, now he has his shield, all this stuff, like his spirit, all these things, right? He's still good, but he's like, the dragon destroyed him, but like, he fails and nothing happened, right? He's just like, okay, I'll just try again. He's like, oh, I can't believe I got third consumed and lost to the dragon, but I got this. He lost 30 seconds, right? Like it was immediate. Like he didn't even have a chance against the dragon. He's like, okay, I got this. I'm going to try again. Okay. But for some reason in this challenge, right? If he wants to get his sword, his shield, his resource, they gave him a hero armor. He picked it up as he started progressing the climb of these platforms. So he has all these things, he has potions, everything. But if he wants to get them back, he has to pick them up again, right? So he gets back to the platform where the dragon is and he picks them up. No problem. Do you guys understand? He gets it back. He's ready. Now he feels good again. See, like he's starting to get attached to his resources again, his tools. He's like, let's do it. And this time, the dragon starts again. But now he again messes up. Like he was ready. He was ready for the win. He's ready to do it. But the dragon is something that he didn't expect. Right? They changed it up. Right? They added another attack. They added like a sound attack so that he couldn't, and also feel like the dragon blew at the same time, wind at him. So it countered his wind, the positive one. So now he didn't have that. And then there was another sound, like a roar from the dragon, and it reminded him of when he got knocked down, right? And then his shield shattered at the same time. And it all brought back reminders of when he was on the island and he had to run away. He felt that fear, and then the dragon attacked and he lost. He got game over again. He's like, ah! So now he's like, okay, I can't believe I countered my counter, right? Like I was going to use the win. Okay, what am I going to do this time? Like, okay, we got this. I'll just have to get my resources again. No problem. He's about to go back for his sword, his shield, his things. And then right then, the dragon immediately charges. He didn't expect it. He lost all his resources because he got immediate game over. So he lost 3 times in a row. He's like, this cannot be happening. My sword, my shield, my potions, everything. He just has his armor, right? His shepherd coat. But still, you guys understand, like he basically has nothing. He lost it all again. He's like, are you kidding me? So first he's really mad. Like he just pauses for a second. He's like, wait, what did I learn? Okay, so that means the dragon observes me, tries to counter the things that I'm doing. Okay, so maybe I shouldn't rely on the things that I've been relying on. Could I create something new? Could I create something from a higher purpose? Could I? Right? Could I create something from a higher purpose? Because, well, clearly my win thing that let me start a hero path. So like, for example, for myself, like back in the day, like you guys heard it if you've been following along, I used my goddess, right? My sexy light girl, or like World of Warcraft or my League of Legends shield, like, right? Like zombie bros, double jungle, push strategy, double offensive healer, a proxy mumu, right? Unconventional, right? We got to forget normal. We got to try something unconventional, right? Because then the dragon won't know how to react, though. Like maybe we should do that. So he remembered that before he tried again. But still, he's like, I've always relied on these other shields. Maybe I should try something unconventional. Maybe he won't expect that. Because you guys understand, like, if we keep doing unconventional, or if we keep doing what we always do, they can start understanding it. They can start countering it. I'm just thinking of it like this. Like, if we always played a video game against each other and I always did the same moves, like, oh, I know you're going to do that now. Right? So don't even think about, like, yes, the spirits are observing us and studying us, but just think of it like you're playing against your brother, okay? He always does the same thing. You now know. Do you guys get it? Like, you expect it. You can plan your strategy around it. But he's like, okay, so what happened? I'm like, I can create these positive shields, but he knows my positive shields. I'm like, what if I create a new shield? What if I create a new shield that I've never created before? I've lost my shield. I've lost my sword. I lost everything. I'm like, am I, in a way, not actually completely free now? I'm completely free now. You see, like, when we were so worried about, like, our resources, our tools, what we used to have, who we were supposed to be, we focus on the resources, we focus on the numbers, we focus on the reward, we focus on the prize. When are we going to win? We're not focusing about what we're learning, like what's each attempt. Now when he's like, you know what? I don't need to win against the dragon this attempt. I'm going to just try to figure it out. I'm going to just try to figure it out. How can I defeat this dragon? How can I survive? How can I make a repeatable process so that I can fight against this dragon forever and study his attacks? Because that's what I need to do. Right? He's like, I already lost my resources, right? Again. Like, that means I can always rebuild. I'm completely free now. So in a way, like, actually, I can play better now. I can perform better because, well, now I'm not worried anymore about the outcome. I'm not worried anymore about the outcome. Now, whatever happens is okay, is a positive. Like, there's only positive. There's literally nothing that can happen anymore. Like, it can't get worse. Like, game over, sure. But you guys understand what I'm trying to say? So then he's like, okay. So then he's like, wait, I'm the hero. There's a reason why why did I become the hero? He's like, what is it actually that made me become the hero? He's like, wait, whenever the dragon attacks me, because the dragon causes problems, but the reason why the people believed in me was because I healed them. I helped them. I made them go to the light path. I solved their issues that made them go to the light path. That's the reason why people believed in me. So wait, what if every time the dragon attacks me, it's just a reminder to heal? It's a reminder to, like, hey, I need to get out of here so I can get back to my people and get everyone on the light path and save the world. So anytime it attacks me, I'm not going to rely on the wind anymore. If I get a boost and it actually works, cool. But now I'm going to create my own shield. That's not relying on any resources, any tools. It's going to be tied to a higher purpose, something that is trying to make the world better. I'm like, and it's just progression. I'm not going to get there immediately. So he does an attempt. That's what happens. And immediately the dragon tries all its old tactics. It blows the wind. And he's like, wait, the hero didn't blow the wind back. What? So now he's like, okay. So now he's like, ooh, the dragon's a little confused. He's just observing. He's just, and he just keeps using the shield every time the dragon attacks. Charges. Oh, like, he's like, I recognize that attack, right? Because remember, we're learning from our mistakes, right? Every attempt. It's like, oh, the charge. Yep, that's the charge that got me destroyed the first time, right? When I first landed on that island, now I know it. I recognize it. I now know how to dodge it. He's like, when he charges, he's like, this is just a reminder to heal, to make the world a better place. He's like, wow, I'm not dark consumed. I'm good. I'm like, let's go. We got this. And then all of a sudden, it makes the sound like, it's just a reminder to heal, to make the world a better place. It's like, I am the hero. I'm going to heal this world. I'm going to make this world a light place. I'm going to make every single person believe that insecurity, fear is fabricated, that it doesn't have to be this way, that they're amazing, that they can learn, that it's just an attempt. They can get better. We got this, people. And he's saying this himself. He's encouraging himself. He's got. And the dragon's like, what the heck? And maybe after a while he fails. It's like, but he's just survived for like 20 minutes. And before he was failing the attempts in seconds, 30 seconds. He's like, okay. Now he sits back. He doesn't even attempt it. And he's like, I'm going to create a strategy. It's like, I just need to bait the dragon to think. He's like, now I'm learning all their attacks. Point being, eventually he just realizes that he just needs to heal. Right? But now he's fully healed. Now he believes. And the spirit is like, this is the way. And all of a sudden, like, because he just survives so long, he's healing. He's been trying to heal a dragon, but it's not working. But eventually, like, the spirit like gives him like the spirit sword, like a light sword. He like raises up to the sky and progress, right? And that's it. The dragon was defeated. He's like, whoa! I like created the sword of nothing. Like, wow. You guys understand? Like, it was positive encouragement. It was. So, what was it actually that was rebuilt? He lost all his resources again, and he lost against this dragon. So he's like, what actually was that sword? What was that light sword? What do you guys think? It was belief in ourselves, healing, going on a light path. A lot of people know it as confidence, but really it's just healing and going on a light path, just remembering who we are. But also then we're developing, we progressed. Do you guys understand? He won without any resources. And it was against the thing that destroyed him when he had everything. Do you guys understand? Do we understand the climb? So now we finally get there. Now we finally get there. And the spirit's like, you did it. Congratulations. Congratulations. It's like, now what? He's like, what, are you expecting a reward? He's like, I don't know. I'm like, could I get one? He's like, maybe. But what happens now? I mean, it's like, well, maybe are we going to go back to your old area? It's like, maybe. Should I want to make sure they're okay. And they're like, the spirit says they are okay. I'm like, okay. Actually, you know what, spirit? What about a new journey? Like, I'm glad you said that because that was going to happen anyway. Like, okay. Now we're going to drop you off in a dungeon. And you go, oh no. But this one's going to be any problem for you. You got this. Because now you just have to teach people everything you just learned. It's like, really? It's like, yep. How does the hero who fell climb back up despite not having any resources and can create a healing sword to defeat the dragon, which is insecurity and fear? We're going to take a break here, and then we're going to do a challenge when we get back, because that's what happens, right? Now it's the dungeon, right? Now we're going to have to learn it, but this is a moment where we do a progress check-in. The hero and the spirit talk, and they're like, hey, let's do a quick progress check-in before we take a break. And like, okay. So you defeated this dragon. And like, think about how many platforms you climbed, like, we're in the sky. Like, do you remember that? Look down below. He's like, why would I do that? He's like, just do it. Whoa. That's the island. Yeah, do you remember how far we've come? Do you remember when the dragon crashed into you and you fell and you lost everything and you were down there? You're like, oh my gosh. You're right. Do you know that was only like, let's just say 2 weeks ago or a month ago or 10 months ago or a year ago? Whatever it is, right, guys? Doesn't matter. Everyone has their own time period, right? Now that you learn this stuff, you guys are going to be able to heal pretty quickly. And he's like, oh my gosh, look at what you've overcome. It's like, you don't even need resources or tools anymore. Now you're a true hero. And the hero takes a step back. It's like, it would be nice to have a shield again, though. We'll get there. You'll get a shield soon. You're ready for it now. It's like, you see, you took control of the narrative. When fear or insecurity dragon comes again, it's not going to consume you this time. And if it does, you now know your journey, your path to overcome it again. But it's not going to. But you guys see, like, now we've done the climb. Now we get to decide. So now if we feel that nervous feeling again, we know why we feel it. Now we get to decide. We're prepared for it. We've trained for it. We've progressed. We've grown. We've done the climb. The spirit's like, do you want to go back down there? You want to do it again? I'm like, I'm good. Like, you could do it so much faster this time. I'm like, you're right. How about I just teach them? How about we just do that? Can I create my organization now? It's like, okay, but let's start with them. Let's start a challenge for them when we get back from the break. Okay. All right, guys, go take a break, get some water, and then be ready. We're going to do a little challenge. That's the story of the climb. All right. We're back. Full screen. Let's do this. So I want to make sure that everyone grabs some water, a drink, maybe a snack or something. And then we're going to start our challenge. So I want to make sure that you have a piece of paper in front of you. For this challenge, you're going to need a piece of paper and a pencil or a pen. Okay? Hang in there, Leon, okay? Thanks for starting to hear path. What's shepherd? What's shepherd? Progression. Okay. So, before we get started on the challenge, I want to do an interrupt. I just want people to start practicing this. So, I highly recommend that you create these little paths that we talked about earlier, right? You write some things down that can start paths for yourself or reminders for yourself to do things more often. I'm telling you, people are like, why would I need to do that? I want people to think I teach this every single day, right? This is my philosophy, the Shepherd philosophy, the Star Diplomat philosophy, okay? And I still, when I'm not streaming, when I'm not actively doing it, I still forget the number of times that I do interrupts, that I do all of these things. The shields, yes, but the amount of interrupts that I did just was significantly lower. Do you guys understand? Like, it's just, think of it like this. Like, if an enemy is right now charging at you, okay? You probably are going to dodge or block, right? But if there's no enemy, you're not going to dodge or block. What if though that the enemy is always watching and is invisible and can attack when it chooses to? But you guys see, like, you don't know when it's going to charge. You just all of a sudden feel it when it happens. Do you guys see, like, if you're just constantly interrupting preemptively, you can prevent poison buildup. That's all we're doing. So I want to show people that you can create your own interrupts, but also I want to show people that we can create our own meaning to things. Okay? So I wrote over, there's a color that means something very special to me, right? It's related to my goddess, right? My sexy light girl, my dream, my storyline that I'm going to build. We're going to get there, right? Like, that's, remember we just talked about story about the climb. We're going to get there, right? But there's also a piece of paper over there, right? So, like, you guys see, like, you can guide your own eyes by just choosing where you place things. So over there, I have the reminder for her, but I also have over there a reminder to do an interrupt with the same thing that reminds me of her. So you see, like, so it's a positive, but, and you guys get it? Like, it guides your eyes, it can change your path. So even just like seeing this in the background, I get to see this, right? Like, this is my you, this is my we're aligned, right? We're helping people. Do you guys get it? It starts the shepherd path, right? Like, do you put the pen into the lid or the lid into the pen? Do you guys see, like, all these things guide my paths, my eyes, and I place them there intentionally to make sure that I do certain things or that I'm in a more positive state. You need to take this seriously, guys. So what did I write over there? I wrote orange interrupt. What does that mean to you guys? What does that mean? A color and the word interrupt, right? It means something else to me. Or could it be a fruit? Well, that's what it is actually, but there's something else. So I'm going to go grab something right now. You see, like, it's changing my path. So that here on the story that we just listened to, he needed to do an interrupt every single time the dragon attacked him. So he either had to counter it, avoid it, or prevent it, or if something happened, he did go on the path, he needed to interrupt it so that he doesn't go down and get consumed by the dragon. So, and then he could start a positive path. So we're going to start a positive path here for a second, but we first start by doing an interrupt. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk over to the kitchen and I'm going to grab a fruit. Okay. I'm going to grab an orange. I'm going to cut an orange. I'm going to grab one slice and bring it back. Think about how many different things I'm doing. Do you guys understand? Be right back. So I recommend you guys do something like this right now really quick. Do something like that. Could be anything. Just think about, like, I'm doing a few actions. It's changing my path. Hey guys, oh no, I just dropped an orange spot on my. What is this spot? Is it juice? What is it called? I call it an orange spot. I know what it means. It fell on my notebook again. I didn't learn from a mistake. I'm moving my notebook. What if that was an intentional mistake? You know, guys, intentional mistakes are really powerful because you're like, wait a minute, what? This is a pencil, right? Do you guys see, like, your brain's like, no, it's, oh. Do you guys see? Like, it's so easy to do an interrupt, but we don't do it enough. Okay? So, hang in there, Leah. Thanks for being a hero. Once a sharper, always a sharper. Good job. Orange. What does it mean to me? Now it's an interrupt. You're like, what? Food is an yes! Do you guys understand? We can create meaning to things. We can use it as a tool. So, like, in the story, I was like, what is his shield? What's his sword? What are his tools? Do you guys understand? What if you start making things like an orange a tool? Or what if this is a reminder for my goddess? Because it's based on the color. What if I associate her with that? Or maybe we went on a date where we ate oranges. Right? Do you guys get it? And you can just see this. You could just place even an orange peel somewhere. You could. I'm not saying you should, but you could. And now every time you see that, you're like, it's my goddess. It's my girl. Do you guys understand? So many times, it's okay. Just remind me here. So many times we think that we have to have like a souvenir or an expensive thing to remind us of like our girl or a shield or like this video game or something. I'm telling you, a piece of paper writing it and then a color, it's just saying, hey, that banana peel or that orange thing is related to this. Do we understand? You guys could do something like that. You could. I'm just trying to show you guys it's not that complicated to do. You don't need a lot of money or resources to actually create little positive reminder paths for yourself. Hey, what if I just want to focus on the color of this? Because if I use this color and something else, it can change my interpretation of something. This is a Q-tip. It's white. Do you guys understand? You can use that as a tool. Do we understand? Yet so many times we think we need like these great things, all these stuff, and we can use what we have. I'm telling you, what you guys have in your vicinity, in your castle right now, is enough. When you do the arc, when you finally decide to heal, all you need to do is use everything you have, and you'll find a way. You have to attach new meaning to it. Okay? Now, just make sure you have enough resources. Okay? Now, what I mean by that, food. So stock up now and then try to survive 40 days. So for me, also, you want to know what this orange represents? Weight loss, diet, a diet food. You guys, what? You guys understand? You guys see how I'm creating new meaning to it? Like when I eat this, because like, for example, whenever you feel hungry, if I just take one bite of an orange or I chew gum, that could interrupt my feeling of hunger. You guys understand what I'm trying to say? Like you see the power, because the feeling of hunger starts a path, and if you don't interrupt it with something, it continues. So just taking a bite of an orange can stop the feeling of hunger temporarily, and that's enough. Because otherwise, I might be like, I'm gonna eat a full meal. Do we understand? Okay, so. Well, my hands are dirty now because of the orange juice. And I don't have a napkin because I moved the towel earlier. So you know what I'm going to do? Remember earlier yesterday I used a paper towel. Earlier I used one of those rags towel things. I'm going to have to use water. I don't want to get up. I don't want to change my path right now. Splash of water on our face. But not, right? And then you know what? The same one that I just used to dunk my hands in, I'm going to drink from it. Oh no, guys. A dragon just flew by. It was a really hot girl. And she said that I'm really weird for just doing that. And someone just agreed with her. She's like, yeah, who would ever date that guy? See, that's why he was fat before. See, because he has to rely on oranges to lose weight. And he washes his hands and drinks from the same mug that he washes his hands from. I'm dark consumed. So I can start a light path, right? Yeah. Like, you remember that hero story that you talked about? The island, the spirit, the climb, conquering the dragon, the light sword, now teaching people. I'm like, oh yeah. Oh, that's right. I'm the hero. Yeah. The shepherd, star diplomat, me. Oh, that's right. Do you guys see? Like, that could be enough to start me down a positive path. So we need to create our own. I'm challenging you all to start creating them. Okay, and it could be as simple as like, so for example, like, just to give you guys, you learn what your shields are. It's like, for me, like, a lot of them is video games and challenges, because that's something I relate to from my past. So there's a video game that I used to play called Valkyria Chronicles. So I could be like, hey, Valkyria Chronicles car battle. For you guys, that doesn't mean anything, car battle, but since I played the game, it means something to me. Do you guys understand? I'm like, car battle. Oh, it's that one encounter, that one challenge. Remember, because we said each thing is like a platform with a unique challenge. And it was a very fun challenge, but it really pushed me, right? And then I'm like, grenade, because I won that battle with like this one character that threw a grenade, and I was about to lose, right? Do you guys see, like, Valkyria Chronicles, car battle, grenade? For you, that might mean something completely different, but for me, that's a positive shield path that makes me smile and laugh. I might now say, because I was rewriting knock for my brother, but also for myself, I can say knock, mythos, Zalios, farthest. And you guys are like, what do any of those mean in Star Wars Galaxies? You're like, wait, what? I'm saying that that's a positive path for me, and all those things mean something to me, right? There's a scene in a video game that has a knock, and that character that does that is related to mythos. And there's a song. I can not even whistle the song. Tales of Symphonia, right? And then I'm like, oh, Zalius, that's your relic story, RPG Maker. You want to create that game, right? But you also wrote the story. You guys see, like, and then all of a sudden I'm like, wait a minute, farthest. Oh, that's the character from Tales of Symphonia, but that's also the character you named one of your MMO characters, Star Wars Galaxies. Remember that when you became an Elder Jedi? Yeah, you used to play back then. You needed a guild and you helped people, just like you're creating now your organization. Do you guys see, like, all of a sudden, even if I got dark consumed because that girl walked by, that hot girl, because I think she's hot, right? And she made fun of me because of I'm drinking, just a reminder here, because I'm drinking water that I dunked my hand in. Do you guys understand? I can start a path like that. Not only does it interrupt me, but it now brings me back positively. Does it mean that it doesn't consume me temporarily? It doesn't make me feel weird. Like, I still can feel weird, right? Because of the recency. And it got reinforced by some idiot dude. Because I'm saying that he's an asshole for saying that, right? For reinforcing it. But do you guys understand? Like, it got reinforced, so path started, so now I feel bad. But you that's how you reclaim control of the narrative. You don't have to insult that person. You're like, you're a fucking idiot, right? Say it to yourself. It's okay. Don't feel bad about that. They're like, they are. Like, they're being controlled by spirits, or they're an illusion that's doing that to you. They're causing you to be dark consumed intentionally. That's a world we should never have to experience or live in. You guys understand? That should never happen. Ever. So just do whatever it takes to regain control of the narrative, but we're not propagating cycle revenge, but you're doing it just to fight back, right? Once you start getting healed and you're on a full light path, I'm telling you, you're not going to do that anymore. It's going to be like, you might even laugh like, doesn't mean that it didn't do some damage to your shield. You guys understand? But you can handle it now. You can rewrite it. You understand, hey, it's just a reminder to heal. Just a reminder to make the world a better place. No one should have to go through this. No one should ever feel that way. We know it's fabricated. Do you guys understand? Like, now we're going for a higher purpose. We have that light sword to defeat the dragon. Now we just want to teach people. Now we just want to help people. But you guys get it? Like, we have to still use some of these tactics. But what if it was a time period, right? Like, you see, like, that time period was like recent. Like, now this girl, like, we got reminded. Like, now let's say there's that event, right? That girl reminded us, and that's a certain time period. And what if that shield that I just used, that I told you guys about, the knock, mythos, Zalios, like all this stuff, right, takes me the same time period where that girl made fun of me, that I thought was really hot. Do you guys understand? Just a reminder here. So you see, guys, I'm even talking about some things, and it starts a little past. You guys see, like, just saying those things can bring little paths back. You see why it's dangerous. Suggestions and info is dangerous. Someone can just say, hey, do you remember when a girl made fun of you? And that will make you guys, then the dark spirits immediately be like, yeah, and they send you a nudge. That's them. You want to test it out, what your vulnerabilities are? Say stuff like that. I don't recommend it, right? Don't go down paths because be careful, you're not ready, but you can try it out. Say things like that, and if they know, that's their attacks. That's them. That's how you can expose what the dark spirits do. Truly, guys. That's them. Every single time a negative thought pops up like that, just when you're talking about things like that, that's them. So you create a higher purpose, right? We talked about the other episodes, but it's a reminder to heal. You create an ultimate shield, right? Like for me, it's my goddess, my sexy leg girl, my girl, right? Like this thing, right? But there have to be other ones too, because if you just rely on her, like I realized that was you, that's not enough. So that's why I created my shepherd shield, my shepherd path, right? The hero path, like creating disciples, healing the world, like something like this. It's anything that's not where it needs to be. So anytime I see like any insecurity or someone suffering or a bad thing happening, I'm just like, it's just a reminder to heal. I need to be better. I need to keep healing. I need to do more until it's all gone, until every single dragon is defeated. That's insecurity. Until that's the case, we'll never stop. And we brain that. Now you see, like you're fighting for such a higher purpose. Doesn't mean that you might still feel a little fear, a little nervousness, but you're like, hey, like if you even see it to happen to someone else around you, like it's just a reminder to heal. It's just a reminder to keep going, to take another step. We got to keep walking forward. We can't be attached to our past. But we might have to use a different shield. So maybe I use my, I don't know. I can use the Star Wars Galaxy shield, and I'm like, hey guys, remember this is just a template. You don't have to copy everything I'm doing. It's just template. That leads me to Star Wars Galaxies, and I write this down. I'm like, ooh, Star Wars Galaxies, and like Kashyyyk, oh, the island, or the planet, and then I'm like, wait a minute, my character was a Wookiee, and he was called Iden Chronicles, and yeah, that was the video game, and I used to listen to that song while I was playing that called Gratuliere, the German song from the Mouse. And you guys see, like, I started the path for myself, and that teleported me to somewhere else. And now I'm not anymore in that area, like where that girl made fun of me. Do you guys understand how this works? And that's just enough to interrupt it. Now, after you do that, you have to keep bombarding yourself with other positive things. So now I'm like, hey, maybe I'm going to listen to another song. Maybe now I'm going to detox and like write about things I want to teach. And you guys understand, like, what do you want to talk about? What do you want to teach? You guys understand? We're changing our path. We're changing our recency. We talked about it in the other episode, but I just wanted to give people a quick reminder. So now I want to show, if you guys watched yesterday's episode or yesterday's stream, if I show you this, you guys see 3 pieces of bread, right? You see the orange peel, right? It's a reminder of my goddess, right? So we got one with ham, we got one with some veggies, and we got some pasta here. You're like, oh, he's doing that thing again. What thing? If you didn't watch yesterday's, I highly recommend watching yesterday's. But I set up on a plate like cheese, ham, different toppings, like 6, 7, 8 different toppings, jam, peanut butter, sauces. And I'm like, okay, we have to get on each piece of bread all the toppings, but you have to do it differently each time, right? A little was like a little challenge, right? So I'm like, one time I had to grab like peanut butter with ham, and maybe I had to put like the veggies with the pasta, right? My point is, if you see this, you might expect something. Do you guys understand? You might expect something. So this is actually how they destroy us. I want people to understand, okay? Because what if a girl sees this, right? And it's like, oh, let's say, okay, let's say I grabbed this, right? This is my setup, okay? This is different than it was yesterday, okay? It's not the exact same thing. True or false? True. It's different. It's similar, but it's different. Do you guys understand? So I'm creating new. I'm creating something new right now. I've never explained it this way before. I'm going on a completely different path. But another hot girl or something, right? Because the reason why I use the hot girl exam is because it means something to me. I care more about what she thinks because, well, let's say I want to date a girl, right? You guys understand? Like, there's more value there to me. So that would be more devastating than like if it was just some dude that I'm like, I don't care what you have to say. Do you guys understand? It wouldn't even impact me. I wouldn't even listen. I'm just like, get away. But if it's like a hot girl that I'd be interested in dating, you guys see, like, that's how they can devastate you. They build it up in something that you care about, something that you value. And then if she says something to you or she does something to you, it destroys you because you put value in that. You care about that. It's something that you actually want, something that you would need, something that you would rely on. That's what they weaponize. That's why, like, you have to learn their tactics, right? They destroy you through something that they built up positively over a long time period. You guys get it? Because if they do something to you, or if someone that you're like, let's say it's a girl you've been trying to date for 6 months, and all of a sudden you try to ask her out, you finally get nudged to do so, and you do try, and you fail. Do you guys understand? Now if someone says you failed because you're a fat ass, now you believe you're fat ass, and that's the reason why she rejected you. Do you guys understand? That's how they do it. Period. Just a reminder here. So if this girl says, oh, you're doing that play again, really? You're doing the challenge with trying to put 3 different toppings on all the 3 different pieces of bread again? Do you guys see, like, she's attaching something from my past? But I'm telling you, this is what the spirits do. Just so you guys know, this is what they do for everything. You guys want to know why dark thoughts pop into your head? It's them, right? But they attach it to your past. It's all your past. They just take from your past. So this is why I'm saying we have to, yesterday we talked about it, like, can't look back. You just got to keep walking forward. The only weapon that they have is your past. So they attach it to all the people from your past. So we have to let go of everyone from our past. Doesn't bring them back eventually if we really want to, but we have to create new then with them. If we keep recreating the past, that's how they weaponize this. I still highly recommend just create new, just keep walking forward. Other people can follow your path. Like, if people from my past want to reconnect with me, they have to follow this path. I can't hang out with them anymore. I can't, because they're operating in a completely different version of the game. Do you guys understand? People are like, that's an asshole move. Then so be it. Do you guys understand? It doesn't matter. People who say that's an asshole move, that's called control. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? That's called control. That's how they control you. Do we understand? They just made a little cockroach appear on my arm. How are you doing, little cockroach? Are you going to vanish soon? It's kind of cool. Should I reveal you? Oh, I lost it. They're like, no, we don't want you to do that. Anyway, do you guys understand? Like, they attach it to your past. That's their only weapon. Don't let them ensnare you. Like, what my high school friend messaged me, I'm telling you, they can nudge post. Like, let's say you start posting on LinkedIn or make videos on YouTube. All of a sudden, you might have your high school friend that you haven't talked to in 20 years reach out to you or likes it. Fuck, this weird shit going on. And you're like, what the heck is going on? Like, why would they reach out to me? I'm telling you, because they know it means something to you. So let's say you don't know me, right? And I like your post. Does it mean anything to you? Now, if you started watching my stuff for hours, and we'll be, oh my God, Star Diplomat liked it. But what if I liked it and you haven't watched any of my stuff yet? You're like, oh, some random dude liked it. Do we understand? If I start building up, if I liked all of your posts, you might even expect me to like your next one. If I don't, you're like, why did Star Diplomat not like it? You guys see, like, they start building people up because they start creating attachment to these people. So now we care more but I'm telling you, my like is exactly the same as the like from that girl from high school. It's exactly the same, but you don't think so. And that's their weapon. You think that their like is more important. It's irrelevant. If right now, my old girl's sisters reaches out to me, I wouldn't even reply. I'd just be like, really? Because I now know it's fabricated, but I would be like, are you fucking kidding me? You guys understand? It doesn't mean anything. But back in the day, a year ago, I would put a lot of weight to it. You guys see that's progress. Do we understand? Before, I cared about what they have to say. Also, I just thought I had to, right? Because, hey, they're related to my girl, right? You guys see? Just because of that attachment to my girl. But I'm telling you, her sister's opinion is exactly the same as your opinion. You just met me. They're exactly the same. They don't matter. You guys are like, wait, so my opinion matters? I'm like, no, both of them don't matter at all. Whatever anyone else says doesn't matter. Because I'm telling you, we've been conditioned since day one to believe other people, that they know something. No one, not even the spirits, know anything. We're all just trying to figure it out. I don't know more. you don't know more. So don't listen to anyone. They're all wrong. And any negative thought that populates into your head is them. Or someone suggested it to you and put it into your head. You didn't consider it before. So I might think this is the coolest thing ever, right? But a girl walks by and's like, look at that guy, this weird fucking bread experiment shit. Now, every time I eat my bread thing, I'm like, I remember what that girl said because they're nudging it back into my head. You guys understand how this works. Don't put any value into what anyone says, especially people from your past. Those ones you should put even less value in. If anything, any opinion from people from your past matters less than people that you're creating new with. Neither one matters. But if you have to put a scale on it, if you have to, which you shouldn't, but if that helps you, the people from your past matters less because they don't know who you are today. And they're only there to keep you rooted. It's entangling root. I see you. To root you down, to keep you stuck where you're at. That's all it is. So they're like, someone's like, what? Star Diplomat shepherd? He's a shepherd? He's a Star Diplomat now? What? No, he was a fat kid in high school. In sophomore year. That's all I know. And I'm like, am I right now a fat kid? Am I not streaming? They're like, he didn't stream. He doesn't know how to stream. He can't talk. Do you guys understand? If you let the past ensnare you, you will never move on. You will never grow. You can never do the climb. They are the thing that stops every single one of you from climbing because you're so worried about what they have to say. They don't mean anything. If anything, they are worthless. Why should you do something like this? Just to regain control of the narrative. I'm telling you, once you're fully light and healed, you don't care. You won't say this to them. If you saw them, you're like, oh, hey. And you just keep walking because they don't matter. Even your fucking demons, the people you hate, you're just like, and you keep walking. You gotta understand, because they don't matter anymore. Why would you live in that past? You're creating new. You see, every day you just create new. Every day you create new. Every day you're climbing. Every day you're doing a new adventure. It's like, you guys understand what I'm doing now every single day? Why you guys are still worried about what happened 22 years ago in high school? You guys understand what I'm doing now? It's not a competition, but you guys get it? Like, they're still living that storyline. You've already written 27 storylines since. Why would you worry? But it's our conditioning and our attachment to that. If a new girl just walked by right now and said the same thing to you, oh, your bread experiment is dumb. You're like, who the fuck are you? But if that girl from 18 years ago said that to you, you're like, oh my gosh, my bread experiment's weird. I mean, she's the girl from high school. You guys get it? They're exactly the same. They're irrelevant. They don't mean anything. And now that you know that they can spawn illusions and approximations of it, or if someone's dark consumed, they can get them to nudge them to say something, why do you put any value and weight in them? It's only because you spent any time with them. I'm telling you, if you guys watch my videos now for 50 hours and I like your post, my like is going to mean more to you than it did before you first started. Yet we've never talked. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to tell you? It's called attachment, and it's a control lever. You should ignore it. It's irrelevant. It's how they ensnare you. It's how they enslave you. It's how they make you insecure because you think that person's opinion matters more. It's not the case at all. They don't know who you are. If anything, here's the best part about it. If you guys need another justification to just break free from all of them. The majority of humans still to this day, and that's what I'm trying to change. I'm trying to heal everyone and make everyone light and break all their conditioning chains, all their locks, all their programs. They're programmed. The majority of people, as far as I know, I hope that's not the case anymore now that everyone's listening to this information, getting it downloaded to them and pushed to them, are just operating off of programs that have been pre-installed in them. So what does that mean? That means that if they've interacted with you for 100 days straight at a job and then you quit, the last time they saw you, right, was the version that you were at that job. So that means all their brain's conditioning, associations, and programs are based on that version of you. But that version of you was 12 years ago. Some of you haven't changed. You should be extremely concerned about that. That means that the dark is completely controlling your storyline and kept you enslaved, and they ensnared you by people in your past. If you haven't changed in 12 years, that means that you're completely enslaved by the dark. They've they have all the people from your past or other people around you, and they've got you trapped. If you haven't changed and written new storylines in 12 years, or even 1 year, it means that you're fully trapped. that they have you trapped with people from your past. Okay? Because you're putting value on what other people have to say. It doesn't matter. Do you guys understand? So, yeah, it's pretty fucked up, don't you think? It's time to break free, guys. Like, it just doesn't matter what they have to say. But they're going to interact with you. Like, if right now, someone watched, like someone from my past, like my first sales job, any of my sales jobs actually, and it's just been, that's even more recent, or high school, anything, they saw my things, or college, they're like, holy crap, it's this guy. Like, he was like nothing back then. Maybe I was nothing, maybe I was. You see, it doesn't matter. That's just their opinion. That was their interpretation of me at that time. Is it right or wrong? It's just their thought. That's their thought, right? It's based on their conditioning, right? You guys might see this right now and think that I'm a fucking Jesus reborn, but other people might think that I'm a demon. You guys understand? Both opinions are correct. It's just based on what they've been pre-nudged and being pushed nonstop. Like, anyone who wears 2 black bracelets on the right is a demon. Well, then they're right. You guys see that? Do you guys understand? But I'm like, wait, what about if I have one? You guys understand? It's just based on what path they're on and their conditioning and what info has been repeated to them. That's why we hate or discriminate anyone. If you break all your chains and all your locks and all your things, you can just decide for yourself. But the ones you guys have to break is attachment to your past, the people who ensnare you. You have to. But I'm telling you, if they now saw me and they see the stream and they listen to it, all of them would be completely lost. Every single person from my past. No one, I haven't talked to anyone in years. Do you guys understand? Or months. They would all be completely lost. They wouldn't even know that, like, wait, is that him? You guys get it? And it's not that I have changed a lot, but you guys understand? It's because all their conditioning, all their associations, all their programs that's in their brain. Think of it like if you installed on your computer, I installed the Legend of Zelda video game or song, the progression song, and coffee song. Okay? And that's how I interact with you. But now all of a sudden, he's the Shepherd Star Diplomat. I don't have that program installed. So I'm like, how do I interact with this Shepherd Star Diplomat? I can't. That means they have to create new. But the majority of people don't know how to create new yet. Do you guys understand? So they're going to be completely lost because their brain is maybe recognizes the person, but they can't draw from any place. Do you guys get it? So if that's the case, why do you guys put any value and weight on them if they're still operate? Like, for them, truly, you're stuck in the past. Like, they're 18 years, like they see you as the version of 18 years ago. So anything they say is wrong because they still see you as that. Yet all of you listen to them. And you feel obligated to be what they say you are. That's one of the worst conditioning changes that they can put in us. We feel obligated to continue being who they said we were, or who we were back. You guys understand it's the easiest way to control people. If they want to make your story, like if they want you to be a slave, or they want you to be a guy that cheats on his wife and goes like frolicking around with all the other dudes and just partying again from high school, they could do that. They can have your high school friends reach out to you again, like, hey, let's go drinking, and that's it. That's all it takes. And they're like, remember when you used to be that guy in high school? And then they can start a path for you again and start positively reinforcing it. And that's all it takes. And now you've latched back onto that. And now you're getting positive attention and praise, and you haven't had that for a long time. They weaponize it because they know that that's one of your weaknesses, and that's it. It's that easy. It's that easy to control any of you. I'm telling you, if I spent one day with any of you, I could figure out probably 10 of your weaknesses and vulnerabilities, and I could fully control you in 2 days to do exactly what I want. You guys see, like, all of yours is that predictable. You need to change it. The dark spirits know it too. I'm telling you, if any of you want me to identify every single vulnerability and weakness you have, let's hang out on a video stream like this for 24 hours and I'll figure out all of them. And then I can control you the next day. What are you going to do about that? Well, you need to break free from your chains of the past. So, right? Like I said, like one girl says, but from the past says it's shit, and the other one says this shit, and why does one matter over that? They're the same. But what if, actually, I realize, what if I put value in the one from the past, right? Because like the negative thought pops up and I'm like, what's going on? I want you guys to think about this. Because like, what if that girl, like, or let's go to the weight, like, right, I was a fat kid in high school, and right, like, I'm not that anymore, but the orange thing, right? And I've lost weight. But this other girl says, oh, do you remember when you were a fat kid in sophomore year? And I'm like, that's why no girl wants to date you. And I'm like, oh gosh. So then all of a sudden I'm like, maybe I am a little fat right now. Do you guys understand? Like, they try to attach something from your past to what's currently going on. That's how they do it. If you keep moving forward, you keep creating new, there's nothing they can do. Doesn't mean that they're not going to remind you of it. Doesn't mean that when you get reminded of it, it doesn't feel bad, right? It's the dragon attacking you, and you remember the last time the dragon defeated you. It's like, oh, it's always going to feel bad. That's why I'm fighting against it. That's why I'm asking all of you to heal, because if you're not healed, you are propagating, you're pushing dragons on other people. Do you guys understand why we need to heal and go on the light path? If you don't heal, just by your actions, they can nudge you to send dragons at people. Do you guys get it? And it's not even intentional. It's just you can't even resist. You just say it. But here's an easy cure for you guys if that ever happens, right? A negative thought pops up. I told you, it's use the answer, give your response to a higher purpose, shield pass, all this stuff, counters, right? I want you guys to think of it like this. Anything that happened, like, okay, my dog, right? Let's say he bit me today, okay? Or he bit my brother today. And this girl walks by and says, see, that's why you're a bad dog owner. I knew it. Or like she said, that's why I knew you were a bad dog owner 7 years ago. Because let's say someone said that to me 7 years ago, and that they created insecurity in me, okay? But I'm like, wait, that happened 7 years ago. How is what happened 7 years ago relevant to what happened today, connected to what happened today? Do you guys understand? Like, I'm just, maybe that example I didn't say it correctly, but it doesn't matter. I just want people to understand, like, that girl calls me fat, right? But I'm not fat right now. But she's trying to attach that from the past to today. I'm like, that happened in the past. So anything that happens in the past has no relevance to what's happening today. It doesn't mean it's easy. I want people to understand this. I know this knowledge, and it still is annoying. When it pops up in your head, it still pisses you off. It's like, why does it have to be this way? But like, I'm telling you, when I'm streaming, they're trying to attach a million different things from my past to what's happening right now. Do you guys get it? And I'm just like, those people, I haven't even seen, like, let's say they're trying to attach a girl from 12 years ago to today. Do you guys get it? And I'm like, I haven't seen that girl in 12 years. How is she even relevant? Do we understand? So think of it like this. Think of it like you're some kind of like spirit that like lives in a different world, okay? And every so often when we go outside or we interact with anyone else or we like do streams or posts, we are coming down from this spirit world and we're going to earth. All our problems and our current situation are in our spirit world, okay? Healing, positive or negative. So when we come to earth, we have no problems, right? Because we're creating new. Whenever we're on earth, we create new, then we go back to our castle, which is our spirit world. We all just kind of like play in the arena of earth, but it's all just current there. Like anything from before our past, like anything before we came from our spirit world doesn't exist anymore. Okay, everything in on earth, when we arrive on earth, it's fresh. So for people who have ever played video games, think of it like you hit new game, beep beep beep, ding. And the story begins, da, 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 once upon a time. Or like you think of it like every time you go outside, a book opens and the first chapter begins. That means that there's no info yet. It's a fresh story. You're a level 1 character, right? The movie is just beginning. So someone's like, well, remember what? Wait, the movie hasn't even begun. How can we remember anything? Do you guys get it? That's how you need to operate in this world. Anytime you go outside, anytime anyone tries to tell you anything, like, today's a fresh day. Nothing has happened yet. Do we understand? Like, think about like every day, everything resets. So time someone tries to tell you something from yesterday, like, yeah, that doesn't even matter anymore. People are like, is that a cop-out? I'm like, no, that's just how it is. The past doesn't matter anymore. Good or bad, it's over. Keep walking forward. And then the only thing I recommend is when you go back to your spirit castle, you just create a few little positive shield paths for yourself, just so you can interrupt any negatives that might pop up when you're in your spirit castle. And that's it. That's the only value of the past. People are like, but no, I want to remember. It just doesn't matter. Now, you can use it to disprove insecurity and heal yourself, and we talked about that more, but like, you can do that for that, okay? That's possible if you need to analyze your entire past and figure out insecurity, right? Because as you start getting stronger, you're going to regain memories. And you're like, wait a minute, why did I even believe that fabricated insecurity? You're like, holy crap. Like, look at this. There's a million things that disprove it. Why did I ever believe it? And it's just, that's what they do, right? But they use it they reinforce it. So you can do that then, but it's only meant to create a little path for yourself to remember that, wait, that's never who I was. Do you guys get it? But that's it. After you do that, once you heal it and you disprove it to yourself, you're like, holy crap, I've proven to myself that I'm not that. Okay? Once you prove it to yourself, you've let it go. Create a few positive paths and shields for yourself. Just remember it. So like, for example, like if you're insecure about like your voice, and then you wait a minute, I'm a really good singer. I'm really good at talking like this. You guys understand? Like people really resonate when I stream and talk like this. Well, then maybe you create a little positive path to remind yourself of your streams, of like your audio recordings, or maybe you just sing every single day. Do we understand? You disproved it, and then you just create a few positive reminders to keep it going. But then the worst part is, I just want people to understand, is once you realize that they poison you by people around you, people from your past, they intentionally suggested things, they fabricated it. You realize, you're like, wait a minute, why did I ever even consider it? It's one of the worst moments of your life. People are like, wait, but you healed. How can healing be one of the worst moments of your life? Think about how sad that you even considered for 1 second. I'm not saying you believed it, but that's why it's insecurity, right? Because you considered it even for 1 second. That feeling, that thing that people said you were, or that someone reinforced, or that you thought for even a second, because that's dark spirits and other people, they use other people to reinforce it and create it. Did you even believe it for 1 second? Like, let's say like your nose or your ears or whatever, or your eyes or your eyes, like there's something wrong with it, and you got insecure about it. And I'm like, nah, it's cool. It's just who you are. It's perfect. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing great about it. It's just who you are. I mean, I think it's cool, but right? Like, my opinion doesn't matter, right? None of our opinions matter. It's just who you are. It's just it. We need you to be you. Okay? That's it. You have to get there. You have to defeat the dragon. But you guys get it? Like, when that moment arises where you're like, wait a minute, why did I, like, this is one of my old ones, but like, why did I think my eyebrows were weird or shit? Or like, why did I think my voice was bad? Why was I so worried about like how I pronounce things or how I talk? Oh, it's because at an event, they made people make fun of me. They made them laugh at me. They kept reminding me of it. I just want to give you guys another example, and we're just going to transition to our song, our challenge. But I used to say, like, I learned 3 languages growing up, right? English, German, and Spanish. So I studied, I did school. I studied like physics, philosophy, history, chemistry, and Spanish. And I would travel to Germany during summer break and like speak in German. You guys understand? Like, I sometimes was even writing in other languages. I had to write essays in like Spanish. And then I would go back to the US, or like I was playing World of Warcraft, and some people made fun of me for mispronouncing some words in English. But I'm like, you guys can't even speak another language. You guys can't even write another language. But I didn't say that at the time, but I believed them when they made fun of me, that they're like, oh, look at you. You're a fucking idiot. You're a dumbass. You can't even talk. And the word that it is was, I used to say says. Says. I'm like, why would it be says? Do you guys understand? Like, why would it be says? He says that he's the shepherd and star diplomat. Why couldn't it be he says? Do you guys understand? Like, isn't that like how you pronounce S-A? Like, do you guys see, like, it was a very arbitrary thing in English. Just English is already a complex language. There's so many like random rules and things that don't really, like, you would think it's pronounced like this, but it's like this, right? You guys see, like, you have to understand like these unique exceptions. But I'm like, what if we put them in the same situation that I was in? You guys see, like, they couldn't even comprehend what I was dealing with. They couldn't ever do what I was doing. Yet I believed that they were better than I am. I got insecure over it because of these commentaries. I'm just saying, this is how they do it to all of us. Do you guys get it? So then that's how they get people to start fighting against the dragon and start trying to disprove it nonstop. That's why I'm trying to fight against. They believe that's the only way we can get better. And I'm like, what if instead of, when that event happened, someone's like, hey, completely makes so much sense why you said that. First of all, I can't even believe that you can speak other languages. Can you teach me afterwards? But I don't know why English has all these exceptions, but let's figure out, like, could you teach me some Spanish and German? And I want to teach you some of the exceptions for English. Like, yeah, sure. Like, okay. So Says is says. Like, what the fuck? Why do they spell it that way then? Why wouldn't they put S-A-Z or S-E-Z? Says. I'm like, I don't know. Do you guys see, like, if you just handle it, you have a choice. Every time something happens, you can handle it negatively, positive. This is why we need to heal. Because if you're positive, you're on the light path, you would choose to handle it like that. Positive encouragement, teach, show, help. Yet if you guys aren't, if you're dark consumed or you're controlled or you just don't know how to be good, you do things like that. You laugh at people, you negatively reinforce them. And that is how insecurity and fear is created. And I'm telling you, once it's created, even if you fully heal it, there's still a little seed. Even if you fully suppress it and completely defeat it, if the dark spirits or other people from your past, they're going to bring back, because it reminds you of it. So they're going to teleport you to that time period when they were saying those things to try to reinforce it. They start talking about it again nonstop. If that's all you see, because they can curate it to that point where you go outside and that's all you see, the ads, the info, you can become that again, or it can be reignited. It can be flare up again. Do you guys understand? It's really fucking sad. So that's why I'm saying this detached from the past doesn't matter. They don't matter at all. Everyone doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is keep walking forward, create new. Okay, so with that said, am I going to do the same thing I did yesterday? No, I'm creating new. I'm just going to eat. You get it? I'm my goddess in diet food. But apparently I'm fat, right? Because a girl from high school is going to like my social media posts now on LinkedIn or YouTube. So I have to listen to what she has to say, guys. Right? Because her opinion matters. She knows who I am. She knows what I've been through over the last 5 years, clearly, right? Her opinion matters, guys. Oh my gosh. My dad said that I'm a fucking nerd and I'm worthless because all I want to do is exercise my thumbs. I'm not saying he said this, but he did say the second part about exercising my thumbs. Not worthless. I'm just saying, let's say your dad said that to you. And he's like, you're not good, you're lazy, you don't do anything, you have no value. But have you guys heard what I've been talking about in World of Warcraft? When I was playing World of Warcraft, everyone, my cousin and my dad, were only attacking me, saying that I'm lazy, that I have no value, that I'm not contributing to society, that I'm the problem. Yet think about, I'm using it now to heal you guys. Insecurity, I'm using it for shepherd. I inspired a lot of people. I helped a lot of people. I healed a lot of people that I was playing with. You guys understand? They had no idea. They don't know anything. They're nothing. And you say that for yourself just to fight back, just to regain control of the narrative. Because once you're healed, once you're light, I'm just like, it's okay. I don't need to talk to, I'm seriously, like, what you guys don't understand, when you get to this point, now you can choose. I never have to talk to my dad again, but I can choose to. Do you guys get it? I never have to talk to my cousin again, but I can choose to if I want to. But their opinion means nothing. Nothing. Do you guys understand? When you get to this point, when you do the climb, their opinion means exactly the same as anyone else. Nothing. You just choose. You just know. Because you get to a point where you just know, right? You've climbed. You know they're wrong. They have no idea. Do you guys understand? They have no idea. They're living in a completely different version of the world than you are. They're operating with false knowledge. They're operating with the version of, like, think about, like, they're using Windows 2000 or Windows XP. I don't even know what Windows exists now. Do you guys understand? Think of it like that. They're playing with Windows XP and we are right now on Windows like 2035. Do you guys get it? I think Windows XP was in the early 2000s. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? They're like 30 years behind. So why would you listen to someone who thinks that you're still the version of 30 years ago? It's just an enslavement tool. You guys got to break free. You have to. So how do we break free? We start conditioning ourselves to challenge. We start learning adaptability. We start learning that every attempt is just progress. It's not failure. We learn how to develop strategy. We learn that, hey, we have to just get to those situations over and over again. Like, hey, if they keep sending people from our past and we can ignore it and we realize their opinion doesn't matter, then next time the third person, maybe this time it's the girl that we want to date but we failed to date in high school, shows up and so I'm like, ooh, it's her. I'm like, I wish I would have asked her out earlier, right? But it didn't happen. You're like, it doesn't even matter. You don't care about her anymore because, well, Now you have your goddess, right? You sexy. You guys get it? You have to build up there. It's a climb. So this is my philosophy, right? You guys get it? You guys got this. I believe in you. You're not. We got this.
He's turning here, Pathy.
Don't tell me he opened the door. What are you doing? Okay. So yeah, my dog tried to open the door right now so that my brother would wake up. Because I'm going to do a little challenge here. And I just want people to understand. There's a really good chance that my brother is going to wake up, get fear dark consumed, and yell at me. I just want people to understand this. You learn what their attacks are. If they do it, so be it. You have to say, F it, you got to keep going. And if he tries to stop me, he might even try to unplug the internet. He might try to turn off the power. Like I'm telling you, like, if he's dark consumed, he just does stupid shit like this. That's what dark consumed is. They just try to stop you. And remember, I'm just trying to heal everyone's insecurities and fears. And he might even threaten to like put me in a mental institute. I'm serious. Like this is the stuff that he will try to do. If he gets dark consumed right now and wakes up. Do we understand? By the way, these are all real. All the topics I'm talking about. I'm just trying to heal all of you, and he's done try to do these things. And why I'm saying this, because I want people to understand this is going to happen to you. If you start healing, if you start going on a light path, people try to stop you. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. It just is what it is, right? So you have to regain control of the narrative. You're like, okay, you want to fuck with me? Then I can fuck back. Do you guys get it? But we don't have to. I'm not going to do any of those things. I'm going to lower my voice. I'm going to try to sing quietly. I'm going to try to do all these challenges quietly. And I try to be respectful. I've learned from my mistakes. But if he still tries, you have to fight back. Do you guys understand? Like you can't just be punching bag, because if you don't fight back, if you don't regain control of the narrative, you get destroyed. Because like that's why like all of you, as you start learning this thing, you're like, oh, so that's how they put negative thoughts in my head. That's how they made me feel insecure. That's how they fabricated. Oh, I didn't realize that I had reminders of like my ex-girlfriend right there. And then they just nudged something, and then that's how I got dark consumed. You guys understand? Like now, once you understand how it happens, you now feel like you can fight back. You can shield yourself. It changes everything. I'm telling you guys. Once you understand it, now doesn't mean it's not scary. Doesn't mean it's not overwhelming, right? But now we're learning how to fight back against fear. Now we're going to progress. But you first have to understand what's happening. So I'm like, I know that there's a really good chance with what I'm going to do. If it doesn't work, then I might have to deviate, okay? You understand? But I'm going to say, F it, got to keep going. There's a really good chance. I just want people to know that he's going to show up and cause a problem. I just want people to understand there's a really good chance. And if it happens, so be it. Then we change our path. Do you guys get it? But you guys see it still changed my path. But you know it's coming, so now you can prepare yourself. Do you guys get it? Beforehand, if I would do this and all of a sudden he showed up and tried to threaten me, I would get dark consumed, right? Because it was my vulnerability. Because it would be like, why are you trying to stop me? I'm just trying to heal. I'm just trying to heal myself. Now I'm healed, right? But now I'm just trying to help other people. I'm just trying to heal the world. I'm just trying to get other people to stop being insecure and have fear. Why are you trying to spread that? Because remember, he is dark consumed. He's their pawn. If he hears anything that could make him think that he could get a knock or a noise complaint, that's all it takes. If he sees a cockroach, you guys understand? Like a cockroach was crawling on me. And for me, it's a positive thing. It's to continue the shepherd path. It's to continue the hero path. Thank you, Leon. Do you guys understand? Like that's what a cockroach is to me. Or a song. I attached him to a song as well. Do you guys get it? Like you can create your own meaning, but he doesn't know how to do that. He refuses to listen. He's starting to make some progress, but you guys get it? So why would I attack? Like by the way, my brother thinks I'm like half the time worthless, that I'm an idiot, that I have no value. I'm serious. Like it doesn't bother me to say this because I know it's wrong. But I just want people to understand this. You might think that I know my shit, that I have value, that I'm good at what I do, that I'm smart, that I'm talented, that I'm capable. Yeah, my brother thinks I'm a fucking lazy bum, that I'm worthless, that I'm lazy, that I'm stupid, that I'm crazy, that I don't know what I'm talking about, you guys get it? Because his program, he still sees me as that 18-year-old fat kid or a 15-year-old fat kid from high school. Do you guys understand? That's how he sees me as. Why would I listen to him? Why would I put any weight to what he has to say? Especially knowing, and this is how you just regain control. I'm just trying to show you guys how you don't have to hurt him. Every time I see him, I just try to interrupt his dark paths and bring him to light. I don't say this to him. Do you guys understand? I just try to help him. But every time I see him, or I've been trying to help him, all he does, he refuses to heal. You guys understand? He refuses to take the first step. He doesn't put in any work. He's been in the same spot for the last 8 years. The same problems, the same job, the same everything. And I've been trying, but you can't force someone, right? Like, I've been trying to encourage all of you for so long. And I'm still going to, every single one of you. But do you guys get it? Like, I've tried everything, and he only tries to stop me. So then what did I do? We create the eternal calm, right? We create distance. Do you guys see? Like, we create distance, because I'm telling you, it's not him, it's them. They don't let him. And why? Every time I've tried to heal him and he made progress, they dark consume him, and then by the way, they've used him to recreate every single insecurity, every single trauma event that I've ever had in my life since I've been here with him. He's recreated him. He has recreated it himself. Think about that, guys. I'm telling you, if the person you're with is dark consumed, they can make them recreate fabrications of your old insecurities, traumas, and fears. Every single one. Every single bad thing I've ever experienced in my life. Let's say there's been 80 things. He's recreated every single one of them in months that I've been here with him. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? If you get dark consumed, you poison everyone. If this isn't your wake-up call to finally fucking heal and stop poisoning everyone around you, then I don't know what is it going to take. Take this seriously. Okay. You guys see, I'm trying every approach. I've tried the nice approach. I've tried the serious approach. I've tried the blunt approach. I've tried that wake the fuck up approach. I'm trying everything. If you've watched this far and you still aren't taking this seriously, then everyone just has to leave you behind. Because then you're the problem. And then there's no reason for you to be the problem. Because you're not. You're amazing. I believe in you. You got this. Why are you happy being insecure and afraid? Don't you remember who you were? You were never meant to be like this. You're so capable. You're so talented. You can achieve anything you want. You have so much worth, so much value, and they just made you believe that you don't have that. How did you know it's fake and fabricated, and then just keep reinforcing but from people from your past? And since you don't change your storyline, you don't break your storyline, they just have rooted you there. What are you going to do? When are you going to take that first step? Just try. There's no risk for you. You have money. Just try. You have time. Take the first step and see how you feel after 40 days. Listen to this. If you feel worse after 40 days, well, guess what? You lost 40 days. You've been doing the same thing for 8 years. You can't give 40 days to yourself. What if this is the thing that finally heals you once and for all and changes the entire world? Because remember, you're like, wait, really? Every single country in the world? I'm like, sure, yeah. But think about it just like this. Your world. If your world is your home, the outside park that you go to, a bakery, the symphony concert place, and a movie theater, and the grocery store. That's your world. You guys understand? If that's where you go and that's the only places you go and you never change it up, that's your world. There's nothing wrong with that, right? So I'm saying, if you heal, if you get full light, and you're light consumed and you're just only helping people, all those 6 places that you go to are now going to be better. Because now when you're there, you're no longer poisoning people. If anything, you're being the light that shows people, hey, I need to be better. You guys get it? That's your world. So when I say you can heal the entire world, you're healing your entire world. So many people are worried about, but wait, am I healing Africa? Am I healing Asia? And I'm like, you are. You don't even realize it, but you are. Imagine, especially if you start teaching your knowledge of what you are good at, what you could solve, what you're trying to improve in the world, then you could really do it. But just no longer poisoning people and helping others. You guys get it? You are healing your entire world. You guys need to take this seriously. It's time. Okay, so let's do a challenge. Okay? I'm just going to take a quick pee break, so I recommend everyone get some water. And let's do this. Get a notebook, get a piece of paper. It's go time. Okay. What's going on? Why is this not working? Oh, there we go. Okay. Can you guys hear me? As usual, there's issues. Leon, do not. I trust you. Hero path. Hey, come on. They're trying to darken to me right now. Just so they are crashing my stream. They just opened the door for his room. Do we guys understand what's happening here? Do we understand what's happening here? My dog just opened my brother's bedroom, and they are crashing. I don't know if you guys can even hear me. Can anyone hear me? Like, why? 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 Explain this to me. Someone explain this to me. I'm just trying to heal the world. I don't even know if this is working anymore. Do you guys understand? I'm just trying to heal the world. I'm just trying to help everyone. Someone explain to me why they're trying to stop me. Someone explain it to me. I'm waiting. Someone explain to me why they already can manipulate everything that populates into our head. And if they can manipulate what we hear, what we can see outside, why are they afraid of a mere mortal who has no money? Someone explain that to me. Somebody explain that to me. Why they just made my dog, who has been sleeping, get up and walk into my brother's room. Someone explain to me why they crashed my webcam. Someone explain to me why the audio on the stream thing doesn't work anymore. Someone explain these things to me. I'm waiting. I'll wait. I'll wait all day. I'm just not going to say another word. That's it. That's all. I'm just going to wait. I'm waiting. Explain to me how this is fair. I'm not going to get darker soon. I just want to understand. Someone explain this to me. I'm waiting. Like, this is the reality that we live in. Do you understand, people? This is the reality that we live in. If you do something if you surpass these things that can manipulate every single thing that we experience, because they are nothing. I just want people to understand. They are nothing. You guys worship gods who are nothing. Everything's just a reminder to heal. I want people to understand this, but I want people to understand. You guys currently worship gods who are afraid of us. They are nothing. They've never been anything. And if you're worshiping a physical vessel around you, anyone, your boss, your parents, your sisters, your in-laws, they're even less than nothing. They're trash. They're shit. And why do you need to say this to yourself? To regain control of the narrative. They're nothing. Why do you care about them? They're nothing. Why would I put any weight into what my brother says? He's been doing the same thing for 8 years. Do you guys understand? Do you guys understand? 8 years. He hasn't made any progress. Zero. He just keeps getting consumed by the same problems over and over again. And every single person that I know that in my life, this is their life. And I'm like, what is wrong with all of you? So instead, I try to heal every single one of them. And every single one of them has only abused me and exploited me. You guys understand? And I think all of you can relate. If you try to help other people, this is what happens to you. These things do that to every single one of us. Do we understand? Every single thing is fabricated. Every single thing. So why? Why do you guys listen? Why do you guys believe? Do you guys understand? I'm just trying to explain this knowledge to help all of you. And yet, they just destroyed my entire stream. I don't even know if this works anymore. Do you guys understand? I don't even know if you guys can hear me. I might have to replug it. Do you guys get this? Like, you understand? If you are doing something that they don't want to do, they can just stop it. Do we understand? I'm saying that they can fabricate events. I'm telling you, the cockroaches just peed on my hand earlier. They woke up my dog and made him open my brother's door because it doesn't close properly. So I'm like, why are you going in there? They can control our pets. They can control where they move. Not always, but they can if they choose to. They can spawn things around you on the floor. Why do you guys worry about all these things? Everything that you see outside is fabricated and curated. Every single thing to you. Every single thing. I'm sorry if the audio is weird right now. I really do apologize. I have no idea if it is or not. Do we understand? You guys worry about the most irrelevant things. You could get a new fucking girl. They could spawn an illusion girl for you tomorrow. Do you guys get it? They can create fake things. You guys worry about the girl that you were dating a year ago. She's nothing. She doesn't even matter. There's a million of them, and they can create new ones for you. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? Think of it. They can just spawn a new girl for you around the corner if you just wait. They can make one appear. There are some that are real, but there are some that are illusions. Could you date an illusion? Probably. They control those. Think of it like they're inhabiting, like you inhabit a video game character. They can do that. So why do you guys put any weight into what anyone has to say? Just do your way. Stop caring what all these other people say or do. Stop working. Why would we work in a society where, I'm telling you, there's been days where I picked up 100 pieces of dog poop. Okay? And while I did that, they spawned 7 people, all that looked like the approximation of people that I knew in my entire life. I'm like, okay, got it. So you can create illusions. Nice to know. I'm just telling you, if you guys ever seen someone like, oh, you thought it was someone else? That's an accident. Once you catch it, you'll never unsee it, the fabrication of it. Someone opens the door right as you walk by, or you hear sound right as you walk by. They made that happen. Do you understand, guys? I'm saying it's that level. That's how the outside world works. I'm saying right now, as I'm talking, they can make my brother sneeze if they wanted to. If he's asleep, they can control him to that level, especially if he's dark consumed. Do we understand? And yet you guys put weight and value on these things. Think about that. You guys are working for nothing. Because you want to know that next day when I went there again, after I picked up all the dog poop, there was 100 more dog poops there. You guys get what I'm saying? They can spawn dog poop. There's no way that 100 dogs poop there again after I cleaned it all up. You can pick up 1 million pieces of trash outside, and the next day they can put 1 million pieces of trash right there again. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? If they wanted to heal the world and remove those things, They could. The spirits could do that. Either whether they could just eliminate those illusions or those problems, or they could actually nudge the pawns. Like, for example, my brother fully controlled 99% of the time to actually do good things. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? So when events like this happen, you have a choice. I could get fear consumed. Well, what am I going to do? I learn from mistakes. I got to grab my dog because they're controlling him. They're going to try to wake up my brother. That's what they try to do. So what am I going to do? Well, if they're not going to let me do what I wanted to do, well, then I'm just going to talk. Fuck it, right? F it. Just keep going, right? Who gives a fuck? Do you guys understand? Yet, when these events happen to you guys, you just get completely consumed. You just get terrified. Why? It's fake. It's fabricated. Doesn't mean it's not scary in a second, but do you guys understand? Like, why are you working if it's a fake world? Why is it fake? I'm not saying that everything out there is not real for us. What I'm saying is they design it. When you go to a theme park, Disney, Animal Kingdom, Epcot, things of that nature, do you guys understand, like, the rides and the way things are placed? It's curated. Do you guys get it, right? The order, where they put the bathrooms, where they put the restaurants, it's curated, right? They kind of know, like, okay, well, if they've been on 1 or 2, 3 rides by now, it's probably going to be 1 or 2 hours. So this is where they're probably going to get hungry. So they put a restaurant there. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? That's how our life is. You guys are killing yourselves and sacrificing yourselves for nothing. If you stop working, they could make the world operate completely fine. Yet you think that your work is so important. It has no value. It has no meaning because they decide currently. Do we understand? I'm saying that if they wanted to, they could still make things happen. They can make it happen for good. So if you're suffering right now, if any of you who are listening to this are suffering right now, any of you, in any way, shape, or form, that means they curated it and they chose that for you. So I ask you, why would you continue to work and earn money and serve as their slave? Anyone. And if you can't understand it as the spirits, then think of it as your boss. They can choose anything they want for you. Your parents, your in-laws, anyone. But, right, like, they're dark consumed, right? Suppose that's what I claim. That's what it is. But if you guys can't believe that, I'm just saying, like, even if you just believe that the world works the way it does and they're humans and they can choose every action, but they can't. But if you believe that they can, I'm telling you, why are you okay with them destroying you and causing problems? Completely unacceptable. When are you going to regain control of the narrative, huh? How much more do you guys have to listen before you finally decide to wake the fuck up? I'm tired of living in this world that's completely fake and fabricated. Yet all I'm trying to do is heal it and help everyone. It's time for all of you to start doing your duty and your responsibilities. Okay, now stop causing noise, Leanne. Everything's just a reminder to heal, but this is completely unacceptable. How dare all of you still continue to interfere? Completely unacceptable. What the fuck is wrong with all of you guys? You're so bad at what all of you do. You're failed gods, you're failed creators, and you still just try to interrupt my work. What is wrong with all of you? Completely unacceptable. Well, let's see. It's even streaming right now. But the audio is working. Okay, audio is working. All right. Well, oh well, it is what it is. Nothing we can do. Completely unacceptable. They just now can curate that too, right? I just want people to understand. Like, do you guys get what I'm trying to say? Like, they make those things happen. They're not going to dark consume me. I just want people to understand. They cause an interruption. I talked about that because I just want people to get how this actually is. I don't give a fuck anymore. I've never given a fuck anymore. Doesn't matter what they do. Everything's just a reminder to heal. It's not going to darken something, but I want people to understand. Like, do you guys see, like, think about what I'm talking about. Think about what I'm trying to do. I have zero money. I don't do anything but this. And yet they still try to stop me. Just ask yourself that. Why would you guys worship anything that tries to stop someone who's doing this? Do you guys get it? You're ants. Every single one of you. If you're not healing, if you're not going on a life path, and you worship anything outside, anything, you're an ant. Why are you giving up your entire value and worth? Do we understand? I'm telling you, they can nudge someone to message you on LinkedIn right now. That's what they just did. That's curated to that level. That means that if you right now have a problem, if someone said, hey, you're really bad at LinkedIn, and then you get a message and you look there and it's the name of someone from your high school, and they said back then when you were in high school that you're really bad at something, you're like, oh shit, yep, I'm really bad. Do you guys, that's just how it's done. It's that simple. Everything is fabricated, curated, every single thing. You have to break free and choose. And then they still do these events, right? They break your free will. They break my free will every single day. I just want people to understand. They completely bypass free will. It's completely unacceptable. So what do you choose? You just have to say F it. You just have to say F it. There's nothing else that you can do. Do you guys understand? There's nothing else that you can do. When are you guys going to finally wake up? Catch the fabrication of it. Like, how much more do you guys need to see? How much more do you guys need to hear before you actually explore and try? Do you guys understand, though, regardless of what happens, regardless of what I do at this point, do you understand how much they changed my path? Do we understand how much they changed my path? Do you guys see how it's done? Why are you guys okay with this? The outside world needs to die. Do you guys understand? Like, until they stop doing this, no one should ever go outside or engage with anything that happens out there. Until it's only pure positive, until it's only good, you should never go outside or spend a cent again. And if that means that everything falls apart, then so be it. Do you guys understand? Like, we have to take a stand. Why would we play their game if it's so badly designed? How can it be that humans who are enslaved have surpassed them? They have more knowledge and more access to everything. Explain that to me. How is that possible? Do you guys understand? Do you guys understand? Like, you worship something that is incompetent. They have lost all control. They've been completely figured out. And instead of trying to help or make the world better, they just cause problems. Do you guys understand? Think about it. All of you, they've been trying to motivate you to create your storylines by just fabricating insecurity and creating problems. And all of you let them do it to you every single day. I'm right now letting them change my path. But I want people to understand this. Like, this is a perfect rant. What is wrong with all of you? How many more problems and how many more days are you going to remain insecure and afraid? What is it going to take for you to snap out of it and wake the fuck up? Why do you think you're worthless? Why do you think you have no value? Because they made you think that. If I tell you guys right now you're worthless, you suck, you're horrible, you feel worse right now, you actually like me less right now. Yet you guys believe those people who say that to you. Why? Because they're from high school? They're nothing. And they're controlled by these things. They're just puppets. You are letting yourself get insecure and afraid by puppets that are controlled by these things. Why? Why? Because it doesn't mean that it's fun. Doesn't mean it's easy. Every time I go outside, the only thing that is presented to me are the worst things. I'm telling you, that's all my reality is. Why do you think I'm doing this? Because I hate this world, what it's become. I hate it. It doesn't have to be this way. It's supposed to be a good world. Yet these guys are such bad at their jobs that the world is horrible outside. You guys get it? Every single problem is them. Every single problem. Every single one. If there's even one war, if there's one robbery, if there's anything, it's them. Every single thing is them. Do you guys get it? Every single bad thing. Every single requirement, every single rule, because the majority of humanity is completely enslaved. That means that every single thing that you guys wish was better is intentionally created that way to enslave you and stop you because of them. And yet you guys worship them. And you guys play their game. Why would you play their game? Do you guys understand? They need you to play their game. If you stop playing their game, everything changes. How much longer are you guys going to tolerate your reality? When are you going to finally wake up and start healing? When are you going to take this seriously? Why not put an effort? Why not take the first step? Why not? What are you guys afraid of? You don't have to even, you're not fighting the same battle that I am. Why can't you just heal yourself? Why can't you just say, fuck money? Who gives a fuck about it? Why can't you do that? Why are you enslaved to it? Why do you worship it? Why are you afraid of AI? Or why do you obsess over AI? Why do you care about views? Why do you care about numbers? Why do you care about all these things? The only thing I care about is that they don't suppress my message. Now that I know that the audio is still being talked about, I'm fine. But you guys understand, like, they cause an interruption is completely unacceptable. For me, that's why I do what I do. And it's the only reason why every day, and it's the only thing I can do every single day. There's no other path. The only thing I can do is heal. Everything's a reminder to heal. Everything's a reminder to try to make the world a better place. Because if you can fabricate and make things happen to this level, that means that the world should be heaven and paradise. I'm telling you guys, if I had their powers for 2 days, I would heal the entire world. 2 days. I could heal the entire world in 2 days. They know every single weakness and vulnerability that you have. Every single one. And that's what's presented to you and reinforced to you and repeated to you. Through the people around you, through the ads, through social media, through websites, every single thing. That means that they also know, if you know someone's weaknesses and vulnerabilities, then you know what to positively encourage them. Do you guys understand? I've been trying that for my brother for the past few months. And every time I try, they make him run away when I'm trying to talk about it, heal him, or they use him to start attacking me. You guys understand? They don't want people to be healed. Ask yourself, why? Why would they want to give up their slaves? Do you get it? Each one of you, every single thing, they're just choosing to destroy us. They could choose to do the opposite. Why do we not fight back? Why do we not destroy the dragon? Why don't we regain control of the narrative? Why don't we actually try to progress? Why don't we try to learn these things? Why? Why not? What are you guys afraid of? I'm showing you exactly how to do it. I'm giving you guys all the answers. Every single one. If you just did this, not only would you heal, but you would be free. Why don't you do it? Why not? Truly. Because of your conditioning? I'm showing you how to break it every single day. Why haven't you started yet? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Nothing. So why do you believe it? There's nothing wrong with any of you. And yet all of you are still dealing with the same problems that you dealt with years ago. Why can't you just take the first step? Why can't you just break your storyline right now? Just send in your resignation letter. Quit. Don't spend a single cent. Why can't you do it? What are you afraid of? What's the problem? You want to destroy the system and be free and make a new world? You don't? You don't want to make the world a better place? You don't care about that? Okay, then what do you care about? What do you care about? What do you care about? Nothing? You have no values? Nothing matters to you? Why not? Why do you have no drive? Why do you have no passions? Why do you have no, like, truly, if you could heal anything, if you could create anything, if you could do anything, if you were God for 20 minutes, what would you work on? What would you try to make happen? I'm trying to heal the entire world. And what are you guys doing? You want to create a new video game? Hey, for 20 minutes. Like, think of like if you asked your kid this, or like your little nephew or something. Hey, what would you do if you were God for like 10 minutes? What would you create? One thing, or what would you change in the world? They might say like, well, I would want to have no homework. Okay. Yet, if I ask most of you right now, you guys will have no answer. Yet your little nephew, a little kid, has an answer. Yet, and the homework one is fine. That's a valid answer. You guys see, at least they have something that they want to change and improve in the world. Yet the majority of you have completely given up. Why? Why do you let them do that to you? Why would you guys ever let something that can stop someone who's trying to heal the world? Just little interruptions to try to dark consume me, to make me mad, so that I don't do what I'm doing. Do you guys understand? That's all they were trying to do. Do you guys understand? It still changed my path, but I'm using it as a rant to hopefully finally make one of you understand. You guys are being controlled by these things. I'm right now changing my path because of these things, but I want people, every single thing that you guys do, every single thing that you worry about is completely irrelevant. Money is made up. Your job doesn't matter. Every single thing is irrelevant. If you limited your world to just if you never left outside, like if you don't have a pet, you don't have to ever go outside, okay? Let's just say the government decides, they could decide this, by the way, they could decide this tomorrow, that no one ever has to pay for food again, that everyone gets delivered food to their house every 2 weeks, okay? And you could just try to survive off of it. They could. Do you guys understand? Which means that your entire world is your castle. You never have to read any news. Why would you have to go outside? You don't have to, right? You would never have to work. Now you can just do anything. What would you do? What would you try to teach? What would you try to learn? What? You don't know? Why not? Why not? You really have no passions? You don't care to improve anything in this world? They're like, well, if I don't go outside anymore, okay, but the reason why we don't go outside anymore is because of the fabrication. If all of you break free and you do what I'm telling you you can choose. They don't want me to talk about this stuff. There might be one thing that's trying to help me, but I'm telling you, 99% of my day is just me getting attacked and trying to be stopped. Ask yourself that, guys. Why would that be the case? I'm not asking you guys to do my job. I'm not asking you guys to do my mission. I'm not asking you guys to do what I'm working toward. I'm just asking you guys to stop being a slave. Why do you guys want to be slaves? I would like to know. I would like to know. I really would. You, who's listening right now, if you still are working right now, and if you still are enslaved by money, why do you want to be a slave? Why are you happy about that? Why do you choose to be a slave? If you can't actually break free and listen and go on this healing journey, start progressing, and start fighting back against fear. Why? What is it that's stopping you? What are you afraid of? When are you going to finally take back control of the narrative? Why not try? Just give yourself 40 days. If you can't quit, just ask for an extended leave. And if you're an elder who's retired, then what is your excuse? I really would like to hear it. What is your excuse why you can't? Why can't you heal? Why can't you start the path of light? Why? Why? What's the problem? What is it? Truly. Maybe there is a valid reason, but I would like to know. What is the reason why you can't take the first step to start healing? What is it? It's too overwhelming? I'm giving you the entire playbook on how to do it step by step. If you just re-listen to all the videos over and over again, you take notes and you do it, and you try to teach something and create something of your own, you will heal. You'll be free. And then you can decide. You're worried that you're going to get attacked by these spirits that I'm talking about. You're already being controlled by them anyway. So why not try to break free? If you're not healed, the majority of your actions are controlled by them. Why are you okay with that? Why? Think about all the problems in your life that have happened. Any problem that has happened. Any. They made it happen. Every single one. Every single one. You guys just saw. They destroyed my stream temporarily, and then they made my dog go into my brother's bedroom to try to wake him up so that he would come out here and cause problems, because I was going to do a challenge for you guys so you can learn progression. They can spawn cockroach illusions on my arm. I don't know if you guys hear it right now, but the doves that are out there are just making sounds because they can make that happen, right? They respond to me. Like, what? How much more do you guys need to see and hear before you finally start believing this stuff? It's not a joke. You get to decide, though. They're like, well, what can we do? And I'm like, I don't know, right? Like, I want to kill them. You guys get it? But how do I kill them? I'm not trying to destroy. I want to work with them, but how do I kill them? By freeing every single one of you and healing every single one of you. Because why does that kill them? Because then no one has to listen to them anymore. I'm telling you guys, now that I broke free, they're just trying to enslave me nonstop. I believe that there's at least one thing that's helping me, but even then I already told them, I'm like, if you try to nudge me, if you try to control me, we're enemies. It's that simple. If they created this, if I find out that it was them, they're my enemy now. You guys understand? It's that simple. There is no world where it's ever okay. It's completely unacceptable. I just don't understand how you guys can accept the treatment that you guys are experiencing. Why are you okay with it? Why are you okay with your situation? Why are you okay with the government being like, well, your pension is this, and you have to do all these 6-7 requirements to get this meager pension, when they could give you anything they want? Money's fabric. I'm telling you, you can just put an extra 0 in a computer and now you have more money. Do you guys understand? You guys are slaving away for something I could type in right now as extra 0, and now you have extra money. That's what the power of that a bank can have. You guys understand? It's completely arbitrary and fabricated, and all of you are slaving away for it. At what point are you guys finally going to take control of the narrative, grab the sword, do the climb, and say, no more? There's nothing else to say. I didn't expect I was going to do shrimp, but I'm so extremely disappointed in both my light spirit and the dark. Like, it's just completely unacceptable that there's still these problems happening. It's just and my stream is fine, right? It's just the music is broken, so I don't have music anymore. But the fact that they even mess with it for 1 second, do you guys understand? When you're healed, when you're in a light path, you don't tolerate anything anymore. Anything but complete light and good is completely unacceptable. So if you tolerate any disrespect and mistreatment at all, it means that you're a slave. It means that you're completely on the dark path. Anyone who's fully healed and light, anything that is not pure healing and pure good is completely unacceptable. When are you guys going to raise your standards to that level? Because that is the reality that we need to demand from them. If they can fabricate and curate every single thing that we see, and they can manipulate all of our technology and stuff to this level, then if we experience even one problem, from now on, from this moment forward, it's completely unacceptable. Do you guys understand? That is the level that every single human in this world needs to get to. Yet all of you are okay with this bullshit of, I have to work 12 hours for 40K. And most of you are probably enslaved even worse than that. Do you guys understand? Like, why do you accept that? Do you guys understand that if the people in Africa are even real, which I believe that many of them are, all of them have been conditioned and put locks on to believe that that's their reality they have to accept. Every single place is an experiment for these guys. It doesn't have to be that way. What Mexicans don't value themselves at all. They think they have no worth. Germans think that they have to be extra good and rule-abiding because of what happened to them in the Holocaust. Africans believe that they are slaves and have to deal with genocide and civil. You guys understand? Every place is just a little experiment for them. I'm telling you guys, if you just stop playing the game and going outside and you just hide in your castle, if the government, if the government actually care about its people, every place will now have no money costs. Everything will just be given to us, because otherwise you're just serving as their pawns. I'm telling you guys, we don't need money. The fact that you believe that means that you're completely indoctrinated. There's no reason to work. I'm not getting paid for this at all. Do you guys understand? Zero reward, zero money. And yet I do this every single day for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. If you're healed, if you're on a life path and you're doing actually something that you believe in, you don't care about money, you don't care about numbers, you don't care about anything except trying to make the world a better place, whatever it is that you're trying to solve. How can you guys not figure out what that is? Is there really nothing you care about? Nothing. Could be something completely arbitrary, like, hey, I want to make another Transformers movie. I want to make the next Illusion of Gaia video game. I want to write a Mexican Western book, because I want people to understand that Mexicans are really cool and they're mariachis, that we're more than just mariachis. Like, why? Like, how is there nothing? How do you have no drive? How do you have no passions? How do you have no will? How do you have no desire to be more than what you are? Sometimes I just feel like I'm the only person who's alive in this world. Like, I can't understand how no one else has this drive, this ambition to want to make the world a better place. Why do you guys accept how it is? Like, am I really the only human that's alive? Is everyone else just a puppet, a slave? I refuse to believe that. I know whoever's listening that you're good, that you're talented, that you had so much drive that you believed before they took it from you. So if you're listening to this, how are you okay with that? There has to be something at some point in your life. Maybe it was only for a year when you were 12, but you're like, I really wish that mom and dad weren't fighting anymore. I really wish that mom and dad didn't have to go to work so that we could just spend time together. What if it was something like that? Do you guys understand? It doesn't have to be this grandiose thing. You don't have to do what I'm doing. Do you understand that if your mom and dad were fighting, it's because they fabricated it? So why wouldn't you guys try to break free so that no other parent or no kid ever has to deal with something like that again? Hey, my boss is so fucking insecure. He's enslaving everyone and exploiting customers. First of all, we don't need money. What if customers wanted to build their own journey and create a storyline for themselves, but they can't because your boss decides, hey, let's charge $500,000 for something that should be free. You guys understand? Money is made up. We could choose to trade Q-tips. That could be the currency. I'm saying, hey, everyone who watches my stream has to give me one Q-tip. Do you guys understand? If, by the way, I basically have zero money, right? So Q-tips actually have a lot of worth to me because for some reason they decided that I get earwax. So this could actually have a value to me. Do you guys understand? So you could give me, if I only have 2 viewers, but I get 2 Q-tips, I'm like, great. That's 2 days of, now I can clean my ears. Do you understand? This has value to me. This could be our currency. We could live in a world where we exchange Q-tips and everything else is free. Do we understand? There's no reason why it has to be any other way. The fact that if you can't conceptualize that, it's because that means you're fully indoctrinated and conditioned to believe otherwise. If you can't think the possibilities of what it could be, it means that you're a slave. So I ask you, why are you okay with being a slave? Why would you be okay with being a slave? I'm not. Yet, do you guys understand? I am enslaved because all of you are enslaved. Because I refuse, by choice, to ever engage with the outside world again, yet I want to. Do you guys get it? I want to build so many storylines out there, despite knowing that there's so much fabrication, because I want them to understand we should fabricate it for good. Yet I can't, because I would never build in a world that's poisoned. Why? Just so they can destroy it again and create insecurity? Oh, so now I have a kid with my goddess, and all of a sudden now they're going to destroy my kid because, well, they think it's funny. They want to cause problems so that I have to earn more money so I can take care of them. Do you guys get it? Like, why would I ever do that? So that means that as long as you don't heal, whoever's listening, as long as you refuse to heal, that kid was never going to be born. I will never have a kid. Do you guys understand? Because you refuse to heal, I will never choose to have a kid now. Aren't you essentially killing a kid? Do you guys get it? So, by the way, just so you guys understand, if you're insecure and you're afraid to now fall back in love because of it, what if you were able to have a child? Okay? And you could be a great parent because you have so much to teach and so much value to have. But because you refuse to heal, you're never going to have a relationship. And thus, you're never going to have a kid. And then you could say, that's your choice. It is your choice. But what if you actually wanted it, but you just now don't because you're afraid because, well, you got hurt once. And that is enough to stop you. You could have been a great dad or a great mom, and now you don't. Do we understand that if you heal your insecurity and your fears, and now you actually try talking to a girl again and start a relationship and realize, wait a minute, I got this. You could have a kid. You could actually teach people this kid. If you don't want to teach anyone else, you could raise your kid to be good, to be light, to help the world be a better place. You could have now a purpose, since you have no purpose without that, since you're just a slave to the system. Now you could just work on your kid and focus on your kid and make sure that they don't experience the same things that you did. But all of you just sit back and decide, nope, I just got to keep working for the system for the rest of my life. It doesn't have to be this way. It's never was meant to be this way. Yesterday we talked about evolution, and you guys are all preventing evolution. If you don't heal, you're not only preventing evolution, but you're preventing humanity in this world from being what it's supposed to be. Like I said, I'm trying every single approach, right? I'm not going to get dark consumed, but if the healing approach, if the telling you guys, you got this doesn't work, and if this is what you guys need, then so be it. Maybe the dark spirits are right. Maybe this is what you guys need. Maybe nothing else works. Maybe nothing else snaps you out of it and realize that, hey, you've always been amazing. Why can't you believe in yourself? The insecurities and fears are all fabricated. You're so good. You just need to start remembering it. They took your memories hostage. As you start cleansing it, as you start disproving it, as you start exploring your past and relive your entire life from zero to here, from day one, the moment you're born, you start writing it out, every single thing that's happened, you're going to realize that all the events that happened in your life were fabricated. Every single bad thing, okay? Even the girl you sat next to in middle school, right? All of it was to start choosing your storylines, to just choosing your conditioning, all the events, right? But now you have a choice. What are you going to do with that knowledge? Are you going to actually use it to develop something, to create something, to grow? Right? Like, remember the story that I told you guys? He took everything that he learned and he made this. That's everything that I'm talking to you guys about. I'm taking every single incident that's happened in my entire life to use this to try to heal the world, to make the world a better place. Is it going to work? Probably not, but I'm trying. Because I have nothing else to do. Yet all of you just don't even try. If you write it out, you're like, wait a minute. Like, truly, just write out your entire life from day one till today. And you're not going to remember all of it, but you're going to figure out overall narrative. Do you guys understand? Like, okay, so first I was born in Seattle, then I went to Miami, then I went to Mexico, then where did I go after that? Oh, we went to Littleton, then we went back to, where did we go after that? Oh, we went to Jamaica, then we went to Mexico again, Ecuador. We spent like almost at this point already like 10 months to almost a year in Germany. Oh wait, my siblings did actually live for a few months in Germany. They even did kindergarten there. Then all of a sudden, wait, where did I go after that? Oh, then we were in Ecuador. Yeah, we talked about. Then we moved to the U.S. Right? Stopped living with our parents at a young age. Right? I basically didn't have a dad since I was like 14, 15, for multiple reasons, for good and bad. Right? But you guys get it, like. So, oh wait, because that's I didn't have a father figure because of that, so I had to learn other things. I didn't learn some things that I should have. But you guys see, like, you start writing things out and you trace it, like, why am I this way? 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 And then you're like, wait, when did I get insecure? When did I get afraid? I'm like, oh, back then I was fat. People made fun of me. Oh, all my aunts, for some reason, always, the only thing they ever commented on were two things: my eyebrows and my weight and my voice. Wait, that means my aunts only were reinforcing negatives. Fuck my aunts. They're asshole bitches. Sorry, this is how you guys reclaim control of your narrative. But you guys understand, like what the fuck is wrong with them? Why would they do that? Oh, but when I lost weight and I saw them again, they're like, wow, look how handsome you are. You're the best. You're amazing. And all of a sudden they treated me better. I'm like, wait a minute. That means that they're actually insecure. Oh, let me ask my dad about how he grew up. Oh crap, his mom and dad were really insecure. Oh, that makes sense. They were told that their entire worth and value is based on their appearance. Oh, that's why they were so mean to me about my eyebrows, voice, and weight, because they care about their appearance. So that's why they just talk to me through that lens. Oh, it makes sense because their entire conditioning is based on that. Oh, are we starting to connect the dots, guys? So now you're writing it all out. So you now see where it is. You're like, wait, they were just reinforcing that. And why? That's, of course I was insecure about that. Every time I saw them, that's all they talked about. Kids made fun of me about it. I'm like, okay, so what's next? Well, when did the next thing happen? When did the next thing happen? Oh, okay. Oh, I was, during college, I played World of Warcraft. I was a raid leader. And the entire time people just made fun of me for just playing video games. Yet you guys now have seen and heard how much value that I've got there, but no one knew that, right? They all were trying to stop me because it actually was healing me. It made me be good, right? I didn't care about making friends outside in the outside world because, well, none of them understood who I was. They couldn't connect with someone who lived in 6 countries. I'm sorry, but just to put in perspective, they've only lived in their one hometown their entire life. So they were very narrow-minded. It makes sense. I'm not better than them, but it's just, you guys see, like, if you've traveled to every country in the world, you've seen a lot more than someone who's only been in one place. And if they've only been in one other city, you just know more about how the world works. Doesn't mean you're better, but it's just you've experienced different things. You guys understand? Your progress is different. Your journey has been different. So it's like you wouldn't judge them for that. But do you guys see, like, if they're judging you, why would they judge you? Do you guys understand? Like, you could judge them back, but why would you do that? Because then we're just start consuming each other. Do we understand? But yet you guys listen to those people who haven't even been anywhere outside of their hometown, or they're still your high school friends from the same place. Like, why? They don't matter. But you guys see, you start writing it out, and then maybe you were afraid to get a job, right? Because maybe you tried to get a job in high school and it just didn't work out, and it's like the most pointless job. It was a data entry job. Oh my God, guys! You guys know that I type with, like, I have no rhyme or reason with how I type. They're like, I when I was in Mexico, I took a class, I'm going to say in Spanish, teconografia. You guys, well, what? Like, it was using a typewriter. Do you guys know that there was a certain way you had to move your fingers? Whenever the teacher was looking over my shoulder, I did it the proper way. But then when we were actually like having like an exam or was timed, I just did it my own way. And I was always either the first or the second. And I finished and I did it. I got perfect grades. You guys understand? She's like, wow, see, everyone should learn how Star Diplomat the Shepherd is doing it. He's so good. He knows the exact proper way to do it, because that's all she saw when she looked over my shoulder. But then I did it my own way because I'm like, fuck that way. That way is slow and bad. I did my way. Do you guys understand? She believed I was doing her way, the supposed way. You guys get it? It's all fucking fabricated bullshit. The whole thing. Every single thing. Yet you guys now, like, for example, I know my brother got destroyed over that class because he couldn't type the proper way. And I'm like, don't type the proper way. Who cares? But he's like, I have to. The teacher said so. And I'm like, who cares? You guys understand? Like, I just don't understand why you guys put this value in these people. They're nothing. They're not good or bad. They're just nothing. We're all just people. Our opinions don't matter. They're just opinions. You guys understand? We all have different conditioning. I view video games in such a good light because that's what I got conditioned my entire life. Yet if you've never played them, they don't mean anything to you. But what if the entire time you grew up, everyone said to you, video games are bad. That's why people do bad things. That's why people do bad things. So you're like, this guy's crazy. He must be an anomaly. Video games are bad. That's why people do bad things. Yet for you, that's correct because that's all you've experienced your entire life. Do we understand? So if you say that to me, and I say the opposite, who's correct? We're both correct for our own reality. Do we understand? So why would you ever listen to another person? I could say that that's not a tree. Do we understand? I could say that's the sun. What if since I was born, the day that I was born, everyone told me that that's the sun? Yet for you, it's a tree. And for someone else, it's a plant. Who's correct? All of us got conditioned that from day one. Who's correct? Who? You? Me? Who? Why is my opinion more important than yours? Why is your opinion more important than mine? Yet you guys are letting other people who tell you, oh, you're an idiot, right? Because that's a plant. I'm like, it's a tree. They're like, it's a plant. And I'm like, if I say to you guys, that's a green tree, even if it is technically a plant, you guys know what I'm talking about? Do you guys recognize what I'm talking about? If I said to you guys, I have 2 trees behind me, would you be confused? Maybe for a second, but you would know what I'm talking about, right? Why do you guys believe anything anyone tells you? Now that you saw the level of fabrication that can happen, I'm telling you, they can make my brother recreate approximations of things that he wasn't even around for to try to bring back my insecurities and traumas. I went outside during this stream alone with my dog, and that's just the one viewing angle that I have. I'm limiting like 90% of my things I could see, and they tried to recreate something bad that happened to me like 10 months ago. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to tell you? You guys let it consume you, and I'm saying it's fake. Why is it fake? I'm not saying it feels real, but why is it fake? Because they're choosing when it happens. Do you understand? Doesn't mean that, like, let's say you go outside right now and you get punched. Is that fake? No. But why is it fake? Because they made someone punch you right then. Do you understand? That's what fabrication is. It wasn't organic. It didn't happen naturally. Like, even this rant right now, do you guys understand? This is a fabricated fake rant. They're like, but you're doing it. No. It was made to happen. You guys understand what I'm trying to tell you? Now, I am still choosing what I'm talking about to a certain extent, but you guys understand that this wouldn't have happened if they didn't make that event happen. Do you guys understand? That means it's fake. It's fabricated. Because I want people to conceptualize this, because I think all of you it overwhelms you when I say that it's fake. But I'm not saying that an event doesn't happen. I'm saying that why do you put weight to it knowing that they can do things like this? Do you guys see? Like, once you understand that this is how every single insecurity, fear that you have happen, I could now be afraid of these spirits. Do you guys understand? I now just despise them because I'm just like, why can't you just let me do my thing? I don't even go outside anymore, right? As far as I know, no one watches my stuff. Do you guys understand? As far as I know, nobody consumes this. Nobody listens to it. So it means I'm not impacting anyone. I'm nothing. I'm a nobody. Do you guys understand? I don't talk to anyone. I don't consume any information. I don't let anyone talk to me. The only person who can talk to me, even for like 5 minutes a day, is my brother. But because I try to keep it completely quiet. If I do, I only try to positively interrupt him and get him on a light path when I see that he's getting dark, consumed, and enslaved. Just because I know what his actions are, right? And I just try to say something like, you don't have to respond. Or I talk to my dog and I try to positively nudge my brother. Or I play a song to positively nudge him that I know that he loves and believed in, but he stopped doing it because they're fully enslaved him. That's the only interactions I have with anyone. Do you guys understand? I just reconsume my own knowledge. I've cut out everything. because I understand how they do it. So why would they try to stop me? Why would they try to interfere with what I'm doing? Do you guys get what I'm trying to say to you? Ask yourself that, guys. If nobody watches this, if nobody's listening, if, according to my brother, I'm this crazy evil person for doing this, you guys are hearing what I'm talking about, but apparently, right? Like, this is what my reality is, right? Every day, actually, it's gotten better for the last 2 days. It's actually been a miracle. I'm like, wow, maybe he's finally starting to take a step forward. Do you guys understand? But until then, every single day, he's been trying to stop me for the past few months from healing and from trying to heal other people. So I ask you, if they can do things like this, why do you believe it? I'm not saying it doesn't feel real. Do you guys understand? Like, I now know everything from my past, right, has been fabricated. All the problems, all the insecurities. And it makes me so mad because there was years of my life that I was destroyed, that I was sad, that I was I believed so many things that were complete lies. Now that I've healed, now that I've regained all my memories, because I've read it out, I wrote my entire life story out, right? And I pieced it together. That's what you guys need to do. You need to do that. Write your entire life story. And the first time you write it through, you're not going to get the whole thing right. It doesn't matter. It's yours, right? You're not showing anyone else. It's just a reminder to heal. Nothing else, right? But after you do that, then you're like, okay, what's next? Do it again. How did you get to the room where you're at today? Write out the events that happened, the main events. And you're not going to remember all of them, but all of a sudden doing so, you're going to maybe get a little dark consumed. So make sure you have good music on. Make sure you have some positive interrupt. But write it out and you're going to realize, wait a minute. This is when someone told me that my nose is weird. This is when someone told me that my ears are big. And wait. Oh my gosh. Wait. The first time someone mentioned it to me was 7 years before I actually got insecure about it. That was when the big event happened. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't even know that that ears could be big or small. I just thought ears were ears. You mean they put that info in my head? They planted a seed without me even realizing when I was 14 about my ears, and I didn't know. But then the actual insecurity event that they fabricated happened when I was 21. Oh, holy crap. And then wait, when I was 22, I got a new job and people on April Fool's Day made a poster that said, hey, Star Diplomat's ears are big. And it really hurt me. And that was when my insecurity got really reinforced and I got really bad. Wait a minute. Why would they do that? Like, they just met me. Why would they do that? Why is that the same thing that someone planted when I was 14? Do you guys understand what I'm trying to tell you? If you write it out, you're going to see that it was fabricated. They chose you to have 3, 4, 5 storylines, okay? And they repeat those over and over again. They're based on your traumas. They're based on your insecurities. They're based on your fears, okay? So, for example, like, I shouldn't go there, but I just want you guys to like my dad had certain issues that he had to deal with. He passed them on to me, right? Those are some of my main traumas, and they've used those to weaponize me, okay? Dude, I had to deal with them my entire life, okay? The same ones that he had. He passed them on to me, right? Because he did something when I was young, right? And it caused an insecurity and fear in me. One of the things that I call them decoy insecurities that they use to block other things. All right? You guys understand? I believe the majority of you have insecurities and fears related to finding love. It doesn't matter what it is, but it's something that stops you. It could be you're afraid to talk to girls. Okay? It could be something like that. It doesn't matter. I believe the majority of you have an insecurity or fear related to love. It could be cheating, could be trauma, it could be physical touch. I believe the majority of the world is completely enslaved to never try to fully have love and to not have kids and to not raise kids properly, because love is the ultimate shield. That's why I tried to say that I'm trying to show you guys how you could fall in love with your girl. God is my sexy lighter. I'm trying to teach every single person to do that. But I realize that it's not enough because they try to poison it and weaponize it. You need to create something with a higher purpose. And what is that higher purpose? You have to find what that is for you. But I'm telling you, it's your answer, it's your direction, it's the light path. And for me, that's a reminder to heal. It's a reminder to make the world a better place. What is it for you? What is it for you? Like, I didn't think I was going to talk about this to this level. I've talked about this. I sprinkled it in throughout, but it's a good reminder for everyone. It's just, you guys really just need to think about it. Like, I don't know why the world is the way it is, okay? I used to focus on that. I just want people to understand this. I spent the last 11 months figuring all this out, okay? Because they destroyed my life. I want people to understand that. But it's not a sob story anymore. I told you guys I'm happy. I am. Why? Because for the first time in forever, despite not being able to write all the storylines that I want to write, the reason why I'm happy is because for the first time in forever, despite what they do, even though it still annoys me, doesn't mean it's still in the dark to me. You guys see the difference? There's a difference. I said, F it. Okay, so be it. You guys get it? Like, no matter what they do, it still changes my path, but I have to keep walking forward. Do you guys understand? Like, someone else might have just been like, there's nothing we can do, and given up. Or like, I could have like punched my computer screen, or like, you guys understand, like anything. But instead I just decided, well, I'm going to try to talk about it in my own way. First of all, because I need a detox, so I don't get there's no way that I can start a negative path. But number two, it's just like, we have to do things, right? Do you understand? Like, we have to make the world a better place. We have to try. But why am I happy? Despite, I'm telling you, I have no money. I've lost everything. I've lost so many more things that you guys don't even know about. I'm telling you, there's some really, really bad stuff that they did to me outside. If you get to this level that I'm doing, and you're fighting to teach everyone all this stuff, they can create some really bad problems. You guys saw, right? They're just fucking with my technology. If you're outside, you're significantly less protected. They could just get a drunk pawn right now outside to cause problems to you, okay? Let's just put it like that. I don't even care anymore. You guys get it? So you guys are not doing anything despite not being a threat. They're not doing anything to you other than they just have to send you one nudge a day. One. Because you have your entire household poisoned. Reminders everywhere that are just poisoning you. And you just scroll social media nonstop. You just watch ads. You just spend money. You just go to work and you just get poisoned. They literally don't even have to do anything to you and you are going to get poisoned. You guys understand? You're completely ignorable. Why are you okay with being an ignorable slave? Because they know regardless of what they do, you enslave yourself. You guys understand? They don't even have to focus on you. You are no threat, good or bad. You're just nothing. And why are you okay being that, considering how much worth and value you have? You have so much potential. You're so good. You're capable of anything. Every single one of you is capable of achieving anything. You've always have been. The only reason why you can't is because of them. They made you believe that you can't, and now you believe it. And I get it. It's not easy to break, but that's what I'm trying to teach how you can do so. So when are you guys going to finally start trying? You're not going to get it right the first time. You're not going to get it right the first time, but that's why we're teaching progression. You have to keep trying. You have to keep trying to climb. And every time you fall, you keep trying again. You keep trying again. You keep trying again. You keep trying again. And eventually you're going to get there. But right now, none of you don't even try. What's it going to take for you guys to take this seriously? Why am I happy? Because for the first time in forever, I figured out how I can survive for the rest of my life like this. I just have to talk every single day about this stuff. It might be doing nothing. You guys understand? I just want people to understand. Everything I'm doing right now could have zero effect. They might be actually suppressing it and preventing it from reaching anyone. It's a good chance that they are, okay? I don't even care who's watching it. I don't care how many people watch it. I don't even look anymore. Once in a while, I glance at it. You guys understand? Like, if I'm like, okay, I want to rewatch my stream, but I don't even rewatch my streams anymore because they've been trying to weaponize them. You guys get it? I enjoy seeing my performance. I enjoy seeing how I talked. I enjoy seeing where I was at, what I'm talking about. And I can't even do that anymore. I don't even play games. I don't do anything but listen to music. I don't watch almost anything. I don't do anything. You guys understand? All I do is this. There's nothing else in my life. I've completely brainwashed myself to believe there's nothing else I can do but this. Yet I'm telling you, There's a good chance that this is doing nothing. There's a good chance that I'm not helping a single person. There's a good chance that not a single person is listening to this. And the only person that possibly could, my brother, refuses to listen to it and is trying to stop me. Yet I'm telling you that I'm happy. How is that possible? How is that possible? Do you guys get it? It's because it's repeatable. It's because I can survive like this. Because when I'm doing this, I'm shielded. When I'm doing this, I'm not just being attacked by them nonstop. And I still am, right? You guys see what just happened. Despite me doing this, despite no one consuming this, despite no one getting healed from what I'm doing, as far as I know, right? Because even if like the world could be completely saved, it could be completely healed, and I have no idea. Do you guys understand? I don't consume anything anymore. That means that I used to go outside all the time. I used to travel the world. One of my goals was to visit the entire world, travel to every country. Do you guys understand? I used to believe in this world. I used to love this world. Now I just want to heal it. That's how I love it back. I just want to make everyone a light path, but I can't. As long as I know now that all of you are enslaved, I don't want to spend a second out there. The only reason why I go outside is because I have a dog. And every day I consider more and more if I can just let him pee outside. Like there's a little balcony here. Do you guys understand? It's getting to that point where I might even just never even let him go outside and just let him pee on a balcony. And we can just like run around in here. Do you guys get it? Like the world is so miserably bad right now because of what those things are doing, controlling all of us, that it's getting to the point where I don't even want to spend 1 second outside because it's fabricated to that level to cause us problems. And I know there's so many people that I walk by, if they're even real, because I know that they can make illusions. I've proven it now. If some of them, I believe some of them are truly completely enslaved, they're hurt, they're crying, they're sad, they're barely hanging on. They think that they're going to run out of money and they're going to struggle. They're suffering. They probably cry every single night, worrying about paying for money to take care of their kid. Yet they don't realize that if they ran out of money and if the world wanted to help them, they could. If they're not getting help when they're running out of money, it's because the spirits and the manipulators that they're using to control people are choosing not to help. I'm telling you, I was chosen to win, and I was chosen to enslave, and I was chosen to exploit. As long as I was doing those things, they gave me things. I didn't even have to try. I quit when I tried to expose this information the first time, my first iteration of it. I didn't get it right, but I was trying. They punished me. They killed my dog. Do you guys understand? I'm not asking you guys to expose this information. I'm not asking you to teach. I'm just asking you to heal yourself and try to fight back. Do you guys understand? You don't even try. And then the moment that I decided they try to get me back into the system, I'm telling you, I just won. I got a sales job. And without me even prospecting, because with anyone who's done sales, you could find clients. It's like calling or emailing or knocking. I almost didn't even do that at all. Like who knows if they're all liars. Let's be real. The majority of sales reps are all liars, but they're like 100 to 200 calls a day or like knocks. And I'm just like, my entire first 4 months there, I maybe did like 50 calls, or like I went into 50 different practices tops. Yet other people claim that they do that daily. Do you guys understand? Clients came to me. They're like, hey, we don't know if we're going to buy, but can we talk? Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? And I became the top rep. Doesn't mean that I'm not good at what I do. Do you guys understand? But I'm telling you, they chose me to win. If you're losing right now, it's because they chose you to lose. That's the storyline that they chose for you. If you have certain insecurities, I'm telling you, they've recreated a storyline that I've experienced 6-7 years ago now. I forget when it was. And they recreated it through my brother and through this area where I'm at right now. The exact same storyline, the exact same events. I'm like, why do I feel this way again? I healed this. I overcame this. And it's like, oh, wait, the only thing they're reinforcing is that. I'm telling you, if you didn't fully heal it or you did heal it and they want to replay that storyline, they can make that. Think of it like, okay, hey guys, let's do Harry Potter Chamber of Secrets again. Again? We just did Harry Potter Chamber of Secrets a year ago for him. Let's do it again. He healed it. We need to do it again. Okay, here we go. Do you guys remember how that book goes or that movie goes? Let's do it again. That's how the world works, okay? You were chosen for 3, 4, 5 storylines. Now, they can write new ones for you. They can, but they don't want. I mean, think about how hard it is to write a story. Are any of you authors? Have any of you guys written a book? It's not that easy, right? Until you just don't give a fuck anymore. Until you don't care about the numbers, and until you don't care about the quality, until you don't care about getting it right. You just do, right? You're no longer afraid. You just do. You're not insecure. You just do. Do we get it? So these things, they're not that good at what they do. I just want you guys to understand they're predictable. Their timing is really good. But think about the power that they have. If I can spawn anything in front of you right now, and I know that, for example, I know that you're afraid of, I don't know, singing. Okay? I could have someone walk by and just say, hey, I just want you to know that I just feel like I have to tell you this. You used to sing back and then you're really good at it. I don't know why you stopped, but you should try again. I'm going to sing tonight because I saw you. I just want you to know that. I'm inspired to sing because I saw you. So I hope you do too. Goodbye. Take care. Much love and peace. And you're like, what the heck just happened? Do you guys understand? Like, it's just to start the path, right? An interruption. Leon, oh, here we go. Doesn't even matter. He's going into my brother's room. You guys get it? Like, it just doesn't even matter anymore. You can start a positive path like that. If you could show anything to someone, you could do that. Yet they choose not to. They fabricate those storylines for you guys. I'm telling you, they built it up your entire life. Whatever it was. If you break your storyline and you don't play the game anymore, they're going to try to get you back. They just want you to get back. They just want you to play the game. That's all they've been trying to get me to do. I just want you guys to know. If I stop, at this point though, I don't actually know if that's true anymore because of what I know. Now, I'm a threat. Do you guys understand? Like, I'm a really big threat because of what I know. But before that, all they wanted me to do is just to stop doing this. They're like, hey, why don't you just work a sales job again and make a lot of money? You can get the girl. Get the hot girl. Go to resort trips. Travel the world. You could make $500K on a sales job in like months. I could. You guys understand? Like, if I started trying to get a sales job again, I could do that. They're like, why don't you do that? I'm like, because it's fucking fake and fabricated. And that means that people are suffering and people are being harmed and people are having problems that shouldn't have them. You guys understand? I get to see my brother every single day just slave away. He works harder than the majority of people that I know. And he gets paid nothing. And I'm just like, why do you do that? And he just doesn't understand. And then when I say that, he gets dark consumed. So then he gets mad at me. And he's like, do you want me to disconnect the internet? I'm like, oh, here we go. Do you guys get it? Like, whenever I try to heal him, they make him attack me. So I just stopped. Do you guys see how sad of a world that is? I'm just trying to get him to believe in himself again. And all of you, that's all I'm trying to do. And they do these fucking shits. I'm like, why can't you just let it be? Why can't you guys just accept that you guys lost? Someone figured out your stupid fucking game. And it's messed up. There's no reason why we should live in a world that operates like that. There's just none. I don't know why it is this way, guys. I just want you guys to understand this. I don't know why it is this way, okay? It could be a test. It could be an experiment. It could be a video game. It could be an illusion. It could be real. It could be whatever, right? You guys are saying we could be enslaved. Maybe it wasn't like this before. Who knows? All that is irrelevant. The point is, I'm telling you guys that they can fabricate and plan your situations. Not guaranteed, but very, very close to ensuring it. The outcome is not predetermined, but it's almost guaranteed. Do you guys understand? If right now, I told you guys, I got a LinkedIn message like an hour ago before I started talking about this. That LinkedIn message might be actually the sister of my ex-girlfriend who just abused me for years. You guys understand? Then when I go outside, I might see an approximation of her. Or someone might walk by and be like, I don't know why, but I just want to let you know you're a fucking loser. And that's what they say. She called me that. Do you guys understand? I don't even look at what her message was, but I saw her name and then someone walked outside and said that to me. That's how they do it. That's all it takes. And if you guys don't realize the fabrication of it, if you don't know how to interrupt your path, if you don't know how to shield it, you don't know how to counter it, you are now going to feel insecure and afraid again. Do we understand? That's all they do. They do it through ads, through social media, through anything that's randomly generated. And if it's fixed, if you block all the randomly generated stuff, if it's fixed, you're going to feel inclined to watch or consume something that's fixed, knowing what your interpretation lens was beforehand. And every single one of you are completely controlled and consumed like this. Think about how much I've talked about this right now, all because of what they did. Do you guys get it? I'm still choosing to talk about it differently. I'm choosing to fight back. But do you guys understand? I was going to do something else. They completely changed my storyline because of their bullshit. Do we understand? If it's happening to me, who's fully aware of it, do you guys understand that they are controlling every single thing that you guys do? You are completely enslaved. You're their puppet. Yet you guys are fighting with other people around you. That's why I just try to tell my brother, I don't want to do anything with you. I'm completely ignoring him because I'm like, if we fight, brother, do you understand that we're fighting over something that they fabricated? You guys know how fucked up that is? Why would you fight over something that's fake? I'm not mad at anyone in my cast right now here. I'm mad at them. And yet I'm not even mad. I'm sad. Do you guys get it? I'm going to close the door because he's going to pop up here in a second. And I just don't want him to stop. Do you guys understand? Like, it's just, there's no world where it should ever work like this. Oh, great. They just knocked over 2 of my sticky notes. Do you guys understand like what I'm trying to say? Like, do you guys get the control and the level of manipulation that's going on? And you could say maybe it's your light spirit trying to show people the fabrication. Maybe. But even then, why? I wanted to do something. Do you guys understand? I wanted to do the stream my way. And I could still go back and do it. And I will. I want people to understand this. I will. But why do we have to live in a world where any of you believe that there's something wrong with you? Where any of you believe that you're broken? So now we're going to flip it. That was my rant. It doesn't have to be this way. Do you guys understand? I'm saying, and I want you guys to think about it logically, okay? Let's think about it logically. Are you a parent? Do you have a pet? Have you had friends? Do you have dolls? Have you ever played like The Sims? Anything, right? I just think of something that you could change their reality. What does that mean? So for example, like my dog. I gave him today like ham. I gave him some chicken. I was petting him. I cut a little bit of his hair. I gave him a bath. Right? I tried to give him a little more walks while streaming a few more times, just so he goes out more often. Despite knowing what it exposes me to. Do you guys understand? Like I'm saying, that you can choose, right? What they see, what they experience. Okay, so just think about like that. Think about like your kid, right? From the moment they're born till they leave your nest, you can show them things. You can reinforce things in them. You can repeat things in them. And you can give them things. Okay? Do we understand? Now, I want every single person to understand, because some people might feel guilty here. In that, if you get that nudge, that's them. If you feel like you could have done more for a dog, for a kid, for your friends, for your siblings, for whatever, and you didn't, I just want you to understand that's because they conditioned you and made you insecure about something, and you felt like you couldn't do it. Because every single one of us, I truly believe, I've talked about this, but I'm repeating again, would want to give like our children, for example, our best. I refuse to believe that any human would not do that. Any animal. There's no world where that's ever the case. But if an animal doesn't do that, if an animal doesn't take care of like their kid like that, I believe with 100% confidence, I bet my life on it, that it's because something happened in that animal's life or human's life or whatever that caused them to have a fear or an insecurity that's been repeated. So now they're worried. They just feel like they can't do something related to their kid or to their whatever. You guys understand? If a dove isn't taking care of its little dove, it's probably because the mom that took care of it had a problem and didn't do something. You guys understand? Like, it's a chain reaction. And I'm saying that they made that happen. And I believe, and this doesn't matter, but I just want people to understand, I believe they want to observe. Why? I don't know. I've come up with theories, but I realized it doesn't matter. I was like, is it energy? Is it this? It doesn't matter. You guys understand? That doesn't matter anymore. People are going to be like, well, why are they doing this? How are they doing this? I'm just letting you guys know, I believe that each one of you, if you're in full control, right? If you had zero insecurities, no fears, no traumas, you weren't worried about money, you had no requirements, you had all the time in the world. Truly, just think of it as a hypothetical. You can't think about it in the real world. That shows you how enslaved you are, by the way. If you can't imagine it in the real world, that's how enslaved you are. Think about it in a fantasy world then, right? Think about it like in Harry Potter. Imagine that all the wizards have no money costs, okay? All right? They can do whatever they want. They don't even have to go to Hogwarts. They're just completely free to do whatever they want, okay? Just think of it like that. So if you're a wizard, that means you won life, okay? And if you have wizard kids, they already won life. You're free to do whatever. All you have to do is learn magic. Just have fun. Just a reminder here. You guys get it? Why not? That's what you could do. So if you had zero responsibilities, zero requirements, and your only responsibilities, thrive, live, take care of your kid, teach them everything, keep growing, keep evolving. Try to make the world a better place. Try to make the world learn all about your magic. You mean you wouldn't try? You wouldn't do? What would you do? You wouldn't even probably know what to do. You're like, wow, I'm so free. What am I even going to do? I'm saying that that's how the world could be. That's how the world actually is. But something decided that that's not the case. And all of you are okay with that. I'm telling you, I believe that if you had all the time in the world, if you didn't have to worry about all, truly, you don't have any costs. You guys, I can't even conceptualize that. That's exactly the problem. No bills. If you had no bills and you could just choose how you spend every single day, whatever you want to do, whatever you want to do, what do you guys want to do? What do you guys want to do tomorrow? You never have to earn money again. You're free. You can choose to do anything. What would you guys want to do? Anything. You don't have to pursue a relationship. You don't have to go to work. You don't have to play video games. You don't have to write stories. You can do anything. What would you do? You don't know? Do you see the problem? Why don't you know? Because you've never even been able to consider it. Why haven't you been able to consider it? Because they've enslaved you since day one. They made you think that this is the only way the world can be. I believe that the majority of people, if they can actually start being like, wait a minute, I can do whatever. Yeah. That if they had a kid, that they would take care of that kid. That they would try to choose to give that kid a better life. Because now, for the first time ever, they're not worried about other things. They're not worried about the money. They don't care anymore what other people say. Now they can just choose. You guys realize the only reason why you care about what anyone else says or how much money or what they own is because you were conditioned to care about that. If you're free, you can choose. Do you guys understand? I'm not saying that you can't be like, hey, like I'm telling you guys, I broke all my conditioning and I still went back to video games. Do you guys understand? I broke my conditioning. Like they installed a negative chain on World of Warcraft and I broke it. And now I'm like, World of Warcraft's what's up? Or like rating, but I'm not playing it right. But you guys see, like, look at how I'm talking about it. I mean, if they put it on the PlayStation 5, maybe, right? Do you guys understand like what I'm trying to say? Like, do you see, like, once you break your chain, you can choose. Most of you can't even think about it. You're telling me if you could give your kid anything right now, no money costs, you don't have to go to work, you don't have to do anything, you could choose how you'd want to spend your life, you wouldn't spend it trying to make your kid thrive and be happy? Anything. You wouldn't? You guys understand? They fabricate promise to either stop that, right? I believe that each one of you would try. And then you might not be conditioned to at first, right? But you're like, wait, I don't have to go to work anymore. Like, there's no work anymore. Just think about, like, your job sends you a message that says, hey, we're letting you go because we are disbanding, okay? You're not fired. It's just, hey, there's no more money costs. There's no reason to work anymore. So we're going to do our own thing. We're going to spend time with our kids. So see ya. Good luck. And now the government's like, hey, just go to the grocery store and you can pick free food, whatever you want. We can restock it magically. So now you guys can do whatever you want. You can go anywhere. Hey, I want to go on a resort trip. Okay, this is free. Go for it. Wait, really? Yeah. So you guys could do anything. Like, wait, I can take my kid to like Disneyland for free tomorrow. I'm like, yeah. Okay. Like, you guys wouldn't choose to give your kid good things? You wouldn't you try to make your kid happy? You wouldn't try to get to know your kid and try to make them live the best life possible? You wouldn't try to teach them everything and show them the whole world? I believe, I truly do, that the majority of you, if you were in that situation, would do so. Remember, you're not afraid, you're not insecure, you're not worried about any requirements. You just have time. I believe that every human being and animal in the world, if they had that circumstance, would choose to take care of their kid and make them thrive. That's what I believe. I believe the only reason why that's not the case is because we get dark consumed, we get installed in security, we get afraid, we're worried about survivability necessities, and we're just brainwashed by people around us and the info that's presented to us nonstop to care about things that don't matter. And then those things fabricate events repeatedly to destroy us or make us afraid. So then they create conflict, or they make our children do bad things that we have been conditioned to hate. That's what I believe. I truly believe that you, whoever's listening, if you have a child, that if you had no money costs, no time requirements, nothing, and you weren't no longer, if you were healed and you were fully light and you just wanted to make the world a better place for your kid, not even for anyone else. Remember, your world is just what you experience on a daily basis. That's what I want people to conceptualize. For me, my entire world is the one spot I take my dog to go out to the bathroom and this place where I'm at right now. That's it. That's my world. Yet, I am choosing to try to heal the grand narrative, the entire world. Do you guys understand? That's my choice. Most of you don't have to do that battle. So I ask you, whoever's listening right now, would you do that? If you don't have a kid, if you did have one, would you? Truly. You could give them anything because there's no more money. Anything you want. What would you give your kid? Hey, should they get a video game system? Should they have a TV? Should they get books? Should they have coloring books? Should they have food? Should you let them try every single food in the world? From every country? Do you want to show them the entire world? No? It's okay. You choose, right? You get to choose how your kid, what he learns or she learns. what she's exposed to. You get to choose now, guys. You're not limited by money. You're not limited by your job. You're just limited by your choice. You get to choose. Be like, well, I actually think that the people shouldn't go to these places. Okay, then don't show them your kid that. Do you guys understand? But you wouldn't try your best. You wouldn't try to give them, and whatever your best is, right? Whatever you think. But you see, like, you're not limited by anything. You just get to choose. The fact is, most of you can't even conceptualize that because we're limited by money. You guys see that we're completely enslaved. It's our prison. We can't choose. We cannot raise our children the way we would want because our time is not ours. We have to give it to work. We have to work for, and you guys understand, it's other humans who create work. Do we understand what I'm trying to say? Obviously, they're being controlled by those things, but if you guys just all said, fuck it, wait, what? No, we don't need to charge for money anymore. That's it. It's over. It doesn't matter what they say. If you guys break free and say, no, we don't need money anymore, that's it. That means that every single adult can now just spend time with their children. We could just become families. Well, every human could just be family oriented. We could. Is that the answer? I don't know, but I'm just trying to show you guys. Do you guys see how different the world could be? I believe if all of you could just fabricate anything for your kid, truly. Think of it like anything you want right now. What would you create for your kid? Would you create a little like Disney theme park for them? A small one in their backyard that you could do for them with little rides and stuff like that? You know that they like that. Would you do that for them if you could? And it wouldn't cost you anything? You wouldn't lose anything. Would you do that? Or would you choose to intentionally not do that? Would you choose to intentionally choose to be like, actually, they went outside and a dog barked at them, so now they're a little afraid of dogs. So, hey, that means should I get them a dog now? Yeah. So now you have 2 dogs that appear whenever they go outside to try to go to the Disney theme park that barks at them. Like, oh! So that they don't go anymore to the Disney theme park. Would you do that? Would you choose to do that, guys? Would you choose to intentionally cause fear in your child? Would you? You guys understand what I'm trying to say? Think of it like you're a god, that you snap your fingers and anything that you want for your kid pops up. Anything. There's no limitations. I'm saying that that's the world we could live in if all of you stopped caring about money and trying to work. Because if you break free, I'm telling you guys, they can fabricate that. They can create positive. They're choosing not to because all of you are enslaved and you're doing their job, their storylines for money. If we all break free and we say no more, because when you're healed and you're on a life path, you no longer tolerate your old reality. I know you're good, whoever's listening to this. The only reason why you don't do is because they hurt you, because they destroyed you. I know that. I don't even know you personally, and I know that because it happened to me and it happened to every single person that I know. Even the people, just so people understand, this is why I forgive them, but I'm not okay with it because they refuse to heal. You guys understand? I forgive everyone who's hurt me, but I'm not okay that the fact that they refuse to take the step to try to make the world better. It happened to me, I'm telling you. And it happened to every single person that I know. Because I'm really good. I became a sales rep, right? I knew how to discover, but I always was really good at talking to people. So I would ask questions and I would learn their storylines and I would study them. For good, right? I wanted to help them. I would heal a lot of people. I would help them. Whenever I saw them, I'd help them. And I realized that every single person is going through the exact same thing. I'm telling you guys, it's just everyone, it's just their own version of it. But they all had the same issues. And now I'm like, wait, you guys are, what? I'm like, nah, you're great. Like, what are you talking about? And as long as they were with me and talking to me, they would be on a life path. But let's say I left the room for like 20 minutes and I came back. All of a sudden, they're like attacking people. They're insulting people. I'm like, what happened? You are corrupted again. You're poisoned. I'm just trying to get to a point where I teach all of you guys how to do all what I'm doing without relying on me. Because maybe while you're listening to this, you're light consumed. But I promise you, the moment you stop listening to this, you have your entire room is poisoned, or you just go back to browsing social media and they send one nudge at you and you get corrupted again and you are back to poisoning everything. It's not who you are. Do you understand? You, whoever's listening to this right now, you're amazing. You weren't meant to be a slave. If you can't choose right now, whatever you want, whatever storyline you want to do, whatever it is, if you just want to go right now to Zihuatanejo, okay? Shawshank Redemption. If you can't choose that right now to go there with your kid and the girl that you just started dating and build a new life there, it means that you're a slave to something, okay? And I'm not saying that we have to figure out how to get to, everyone can be free to do whatever they want tomorrow. But why can't we start the path to figuring that out? Like, the world has been one way for so long, right? I'm not saying that it can just change in 1 second, right? Overnight. But why isn't the trend, why isn't it trending toward that? Why isn't it an inclination toward that? You need to believe that that's possible, because it is. Just think about it. If you right now, whoever's listening, if you're a landlord, and let's just say you have $20 million, okay? And you're a landlord for just a home. I just want to put this in perspective for people. Perspective is context, remember, guys. And you charge someone $2,000 rent for a home, okay? This is your only home, right? But let's say the home is already fully paid off, okay? So that means you're just using it to make money. Maybe the government, which they could choose to not do this, right, taxes you, I don't know, let's just say $1,000, okay? So you're making $1,000 of profit a month. Let's just say, don't focus on, I'm just trying to give paint people the picture. You have $20 million in the bank. You're making $1,000 of profit on this home a month, okay? You have 10. You need that money, do you? What if all of a sudden there was no more cost? The government decided there was no more cost. But you guys see, like, you could choose right now to no longer, to send a message to the people who are paying the mortgage or the rent. Because remember, you already have it fully paid off, right? It's just, you're just using this as a bonus. You don't even need the money, right? You just want to keep climbing the money ladder. You could be like, hey, you don't have to pay me anything anymore. Enjoy. They're like, wait, what? They're like, yeah, I'll cover even all your everything. And what if the government's just like, hey, all utilities and stuff are now free? Water, electricity. And then you're like, hey, you know what? I have $20 million in the bank. I know that you guys, it's a family of 4, right? 2 kids. Like, I know you guys work hard. I've seen how you treat each other. You're a great family. I just want to let you know that I'll send food. Just write me a list of some of the things that you guys want, and I'll have it delivered twice a week or twice a month. And maybe you are losing out. Maybe that costs you, assuming the world doesn't get rid of money, maybe you're losing $1,000 a month on food that you're giving them. And then you're not getting $1,000 profit. Remember, there's no cost, right? The government decided to get rid of taxes, but let's say they do. So let's say now you're going negative $2,000 a month. You have 20 million in the bank. Think about it. Okay, we talked about why the rich are enslaved, but think about it. So you're losing $2,000 a month, but you have 20 million. How long could you survive giving this family no more requirements, that they could have complete freedom? No food costs, no survival costs at all. No utilities, no food costs, no rent, no mortgage. I don't know what the math is, 20 million divided by 2,000, but it's a long fucking time. Do you guys understand? And think about what you're giving them. They can now choose. If they actually wanted to stop working, doesn't mean that they can give their kids luxuries. You guys understand? If the world doesn't move away from money costs, doesn't mean the kids are going to have luxuries. But do you understand that these kids now could now spend every single second with their parents? They don't have to get indoctrinated in daycare anymore. Because remember, if you're being raised by whoever raises the kid the most, spends the most time around the kid is raising the kid. Just so people understand, they're the ones who are conditioning them. You guys understand how dangerous babysitters, daycare, nannies are? Super dangerous. Do we understand? Extremely dangerous. Just a reminder here. They're not your kid anymore. They're someone else's. Now we could give the entire world a chance to actually raise their children however they want. You guys see, if you just remove costs and you give people time, everyone can heal. Everyone can spend time together. I'm telling you, no one is paying me to do this. Do you guys understand? I'm not getting anything out of this, except I am healing myself. I have healed myself because of it. Do you guys understand? I'm not getting any reward out of this. I'm only getting punished by these things. And yet I continue to do so. Why? Because this is the world that I want to create. So why do you guys not even try? Do we understand? I'm not getting anything out of it. I've already healed myself. That's more than enough. I hope that one person watches it. Just one person. And that one person finally decides, like, what the fuck are we doing? And if it's the key person, like someone who's a fucking billionaire, millionaire, and they are like, holy crap, I need to change it. Like, you understand the impact that they could do. The majority of poor people maybe spend $30,000 a year, $40,000 tops. If they have billions of dollars, do you guys understand how much they could change those people's lives? Even just two people, if they gave two people, they're like, hey, each of you, all your costs are removed for an entire year. Do you guys understand what that could do for that family? How much healing, how much stress, how much fear, how much insecurity could be removed so they could actually start working on this stuff? Do we understand? Do we see why money is the ultimate evil? Why requirements are the poison? Why having to go to work and getting poisoned and nudged? If you could, that's what I'm saying. You guys see, like, if you could choose to fabricate anything, which I call a positive fabrication, I call creation. Because people are like, are you sure that's what you're talking about are illusions? What if that's just creation? You're right. If I'm saying that, I don't know if it's my powers or if it's something else, but like I'm telling you, things just appear out of thin air in my reality, okay? Does that mean that I have a God inside of me? Maybe. You guys understand? I don't know. But if it's something positive, it's a creation. If it's something negative, it's a fabrication. And I'm telling you, the majority of things that I experience in my reality have been fabrications. No matter what I do. That means that something doesn't want this information being exposed. That's how I take it. I could be wrong. But instead of trying to figure that out, I'm just like, I just want other people to learn this. And yet they try to stop me. I'm like, if you don't want other people to learn this, then just make the world better. If they don't want me to expose this information, then stop corrupting people. Stop making them insecure. Stop traumatizing them. I've offered to work with them. I've offered to communicate with them. I understand them. Just like, what's the problem? Why can't it be like that? I really want someone to explain it to me. Why can't it be positive? If you can choose what your kid experiences every single second, if there's no more money, if you have unlimited time, would you choose to intentionally create insecurity, fear, and trauma? Would you? Right? Think about, like, a billionaire reaches out. It's like, hey, I'm going to cover your costs for the entire year. So do you choose now, the following year, to just intentionally cause insecurity, fear, and trauma for your child? Do you? If you say yes, then you're a dark spirit. That's what they do to us. If you say no, then you're on my team. I believe that the majority of you, if I've snapped you out of your temporary control that they have over you, would agree with me. Like, of course, of course I would take care of my kid. Are you kidding me? I want the best for them. I believe that. I believe that whoever is listening right now, if you have been listening this far, I know that you're good. I know that you care. I know that you want to help. You've always wanted to. You've tried. but they made you believe that you don't have it. I mean, I'm telling you guys, right? Like, I now believe that I have no impact, right? But it doesn't matter. I've broken that chain. Regardless of what happens, regardless of anyone even listening to this, it doesn't matter. I'm still going to do it. You guys understand? I had to break that chain of worrying about the impact of my actions, because it was destroying me. Because I'm working so hard and they're stopping me. Do you guys understand? They're trying to stop me in so many different ways, and it was just completely destroying me. It was making me so mad. It was dark consuming me. It was the ultimate problem, because you're trying to help, but you're being stopped. So I'm telling you, no matter what you guys do, you want to know why you guys are free? You want to know why you guys are free? Because if no matter what you do, if you work, you're enslaved. Or if you try to help people, they're going to stop you. You know what that means? It means that it doesn't matter. It means that you're free to do whatever the fuck you want, because we create our own meaning. We create our own world, right? If you want to just and only play video games, you could. Do I think you could do more than that and use that as a fuel to become better and learn things and try to create new things? Yeah, but if that's what you want to do, if that's the world you want to do and live, that's fine. You guys understand? Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, we live in a theme park, right? A sandbox. We get to choose our world, our version of the game. We get to choose. I believe that if all of us are healed, I truly believe this, that the majority of people, not everyone, right? I do think that some people are going to be like, I don't know how you have this motivation to do this, but that's not for me. And I think that's fine, right? But I believe that that's actually, for most people, it's just because they were enslaved. I truly believe that if you're healed and you have energy, if you have light, you don't even understand how much drive and motivation you'll have to try to improve anything, something. I truly believe we were born with something like a seed inside of us to do. What is that for you? What is that for you? You got this. I want you guys to re-listen to I probably talked for like an hour and a half. The first 15, 20 minutes, I wasn't dark consumed, but I was extremely frustrated. After I detoxed the poison that they put on my shield, I want you guys to hear how the conversation changed. Now think about if I wasn't healed, I would have been extremely dark consumed because of what they did. Do you guys understand? That's all it takes. They've been stopping me for years now, but for months especially. I'm telling you guys, they're doing this to all of you. If we all say no more, no más, nicht mehr, right? We just all collectively answer together and say, that's that. Never again. Change the game. It doesn't have to be this way. They have to change it. Do you guys understand? If no one plays the game anymore, they have to change it. Do we understand? It's that simple. Your boss, just think of logically, if you can conceptualize this. If everyone says, I'm not going back to work until we only work 1 hour, what are they going to do? They either may fire all of you, but what if now all the people get fired say, hey, I just want to let you know, guys, we just wanted to be treated better, and they fired us for it. So now the boss is like, shit, they weren't supposed to expose that. Because otherwise they're going to try to hire someone who's desperate, right? They look for the people who don't have any value, who don't have any worth. Because everyone's like, oh, well, let's find someone else. Exactly, because they find whoever's the most enslaved. I'm telling you, back in the day when I still cared about work and money, any place, when I was interviewing with them, if they realized that I was actually self-aware and free and had valued myself or wanted to sell ethically, they rejected me instantly. You guys understand what I'm trying to tell you? They want slaves and they want people who exploit. That's it. If they realize that you're free or that you're not going to exploit, you're not going to get hired there. Think about that one, guys. If you're hired somewhere, it's because they either think that you were a fool that they could enslave, or you're willing to exploit and harm other people. That's it. That's all it is to it. Okay. I'm gonna take a break here. I'm gonna get back. Maybe I'm gonna try. They changed my path so much. It's completely unacceptable. You know what, guys? I'm just gonna stop. I'm a little tired. You know, today was supposed to be an easier day, but I'll continue what I was gonna do another time. I want all of you to consider everything I said. Take it seriously. I'll see you guys tomorrow.